In the southern Xinjiang, Shuanxi Mountain, thunder rolled in the sky, brewing in the ancient black sky with terrifying power. At the same time, the fifth turn Gu Master Ming Liao was anxiously wandering outside the delivery room, and the crying of women could be heard in the room. A third turn healing Gu Master kept sending people various Gu worms. If my child can be born smoothly, you will be the outsider of the Ming family village. With my support, your rights are no different from those of ordinary family elders. But if you fail, I will make you disappear from this world, understand? Ming Liao threatened, coercing and luring. In this world where strength is supreme, almost no one dared to refuse. Yes, young clan leader, I will definitely do my best. The tense delivery continued, but under the effect of the Gu worm, the situation was getting better. It's born. After a while, the third turn Gu Master led a group of people behind him and walked out of the delivery room with a baby boy. It's a boy. It's a boy. Now your position as the young clan leader will be unshakable. The man tried his best to please the adult in front of him. So what if he's a boy? If he's a waste that's not even Blevel, he's worse than a girl. The man was not happy about the flattery. Yes, but your child must be a genius above Blevel. Look, I've never seen this strange phenomenon in my life. After saying that, he pointed to the sky, where lightning flashed and dark clouds covered the sky, as if it was destroying the world. It's really strange. The lightning seemed to only hit the village 30 meters above the mountain, and then it disappeared. Wait, what is that? The medical Gu Master pointed to the sky in horror. There seemed to be a figure flying in the air, constantly setting up a defensive Gu formation in the village. Oh my god, that's the fifth turn Vajra Gu. I heard that someone used it to form a killing move and managed to withstand the attack of the demon immortal zombie. That's the fourth turn rare Gu worm, the Ghost Moon Gu, which could transform any Gu Master's attack into moonlight without attack. No, there's also a very powerful aura. These fourth turn and fifth turn Gu worms are garbage compared to that aura. That's the immortal Gu. So, the one in the sky is an immortal. As if he noticed the gaze, the figure in the sky slowly descended to the ground. Interesting. It's so interesting. Half the level of Wanjia. I even feel that those guys are watching here. She looked up in the direction of Zhongzhou and laughed crazily. Mortal, your child may not be as strong as that guy, but God is still so afraid of him. He may cause trouble and kill people in the future. Ha ha ha, interesting. I rescued him not out of kindness. Soon, you'll know why, mortal. The words of the immortal were confusing, but Ming Liao captured some information. His son will have a strong cultivation in the future. However, if he listens to the immortal, he seems to develop into a demon. However, he doesn't care. In his eyes, he can give anything for power, not to mention that as long as he teaches well, no matter how powerful the immortal is. The method just now is obviously the way of formation, not the way of wisdom, so it may not be accurate. While he was thinking, the immortal had already flown away. Ha! So interesting, so wonderful. The immortal seemed to be ill. This was the conclusion drawn by the young patriarch. But he was grateful from the bottom of his heart for blocking the disaster for his son. Although he didn't know the power of the disaster just now, he knew that it was definitely not something that mortals could deal with. The immortal has left, you all get up. Looking around, everyone knelt down. That was the oppression of the immortal, but the young patriarch did not. Everyone stood up and talked about it, especially the appearance of the immortal just now. Since everyone was kneeling, no one could see it clearly. The young patriarch seemed to see something. But the young patriarch did not participate in the discussion. He ran into the delivery room anxiously and looked at his wife. His eyes were full of worry. But it seemed that he was not worried about his wife's physical condition, but something else. Sure enough, he found a blood streak on his wife's belly. You bastard, it's a good thing I found it early. What if someone else found it? The way I asked you to practice cannot be discovered by others. Even immortals will attack people who practice this way. After saying that, he had already activated the Gu worm, and the blood pattern disappeared in a short while. I'm sorry. She apologized in a low voice, as if she had done something very wrong. But after giving birth to a baby, the side effects of the blood inheritance, Gu came, and I couldn't do anything. She explained fearfully. Because she had just given birth, her voice was trembling. Forget it. Just remember it. Otherwise, I can't protect you when the time comes. The young patriarch waved his sleeves, turned around, and left, not even giving her a side glance. Blood inheritance Gu, blood path fifth turn Gu, can make your child 100 inherit the blood ratio of your ancestors' 10 sons. so that the qualifications are the same as yours. But the Bloodpath Goo worm is banned by the world, just because the speed of progress is too fast. It is feared by the righteous and evil ways. So he let his wife secretly practice and use it to ensure that his son can inherit his first-class talent. So he has long been sure of his son's qualifications. And the uncertainty about his child's qualifications that he just said to the third-turn medical Goo master is just a disguise. At this moment, in the distant Zhongzhou, in the sacred and majestic heaven, Jing Pei stood next to the Jiantian Tower and kindly stroked his 6-year-old granddaughter's head. "Ha, granddaughter, the person who is entangled with you has appeared." Chapter 2. Bathed in love from the moment of his birth, Mingyu was enveloped in the affection of his entire family. As the son of the lesser clan leader and the grandson of the clan leader, he was blessed with extraordinary talents, an alluring appearance, and a natural brilliance that drew admiration. However, this also resulted in a more stringent upbringing from his grandfather. "Grandfather, I no longer wish to practice swordplay. I want to go out and play, may I?" The peak-level Goo master, Ming Yin, furrowed his brow. "Have you forgotten what I told you? On sunny days, you must diligently practice your swordsmanship. On rainy days, read history and learn etiquette. When the rain clears and a rainbow appears, I will take you out to play." It was common for Su-In-Si Mountain to experience rain, and on clear days, rainbows would grace the sky. Notably, there were indeed many enormous magnets floating in the air surrounding Su-In-Si Mountain. Yet, the pouting grandson, with a veil of mist clouding his pale purple eyes, stirred his grandfather's compassion. "Alas, I wish for you to lead a happy and fulfilling life, even if it is as an ordinary person. But you cannot. You are my grandson, and you bear the hopes of our family. Furthermore, your birth was accompanied by celestial phenomena. Even the formidable Xiong family cannot ensure your safety. Had it not been for the intervention of a mysterious immortal, not only you but the entire village would have been reduced to ashes. This proves your extraordinary talent and limitless potential. Therefore, you must cultivate diligently. Do you understand? Be good. I will take pride in you." Upon hearing his grandfather's words of pride, Mingyu, who had previously been sulking, instantly brightened, his swordplay becoming more agile and graceful. Although a child could hardly deliver a significant attack, Mingyu's movements flowed like water, at least captivating to behold. "It's raining." A few drops fell upon Mingyu's head. His grandfather also gazed skyward, placing a hand on his grandson's shoulder, and in an instant, they found themselves in the study. The study was modest, yet the shelves were stocked with an impressive collection of books. Prominently displayed was a tome entitled Ancestral Legacy. The view outside was enchanting, revealing a courtyard enclosed by walls, with a pond at its center. Willow branches dipped into the water, and a stone path encircled the pond, adorned with blooming wildflowers. Well, though he had witnessed similar scenes countless times, Mingyu was still awestruck. "Once I unlock my potential and become a Goo master, I can wield such magical powers? Grandfather, when will I unlock my potential and harness the power of the Goo insects?" Mingyu inquired eagerly once more. "Did I not tell you? You have 3 more years to wait." 3 years? That feels like an eternity. Foolish child, what nonsense. 3 years will merely be a fleeting moment in your life. You will experience much excitement yet to come. After reading history for a while, Mingyu lifted his gaze towards the sky. The rain had ceased. The grandfather and grandson looked out the window to see the sun shining brightly, with a rainbow arching across the sky. Instead of hastily taking him away, Mingyan retrieved a kite from the corner of the study. "Come, my dear grandson, let us go fly a kite." He crouched down to allow his grandson to perch upon his shoulders. As he felt the weight, he instantly materialized outside the study. The duo worked in perfect harmony, with the kite soaring high in the sky. The grandfather's heart brimmed with hope for his grandson's future, while the boy felt an overwhelming warmth of love. Oh, how time flies. After a while of flying the kite, Ming Yin was already drenched in sweat. Without the aid of the insect's power, such prolonged play was exhausting. Yet he wished not to resort to the insect to merely appease his grandson. He desired to accompany him personally as he grew. That evening, the grandfather planned to host a feast for all the clan elders, promising an array of delectable dishes. Will Sister Ayn be coming? Indeed, she surely will. Ayn was the daughter of the midwife who had assisted in Mingyu's birth. The renowned third-turn Goo master had since become an elder of the Ming family, overseeing the medicinal hall, and had attained the 4th turn in cultivation. Although she had been managing the affairs of the clan for several years to fully win her over, and considering her gentle and virtuous nature, only 2 years older than Mingyu, the two families had arranged a betrothal. This engagement was met with universal approval. as it would solidify the bond of power between the clan leader's lineage and the medicinal hall. Mingyu held a special fondness for Sister Ayan, who, in turn, cherished this boy more beautiful than herself. However, the sentiments between the two children were innocent. Their mutual affection lacked the fervor and intensity of adulthood, resembling the purest jasmine amidst a sea of blossoms. Let us go, grandfather. Allow me to first check the kitchen for some treats. Very well, my dear grandson. Let us proceed. With hearts full of anticipation, the grandfather led his grandson towards the banquet hall. Surrounded by love, Mingyu was destined to become the pride of the righteous path. Yet, none could foresee that he would, due to the events of that night, earn the ominous title of the Phantom Demon Lord among the populace. Chapter 3. The cause and effect of the Demon Lord's achievement. The banquet commenced, with the young mortal maiden gracefully dancing amidst the revelry, the harmonious clinking of instruments, and the clattering of goblets intertwining in a melodious symphony. Those fortunate enough to occupy this space were all esteemed figures of the Ming family, among them the venerable elders and a select few of the pinnacle elites. Truly, the Xiong family exemplified a superpower capable of reaping substantial benefits at the mere cost of a handful of mortals, as an elder from the Intang family enthusiastically proclaimed. On the Magnetic Mountain, there existed 3 clans, the Ming, the Qing, and the Xiong. Among these, only the Xiong family held the stature of a superpower, boasting a Gu immortal rumored to possess 8 transformations, with each clan occupying one of the mountain's 3 cardinal directions. The territory was evenly distributed among the 3 families up to the mountain's midsection. However, the upper slopes were entirely claimed by the Xiong family. Being a superpower, no one dared to voice dissent. Such audacious actions must not be publicized. They would instill panic among the mortals. Let everything be disguised as mere accidents. Do you understand? Another elder remarked. Humph, who would dare to resist when they are so brazenly sold off? The elder from the Intang family expressed his disdain for mortals, viewing them merely as commodities in this world, their worth lying solely in their labor, beauty, or even as materials for crafting Gu. Enough, enough. The dishes will be served soon. Let us partake in our meal. The elder from the Zhantang family interjected, seemingly impatient as he frequently glanced towards the kitchen. Are all Gu masters like you so easily famished? The elder from the Intang family locked eyes with him, sparks seemingly igniting between them. Once twin siblings, both possessing second-tier qualifications, they had become bitter rivals due to their starkly contrasting approaches and attitudes towards mortals, leading to their respective roles in the Zhantang and Intang families. Unless at gatherings such as this, they were unlikely to cross paths. Suddenly, the aura of a third-tier pinnacle emanated from one among them, causing the few second-tier pinnacle individuals present to feel the weight of pressure, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. A sharp shattering of glass unexpectedly pierced the air as a bowl of hot soup splattered onto the elder from the Intang family. Such trivial tasks cannot even be managed. Mortals, you seek your own demise. He turned in indignation, fully aware that the mortal could not withstand such pressure, yet still choosing to impose difficulties. You are Xiao Yu. He recognized the servant who had brought the dishes as the son of the young clan leader. Is everything all right? Let me have my uncle check on you. Ming Ao tenderly requested, using Gu insects to examine the boy's condition. His concern stemmed not solely from the child's status but also from the boy's endearing nature. Despite his noble birth and extraordinary auspice, he never acted with arrogance towards his peers, displaying a thirst for knowledge and a profound respect for his elders. Being the grandson of the clan leader and the son of the young clan leader, he was beloved by all within the mountain stronghold. I merely wished to help the uncles and aunts who appeared so weary. I'm sorry for causing trouble, Mingyu sobbed, causing a flurry of concern among the attendees as they scrambled to console him, though their efforts proved futile. Xiao Yu, do not weep. What is there for a man to cry about? Such trivial matters are handled poorly. It is truly embarrassing. A tender voice, that of Ming Qiuyan, the daughter of the family elder, resonated through the air. The decision to have her daughter bear the surname Ming was a testament to loyalty. However, shielded by her father, who was of the 4th rank, she felt no pressure and remained oblivious to why her young fiancé struggled even to hold a plate steadily. Though Qiuyan feigned disdain towards him, she hurried over to offer him comfort with a gentle embrace. Indeed, when it came to soothing others, the radiant presence of Bai Yueguang proved effective. Mingyu immediately ceased his tears, clinging affectionately to his fiancée, a smile that he could not suppress dancing at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, everyone present released a collective sigh of relief. Humph. Were it not for Xiao Yu's sake, You would likely be hopping away today. We are alike, dear brother. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. The two set aside their grievances and began to serve themselves. I have yet to arrive, and you dare to touch the chopsticks? Following the voice, one could see the three most powerful figures of the family, the clan leader, the young clan leader, and the young clan leader's wife. We dare not. We merely wish to sample the flavors for you, and if it is unsatisfactory, we shall redo it, Ming Ao quickly explained. However, his younger brother was more straightforward, placing food into the clan leader's bowl, causing the elder brother to feel a rush of embarrassment as he glared at his sibling through gritted teeth. Enough. I was merely teasing you too. Look how frightened you are. The clan leader waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. In truth, neither of them was genuinely scared. Their clan leader had always been known for his benevolence, especially his affection for his grandchildren, a sentiment well recognized by all. With the arrival of the three elders, the banquet commenced in earnest, featuring an array of fine wines, exquisite dishes, and even delicacies made from insect larvae. Guests indulged in feasting and merriment, occasionally lamenting the hardships of the past year, sharing personal breakthroughs, and contemplating prospects for the coming year. The various tables at the banquet represented the smaller interest groups within the family. Sister Ayan, what does wine taste like? Mingyu inquired, nestled in Qiuyan's embrace. I have tasted it. It is quite unpleasant, and I, for one, hold no fondness for such beverages, Qiuyan replied with a haughty lift of her chin. Surely a child like you cannot handle it. Then why do so many adults enjoy drinking it? Mingyu, accustomed to his sister's playful arrogance, remained unperturbed by her teasing. I have heard that once one drinks, all worldly troubles are forgotten. I am aware of this. In the ancestral tales, Tai Riyong Mang drank wine, apparently after confessing to his sister and being rejected. However, I am not concerned with such matters, for you and I are betrothed, Mingyu declared proudly. Humph. If you dare to treat me poorly in the future, I shall call off the engagement, Qiuyan deliberately provoked him, not wishing to let him bask in his pride for too long. Upon hearing this, Mingyu appeared startled, clinging tightly to Qiuyan, refusing to let go. Oh, did I frighten you? You must treat me well when you grow up, understand? She replied, embracing Mingyu in turn. Be good, do not be afraid. I will not leave you. Only then did Mingyu beam with joy, beginning to show off his meal. The young clan leader and his wife were presented with a wine concocted by the apothecary hall, reputed for its ability to nourish the void within. The elder of the apothecary hall, with a sycophantic smile, raised his glass in reverence, aware that despite his own advancement to the fourth realm, he still had to curry favor with the formidable fifth realm cultivators. The couple drank deeply, unaware of the unforeseen calamity that would soon unfold. Suddenly, blood markings emerged on the young clan leader's wife. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon the elder, but the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Bloodpath. His wife was indeed a practitioner of the demonic arts. What are you hesitating for? Eliminate her to cleanse the family's disgrace. The attacks came in swift succession, overwhelming her defenses. She turned to her husband with a pleading gaze, yet he found himself paralyzed by indecision. Kill her, and you shall remain the young clan leader, intoned Mingyan. No. Mingyu dashed into the fray, desperate to intervene. Kill her, kill her, kill her. The throng of Gu masters encircled the trio, their eyes ablaze with fury, their faces contorted in rage. Father, you cannot kill mother. Mingyu shielded his gravely injured mother, his voice hoarse and frantic. Humans of the demonic path must be eradicated. Upholding righteousness by sacrificing kin is the path of virtue. What is there that cannot be slain? Not only can she be killed, but she must be. Only through her death can our family as shame be absolved. The elder Gu master, Mingyu's grandfather and the clan leader, proclaimed with moral fervor. His words rallied many elders and elite Gu masters who raised their arms in fervent agreement. Kill, 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 kill. A soft sound pierced the air, followed by a spray of vivid crimson. The boy turned swiftly, his eyes widening in horror, realizing that his father had bypassed him in an instant. His face flushed, teeth clenched, tears brimming in his fierce gaze. He struggled to contain the tempest of emotions within. The blade he wielded was now deeply embedded in the heart of his beloved wife. Mingyu opened his mouth to cry out, but no sound emerged. He fled in a frenzy, and upon witnessing this tragic scene, Qiuyan sought to offer comfort, only to be restrained by her father. Mingyan's grandfather looked on, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had long discerned his daughter-in-law's affiliation with the blood path and had intended to turn a blind eye. However, with his son's ascension to the fifth realm, The balance of power within the clan had shifted in his favor, forcing him to compel the still unsteady elder of the apothecary hall to expose the matter without directly confronting his son. This incident would undoubtedly diminish his son's standing within the clan, thereby restoring power to himself, albeit at the cost of his grandson's loss of a mother. Follow him and protect him from the shadows. He will endure many such trials. Allow him to navigate this alone, he commanded the elder of the apothecary hall. Understood. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, and while the suspended magnetic mountain was no stranger to rain, this moment felt as though it were orchestrated by fate itself. The depths of Mingyo's heart ached unbearably. This cannot be real. This cannot be real, he screamed, desperately wishing to obliterate the pain that engulfed him. The notion that imbibing alcohol could erase all worldly troubles materialized in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily before hastening toward the Qing family village. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: the Qing family's renowned Qingzhou liquor. The rain continued to fall, yet this time, the youth's heart held no promise of a rainbow. Chapter 4. The woman in the tavern served me the finest Qingzhou wine. A youthful voice resonated through the tavern. The attendant, following the sound, beheld an extraordinarily handsome young man, adorned in opulent attire, his coin purse bulging, yet drenched by the rain, reminiscent of a noble son who had fled from home. Very well. How many bottles would you like? The attendant inquired. 2 bottles, came the prompt reply. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned, bearing 2 bottles of wine and a bowl of peanuts. Customer. Before he could complete his sentence, the young man had already begun to blow into the bottle, clearly unaccustomed to the proper manner of consuming wine. Just as the attendant was about to offer an explanation, his gaze collided with that of the youth. He vowed he had never encountered such a pair of eyes, devoid of warmth. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be murder. An overwhelming intent to kill, suffused with boundless hatred. In an instant, the attendant recoiled in fear, hastening to serve other patrons. A yin deceived me. This wine does nothing to alleviate my troubles, rather it intensifies my agitation. How maddening. How maddening. I shall slay them, cleanse them from existence. Terrifying thoughts brewed within the young man's mind. Of course, these were merely the consequences of inebriation, not the true desires harbored within his heart. Suddenly, an ill-timed quarrel erupted from a nearby table. The youth turned his attention, discovering that the attendant had engaged in a dispute with a female patron. What kind of elemental stone is this? It's clearly a counterfeit. I shall inform the owner. He is a master of the Gu arts. You are finished. This is genuine. It's called a Xinyu stone. Even your owner Wu Ti recognize it. You demand 2 elemental stones. I have none. Accept these 2 Xinyu stones, or you shall regret it. Your establishment could go 2,000 years without business, and it would matter not. The young man's gaze fell upon the woman, a vision of beauty with flowing white hair, clad in a blue robe that complemented her azure eyes. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the essence of true beauty. If his sister, Yin, embodied gentleness, she was akin to the vast waters, drawing but a single sip. Their eyes locked, and within the woman's gaze, the youth perceived something incongruous with her exquisite appearance, a fervent pursuit for the marvels of the world. Meanwhile, the woman saw in the young man's eyes a singular word: kill. At that moment, the youth forgot the prior events, fixated solely on those captivating eyes. He appeared intoxicated, yet it was not the wine that intoxicated him, but rather the allure of the woman's gaze. After a brief interlude, he regained his composure and turned to the attendant. I shall cover her wine expenses. With that, 2 elemental stones appeared in the attendant's hand. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. The attendant grumbled before hastily departing, eager to distance himself from the young man. The woman observed the youth with keen interest, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes, her lips curling into a smile. Listen, little one, I do not wish to owe you a favor. I can. No need, just grant me some peace. The young man interrupted directly. It matters not. We shall meet again, she replied, a hint of certainty in her tone. As the woman finished speaking, she grasped the unfinished bottle of wine and strode toward the door. Halt! A familiar male voice resonated, and the youth turned to find it was his arrogant uncle. You dare to use fake spirit stones, a crime punishable by death. Come with me. Ming Ao's face was a mask of ferocity, entirely devoid of the gentleness he had shown to Ming Yu at the banquet. His disdain for mortals was profound, and with Ming Yu's mother having already embraced the dark arts, he felt no need to extend her any respect. However, Ming Yu's demeanor was unexpectedly cold. His eyes betrayed no hint of pity, as if nothing had transpired. It seems that with the death of his mother, little Yu has matured significantly, unlike my foolish brother, who harbors excessive sympathy for mortals. This thought lightened his spirits considerably. You lot, ensure little Yu's safety. I shall escort her myself. With that, several figures emerged from the shadows, all exuding a second-tier aura, evidently members of the Dark Hall. He bound the woman's hands with rope, treating her like livestock, and led her away. Before departing, the woman cast a meaningful glance at Ming Yu, provoking Ming Ao's ire. How dare a mere mortal express such emotions toward his young master? He glared at her, finally noticing her striking features, having previously dismissed her entirely. Such a pity for such a beautiful woman. I would have gladly taken her as a slave. Yet, for the sake of the transaction with the Xiong family, I shall refrain. Every 10 individuals exchanged can yield a stone that enhances one's soul. Though the method of refinement remains a mystery, it is undeniably a lucrative deal. With this thought, he quickened his pace, oblivious to the woman's sickly smile behind him. The two arrived at an isolated patch of grassland. Ming Ao produced a soul burial toad and, with an expression of regret, addressed the woman. I apologize, but for the sake of my family's ambitions and servitude, you must offer your soul. Oh, and my earlier apology was meant for your face. Just as he was about to summon the creature, he was gripped with terror upon realizing that his void was frozen, his silver essence utterly immobilized, enveloped in eerie silence. I have awaited you, and this toad for quite some time. It is only now that I can afford to freeze your void. The woman smiled lightly, her gaze teasing as if toying with prey. Ming Ao, grasping fragments of her words, understood her formidable strength and her desire for his toad. With a resolve to perish, he contemplated self-destruction of the creature, determined not to leave it for his adversary. Yet, he discovered he could no longer communicate with the will contained within the toad. It too had been frozen. Who exactly are you? Ming Ao's composure shattered, panic coursing through him as he demanded an answer. The dead need not know so much. The woman replied, her eyes flashing with cold light, and the entire meadow was encased in ice. With a sigh, the woman lamented her initial desire to remain unnoticed, hoping she had left no trace behind. She knew she must flee swiftly, lest she attract the attention of the Bear Clan, which would certainly lead to complications. In a fleeting moment, her body transformed into a radiant cold light, darting towards the Ming family's stronghold. At the summit of Xuanzi Mountain, Xiong Wucai was meticulously examining the Xuanzi Great Formation when he suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qin family's village. Was it merely an illusion? Or had other Gu immortals arrived in this vicinity? Perhaps it was simply a passing occurrence. After all, the intricacies of the Xuanzi Great Formation were not easily discernible. Should the secrets of the mountain become known, it would surely attract the world's mightiest to vie for its treasures, and they would not come alone. As he pondered this, his hands continued their diligent work. Only after confirming that everything was in order did Xiong Wucai finally depart, leaving behind the colossal magnetic forces encircling the mountain, which continued their magnificent circular dance. Chapter 5. In pursuit of equality on a night several days later, a shadowy force sliced through the darkness. The wind howled fiercely, yet it failed to strike its intended target, instead shattering a cluster of trees behind it with overwhelming might. Was it not stated before? My brother can only be slain by my hand. Once I have ended his life, I shall naturally join your ranks. Under the moonlight, the master of that shadowy force appeared, his expression a tempest of rage, with eyes aflame like crimson embers. He was none other than Ming Qian, the elder of the Ming family's battle hall. Yet, at this moment, his aura had transformed, no longer the pinnacle of the third transformation. He had ascended to the high tier of the fourth transformation. With a mere gesture, the earlier shadow returned, lunging once more at the individual before him. Fourth transformation force return Gu? Spare yourself the effort. You cannot strike me. It would be wiser to remain calm. The force return Gu allowed the dispatched shadow to retrace its path, consuming only half the essence it originally expended while maintaining an element of surprise. The opponent, seemingly unfazed by the impending assault, flickered away, leaving behind a life-sized white chess piece in its stead. With a thunderous crash, the piece was reduced to mere fragments. Ming Qian, now alert, scanned his surroundings and, as anticipated, the mysterious man emerged from not far away, this time unobstructed by trees. His form was fully revealed, clad in golden-threaded attire and adorned with an opulent golden mask. He exuded an imposing presence, his aura unmistakably that of the pinnacle of the fourth transformation. Qian, you know well that none among us excels in the ways of ice and snow. Nor could one wield such an exaggerated range of attack. You profess to wait until your brother reaches the fourth transformation to confront him openly. Yet do not forget from whom your Shirl Gu derives its power. Without my support, would you truly be able to surpass him? The enigmatic man articulated his reasoning with clarity and conviction. Understand, your innate talent is not particularly rare, but what I value is your compassion for mortals. Only such individuals are worthy of joining us in forging a world of equality for all, although we are not yet immortals. There will come a time when this moment arrives. He locked eyes with Ming Qian, who had evidently regained his composure. But who is the true murderer? I can conceive of no one aside from you who would desire his demise. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man appeared to relax. This is simple. Have you forgotten? We have the illustrious Iron family detective among us, making the task of finding someone rather effortless. However, according to our customs, your brother is dead, and you indeed ought to join us now. The mysterious man extended his hand in invitation. Ming Qian, with a resigned sigh, donned the mask he had long prepared, a pure jade mask intricately carved with green bamboo. From this moment forth, Ming Qian would be deemed a dead man, and in his stead, you would emerge. The enigmatic man proclaimed, as 3 white chess pieces materialized in his hand. Let us introduce ourselves. He cast the white pieces into the air, and in an instant, they transformed into figures of human stature. Change. As the lethal move was invoked, 3 silhouettes emerged, the foremost of which was a statuesque beauty, donning an iron mask, radiating an aura of the high tier of the 4th transformation. The second individual donned a wooden mask, intricately carved with the visage of a beast. He possessed a robust physique and a mane of crimson hair, yet astonishingly, he exuded the essence of an ordinary mortal, truly a man of flesh and blood, while wielding a knife imbued with an enigmatic aura. The third figure, adorned with an obsidian mask resembling a ghostly visage, was of shorter stature, rendering it impossible to discern gender, yet emanated the formidable energy of a pinnacle practitioner. My code name is Jean. You are already aware of this, while they are known as Tai, Shou, and Gue. Welcome to the organization known as Yuan Shao. So, your organization is called Yuan Shao, dedicated to peace and equality? Never mind, I have no desire to ponder such trivialities. However, what is the story with this child? Ming Qian inquired with a puzzled glance at the individual codenamed Gue. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged forth, striking toward Ming Qian with remarkable speed, accompanied by an indignant, childlike voice exclaiming, "What did you say? Who is a child? Ah, my apologies. I neglected to mention that Gue despises being mocked for her height. And you just called her a child," Jean remarked somewhat belatedly. The others displayed expressions of indifference, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Is this person truly just at the 3rd transformation? Ming Qian mused internally while managing the situation. The two remained locked in a standoff for an extended period. Chapter 6. The savage legacy. In the heart of Central Continent stood the Black Heaven Temple, where a middle-aged man exuded the aura of an 8th-stage grandmaster, none other than the revered supreme elder of the temple, a figure renowned across the land. Yet at this very moment, he knelt upon the ground, head bowed before another. Former supreme elder, I have failed in my duty. Your granddaughter. She slipped away. Trembling, he prostrated himself before Jing Pei, the current overseer of the Heavenly Court's celestial tower. Yet Jing Pei's expression remained unreadable, as though this outcome had long been foreseen. The sect leader has already been punished. This matter was never your fault to bear. Despite the Supreme Elder's frantic explanations, Jing Pei showed no trace of reproach. Instead, he placed a hand upon the elder's shoulder, a flash of lightning, and in the next instant, they stood upon the river of time, or more precisely, within a pavilion that floated upon its currents, the pavilion of present and past. Observe, Jing Pei murmured. What do you see of the river's future? How peculiar. Why does the first half of the river surge with such turbulence, while the latter lies still as death? A wry smile touched Jing Pei's lips as he delivered a chilling revelation. Because a great calamity approaches. Within 80 years, a single figure shall bathe the world in blood. Countless lives will be extinguished, hence the river's fury in the beginning. And afterward? When none remain to slaughter, stillness is all that remains. The Supreme Elder's composure shattered. To slaughter so freely, this must be the work of a venerable. But what has this to do with your granddaughter? My granddaughter is his guardian. Consider this. How could an entire sect fail to contain a mere 3rd-stage girl? Because fate itself has ordained it. Jing Pei's voice was calm as still waters. Yet the Supreme Elder glimpsed a darker truth. If the guardian perishes, the venerable may never ascend. Yet you cannot strike her down yourself. So you deliberately let her wander, hoping she might perish. But you know, if she truly is the guardian, even abandoned, the workings of fate will shield her until her duty is fulfilled. Not so. Jingpei shook his head. Ever since Scarlet Lotus wounded the Fate Gu, destiny has unraveled. 200 millennia ago, the late giant sun, Immortal Venerable, was fated to pioneer not the path of fortune, but the path of blood. Yet it was Bloodsea ancestor who birthed that path because Giant Sun defied his ordained fate. Thus, the Fate Gu summoned Bloodsea to fulfill what was meant to be. And the moment he succeeded, heaven itself turned against him, leaving him with but a breath of life. So the new Venerable soon to emerge is the same? Indeed. Unlike others, he aims to establish a genre predetermined by fate. This statement deepens the contemporary Grand Elder's confusion. If that is the case, should there not be any extraordinary circumstances? So what exactly do you wish to convey? Nevertheless, he intends to create two additional genres. One is inconsequential, merely providing humanity with an alternative means of cultivation. However, the other genre is intolerable to the universe, and this intolerance surpasses the heavens' acceptance of any defiance against destiny. Yet fate necessitates the establishment of the first genre. Thus, this future Venerable One possesses both a protector and a destroyer. Consequently, my granddaughter is no longer the protector but has become the destroyer, while his protector is someone else. Upon finishing his words, he locked eyes with the contemporary Grand Elder with unwavering determination. If my granddaughter were the protector, I would not hesitate to eliminate her for the greater cause of humanity in the heavenly court. The sacrifice of my granddaughter is utterly trivial. Hence, your previous remarks about compassion are a gross underestimation of me as the master of the celestial watchtower. He paused and continued, stating that she left home for the southern wilderness, which is all orchestrated by fate. The future Venerable One is likely to emerge from the southern wilderness. However, we cannot directly eliminate him. Prematurely killing a Venerable One would greatly complicate the restoration of Fate's puppetry. Moreover, we have already sacrificed many wise Gu immortals to devise strategies against the formidable methods of the Great Sun. At present, we require recuperation before nurturing a new cohort. The remaining wise Gu immortals must enter a slumber in the immortal tomb to counter the will of the heavens and prevent the complete assimilation of the celestial will with the starry intentions. Those with 6 or 7 transformations lack the capacity to ascertain the identity of a future Venerable One. Thus, we cannot directly identify who he is. All we can do is observe every move in the southern wilderness. The contemporary Grand Elder was evidently moved by Jingpei's loyalty to the heavenly court. Yet there remained a significant matter to consult him about. What about the northern plains? It turns out that 20,000 years ago, when the great sun Immortal passed away, he bequeathed the wild legacy he had discovered in the northern plains as a public inheritance, granting each of his sons and daughters an opportunity for inheritance, contingent upon their charisma. Hence, he encouraged each of them to attempt the inheritance. However, this legacy inexplicably closed, leading many of the great sun's offspring to choose slumber, not merely to obtain the inheritance, but also to facilitate support for the eternal life heaven, much like the immortal tomb of the heavenly court. Yet, the method of this slumber remains unknown. Just months ago, the inheritance suddenly reopened, awakening many of the great sun's descendants. But with such a multitude of offspring, queues formed daily at the inheritance portal. However, this news is known solely to the heavenly court. Rest assured, I have dispatched individuals carrying the attitude Gu and bloodline Gu. This inheritance is imperative for our heavenly court. Now let us return. In a flash of lightning, the two returned to the Black Sky Monastery. Northern Plains, eternal life heaven. Why is it that I shine the brightest beneath the heavens? If handsomeness were the criterion for success, surely I would be the one to triumph. For I am indeed resplendent. The radiant emperor gazed despondently at the slip of paper bearing the number 80,000 that he had drawn. Icebound Chuan could only offer words of consolation, saying, "Your fortune has always been exceptional, Your Highness. According to the theories of the Great Yang, being beset by the heavenly thieves and the immortal worms may well be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps your royal siblings will falter for you." He glanced at the radiant emperor's bald head, and the flattery he had intended to utter faltered on his lips. He was not one to engage in sycophancy. Yet the emperor's formidable prowess and his confidence in his own appearance evoked the image of the great young immortal, inspiring him to wholeheartedly support this first prince. As for the second prince, whose terrifying and monstrous capabilities rendered his assistance unnecessary. Meanwhile, Tang Shan was steeped in despair. As a mere 6 transformation minor Gu immortal dispatched by the celestial court to vie for the inheritance, he had obtained 2 immortal worms, one for attitude and the other for lineage. However, upon traversing the boundary of the 5 domains, he was ambushed by savage beasts. Upon arrival, he found himself facing the daunting task of filling the vacancies on the list of candidates for the progeny of the Great Yang, which bore only a few missing royal daughters. Some of these princesses, aware of their beauty rather than handsomeness, chose to forego the lottery. Thus he was compelled to disguise himself as a woman. After drawing lots, he discovered, to his dismay, that he was the very last, with over 200,000 individuals preceding him. What atrocious luck! He let out a lamenting wail in a falsetto voice, the false bosoms on his chest swaying in tandem. Yet this did little to diminish the throng ahead of him. At the entrance to the inheritance, princes and princesses entered with eager anticipation, only to emerge in disappointment. The cycle repeating itself. It seemed that a considerable amount of time would elapse before anyone could genuinely attain the inheritance. At this moment, the denizens of the celestial court were unaware that the Blood Sea ancestor was, in fact, an avatar of the great young immortal. Thus the premise remains intact. Chapter 7. The Stone of Fate for Freedom. The deaths of the 2 esteemed elders are undeniably perplexing. In the council chamber, Ming Yan, alongside other elders, is engaged in a tense dissection of the circumstances surrounding their demise. Were they both practitioners of the ice and snow path? I cannot recall our clan ever provoking individuals devoted to such a discipline. Could it be that they brought this calamity upon themselves? Despite their youth, these 2 have always exercised caution, never seeking to provoke the strong. Yet now a doubt arises. The elder from the medicine hall, after a moment of deliberation, continued to elucidate. The intensity of the assaults they endured was starkly disparate. Ao faced an attack of at least the 5th tier, while Qian encountered merely a 3rd tier. Such a marked difference in treatment raises the question, has their power truly waned? Now is not the time for such discussions, interjected an elder. We remain uncertain whether this rogue, skilled in the ice and snow path, is targeting our clan or merely these 2 brothers. We must implement protective measures to ensure the safety of our village, especially since even the elders are not their match. Ming Liao, with a rational demeanor, analyzed the situation. His ability to engage in calm discourse with the elder from the medicine hall stemmed from his lack of affection for his wife. Perhaps there had once been love, but for reasons unknown, it had long since vanished. Thus, her death represented merely a failure of circumstance, compelling him to contribute to the clan to mitigate the consequences and enhance his own chances of inheriting the chieftaincy. The other elders glanced at Ming Liao, their gazes occasionally evasive, for his wife could be considered a casualty of their collective actions. Nonetheless, one elder inquired, "Young master, how shall you faring?" "Rest assured," Ming Liao replied. "I have stationed elite guardians at the pinnacle of 2nd tier, along with several 3rd tier external elders at the entrance. Should that rogue appear, I can swiftly respond through the channeling techniques. Even if he is 5th tier, he would find no escape upon encountering me." The elder's concern was truly for Ming Yu's mental state, yet Ming Liao seemed indifferent, misinterpreting the inquiry as one of safety. "Ah, that is good to hear. Alas, some trials are inevitable. Let a day or 2 pass. I trust my grandson will emerge resilient from this ordeal," the grandfather responded, sensing the concern embedded in the head elder's words. "After all, he is my son. It is only fitting. I have conveyed the news of the elder's demise to him." Ming Liao regarded this as natural, believing his son should possess the fortitude to withstand any adversity, much like himself. "Ming Liao, how have I instructed you? This is not the time to add insult to injury. Father, your grandson is not as fragile as you think." The argument persisted. An ongoing discord that had begun long ago seemingly ignited when Ming Liao first broke through to the 5th tier. Their conflicts, initially centered on differing views of the clan, evolved into disputes over the education of Ming Yu following his birth, spiraling into an unending cycle. In the confines of his chamber, Ming Yu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. "Mother." In the realm of dreams, Ming Yu tightly embraced his mother, who lovingly caressed his head. Yet, in that moment, the young boy became acutely aware that this was merely a dream. It was not due to a restless sleep, but rather a haunting recollection of the night several days prior when he lost his mother forever. This anguish was profoundly searing, rendering him averse to ever experiencing such warmth again. "If this is a dream, I should awaken." The boy's consciousness abruptly struggled to break free, and he endeavored to rouse himself from slumber. He succeeded, yet he found himself questioning whether he still lingered in the realm of dreams, for the sensation of warmth in his embrace had not dissipated. Was it merely an illusion brought on by youthful indulgence in drink? He murmured to himself, Not at all, a beguiling and familiar feminine voice echoed in his mind, a reminder of the enchanting woman he encountered at the tavern in King Jiazhai just days ago, with her mesmerizing azure eyes. This time, however, he did not linger in astonishment. He swiftly rose from her embrace, drawing the sword casually placed beside his bed, aiming it menacingly at her. How are you still alive? You were with Uncle Ao, who met his demise. As a mere mortal, your survival is inconceivable. No. Your presence here indicates that you've evaded those at the door, perhaps even eliminated them. You cannot be an ordinary mortal. Possibly even a Gu immortal akin to those of the Xiong family? Mingyu inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Uncle Ao had been a formidable figure in his eyes. Yet if he were the sole target, even a fourth-stage practitioner could have accomplished the task. However, the throng at the door was numerous. Even if they were fifth stage, they could not be easily bested, nor could they allow her to enter his room and lie beside him. Simultaneously, he was astonished that since his mother's passing, his thoughts had grown remarkably clearer, although he remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. You are quite astute. Indeed, you should provide me with some entertainment, the woman replied, clearly amused by his reaction, showing no concern for the sword pointed at her neck. Instead, she taunted, since you are so clever to recognize my celestial nature, why do you still wield that sword against me? It poses a threat to you, not to me. Upon hearing this, Mingyu remained undeterred. My grandfather has stated that I am the future pillar of our family. I can only die in battle, never bow in submission to our enemies. Huh, how delightful. The woman laughed heartily, nearly brought to tears by her amusement. Suddenly, she raised her hand, gripping the sword's edge and drawing it toward her heart. Strangely, no blood flowed from her hand, yet it startled Mingyu nonetheless. How riveting, truly fascinating. Very well. I offer you a chance. I will not defend myself. If you kill me, you will be the first mortal to slay an immortal in this world. This time, however, the sword fell to the ground. I cannot do it. My grandfather has taught me that I must become the glory of the righteous path and can never indulge in such bloodlust. Your grandfather is indeed rather dull, however. Dear child, it appears your inner thoughts may not align with that sentiment. In truth, you harbor a desire for violence, do you not? Just a few nights ago, the intensity of your gaze still lingers in my memory. Her sultry eyes seemed to beckon him, yet, as if his heart had been pierced. Mingyu felt a surge of frustration. The teachings of etiquette and honor imparted by his grandfather constrained him, compelling him to redirect the conversation. What brings a formidable Gu immortal like you to seek me? And what of the individuals at the entrance? If I am struggling to safeguard myself, why should I concern myself for others? Fear not. I have merely suspended their consciousness regarding me. Their other thoughts remain unaffected. Thus, they overlooked my entrance with ease. Leaning closer to Mingyu, she continued, as for the reason I sought you in that fleeting moment, countless possibilities flooded Mingyu's mind. From her desire for vengeance against the Ming family to the notion of kidnapping him for extortion, even considering that she might be enamored by his beauty. After all, there are times he cannot resist admiring his own reflection. However, the subsequent revelation was beyond his wildest imagination. I possess no essence stones. The woman stated with a nonchalant tone, as if it were an utterly mundane matter. Upon hearing this, Mingyu stood frozen in disbelief. It was utterly abnormal for a Gu immortal to lack essence stones, be it the Baowang Heaven or other Gu immortals from the southern wilderness. None wished to engage in trade with me, particularly the Baowang Heaven, where they resorted to means of isolation, ensuring I remained unable to transact. My four closest friends are all preoccupied, and you mortals, failing to recognize the true essence stones, deem them counterfeit. How utterly ignorant. The woman expressed her indignation, seemingly unconcerned whether Mingyu comprehended her words. Nevertheless, Mingyu grasped a crucial piece of information. This immortal may possess wealth, yet she was isolated, likely due to poor relationships, hence her lack of essence stones. So, you wish to acquire some from me? Must you resort to my bed for such a request? Surely, you do not intend to barter your body for essence stones. I am but a child. Furthermore, my grandfather has stated that many mortals resort to such measures when desperate. You are, after all, an immortal. Could you not possess a modicum of dignity? Upon hearing this, the woman revealed a knowing smile. I noticed your generous invitation for drinks a few nights ago, which suggested you were quite affluent. Thus, I thought to pilfer a little from your household. Last night, as I approached your bedside in search of a coin pouch, you grasped my hand and murmured, "Mother, do not leave me." It was then I decided to show mercy and allowed you to hold me through the night. Ah, so that is the case. Thank you. Alas, I have grown so fragile. My grandfather would surely be disappointed to learn of this. Sensing Mingyu's despondence, the woman chuckled softly. Very well, little one. How about this? You provide me with 10 essence stones, and I shall take you out for some enjoyment. What say you? However, Mingyu found himself in a state of hesitation. Just a few days prior, he had ventured beyond the confines of his family's territory for the first time, indulging in the forbidden wine that his grandfather had expressly prohibited. The sensation of freedom enveloped him in a manner that felt both comforting and surreal. It marked his inaugural transgression against the rules, albeit prompted by the upheavals of life. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he could not shake the conviction that such behavior was unacceptable. His grandfather would undoubtedly disapprove. Stop hesitating. No one will discover us. I shall create a doppelganger here that resembles you perfectly, one that your family will not see through. Rest assured, she declared, extending her hand to conjure a replica of him in the same spot before reaching out to Mingyu. I promise you, just a few nights ago, he had tasted freedom for the first time, a sensation so exquisite that it ignited within him a longing to experience it again. It was akin to a drowning soul who, having drawn a single breath, yearns desperately to rise once more to the surface for air. No longer hesitating, Mingyu took her hand. The woman smiled knowingly, and in that moment, they transformed into a streak of cold light, soaring towards the vibrant festivities outside. Chapter 8: The Cause and Effect of the Mortal Village. By the way, Auntie, what is your name? Upon uttering these words, Mingyu felt as though he had received a powerful blow to the head. Little one, remember, this is the closest you've ever been to death since your birth. The woman glared at him with a smile that did not reach her eyes. I am called by Ruoxue, and do remember to address me as sister. Mingyu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking it absurd that someone who appeared even older than his grandfather would demand to be called sister. Yet, due to the significant disparity in their powers, he dared not voice his thoughts. All right, bye, sister. Bai Ruoxue's face instantly brightened, transforming before the youth's eyes into a scene of spring. At that moment, she was holding on to Mingyu, who was still soaring through the air. Soon, a bustling mortal marketplace loomed larger in their view. We have arrived, little one. Bai Ruoxue released his hand and took a few steps forward before suddenly turning back. By the way, what is your name? The boy, honest and straightforward, replied, Mingyu. That name isn't particularly melodious. Had I known earlier? Earlier? Were we acquainted before? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue coughed nervously, knowing full well they were not. Yet inwardly, she mused that had she known, she would have bestowed upon him a more charming name with her celestial status, though she believed he could still hear it. Thus, the two arrived at the outer fringes of the mortal marketplace, which was expansive. At the entrance, several second-tier Gu masters were inspecting the belongings of those entering the crowd. Mingyu was aware that revealing his identity would complicate matters, so he cast a pleading glance at Bai Ruoxue. With a snap of her fingers, she signaled that he could proceed. Mingyu strode confidently past the guards, who seemingly failed to notice him, continuing to inspect the belongings of others. Bystanders gazed at the young boy and the beautiful woman in shock, then turned their puzzled expressions toward the guards. Upon realizing the guards exhibited no reaction, they concluded that these two were likely significant figures and resumed their cooperation with the inspections. What could 10 yuan stones accomplish? Having been pampered since childhood, Mingyu did not grasp the concept of yuan stones, but Bai Ruoxue clearly understood their value. She tossed the yuan stone in her hand, as if it were a mere trinket. Humph, for mortals, this is quite a substantial sum, and even for low-tier Gu masters, it holds significance. Watch my skills. She led Mingyu through several shops, and before long, a yuan stone was reduced to fragments, gradually spent away, resulting in a heap of snacks wrapped in grease paper appearing in their hands. Mingyu began to indulge enthusiastically, though the flavor left much to be desired. Why is it so greasy? Grilled skewers are the best, don't you know that? Bai Ruoxue replied with a hint of incredulity. What would you prefer to eat? Mingyu pondered seriously and provided an exceedingly ordinary answer, something sweet. Upon hearing this response, Bai Ruoxue swiftly summoned her insect companions to explore a radius of 100 miles, quickly pinpointing a dessert shop specializing in sweet soups. It appeared to be operated by a Gu master, as she discovered the sweet soups were crafted from Gu insects. I've located a dessert shop, follow me. The entire process seemed utterly baffling to Mingyu, who suddenly found himself at the entrance of a dessert shop. However, considering her celestial nature, it seemed only fitting. The two wove through the bustling crowd, surrounded by shops teeming with patrons. People sat together enjoying meals, engaging in conversation. Women perused clothing, and children frolicked in playful abandon. Though it was merely an ordinary scene, it captivated Mingyu profoundly. His steps slowed as he endeavored to absorb every detail, inhaling the faint aroma of smoke and tea, listening to distant melodies and the chatter around him. A sense of intoxication washed over him, reminiscent of feelings he had experienced days prior. Unexpectedly, a hint of nostalgia flickered in by Roshue's eyes, a moment that did not escape Mingyu's notice, leaving him perplexed. How curious, he mused. Are you not the one who delights in recounting thrilling tales? Why then, does something so mundane pique your interest? Shouldn't a lofty celestial being like you be above such earthly matters? Roshue abruptly averted her gaze, clearing her throat. Who said I am interested in such things? I am merely curious. Feeling uncomfortable after being called out by a young boy, she contemplated a retort and recalled the events of the previous night. You are the odd one here, yearning for your mother after a mere slumber. What, did she pass away? Upon hearing this, Mingyu fell silent, and Roshue quickly grasped the implications. She recalled the urgency of a few nights prior, questioning why a child would drink wine. Now, the reason was clear. Mingyu, wishing to alleviate the awkwardness, pondered a response for quite some time before managing a simple mm. The two continued their journey in silence, with passers-by occasionally casting glances their way, for both were strikingly beautiful, yet bore the aura of mere mortals. Some gazes held a hint of mischief, but the throngs of people discouraged any overt actions, resulting in mere stares. At long last, they arrived. After navigating several twists and turns, they found the dessert shop. Despite its simple designation, the establishment was extravagantly decorated, prominently displaying the character for commerce. A throng of people gathered at the entrance, many emanating the aura of Gu masters, forming a lengthy queue. The two naturally joined the end of the line, and soon found themselves in a daze, as the wait grew somewhat tedious. Suddenly, a hand landed on their shoulders. Turning around, they encountered a middle-aged man who leered at them with ill intent, exuding the aura of a third-tier adept. Oh, a stunning beauty and a charming young one. What a delightful sight. However, the sweet soups here are crafted from Gu insects. Consuming them can elevate one to a state of bliss, but can you two mere mortals afford such a luxury? Perhaps I should treat you to a taste. His gaze was fervent, as if he was determined to have his way. However, the young man produced 9 pieces of elemental stones, waving them before him, which undoubtedly struck a blow to his pride. The man's displeasure was palpable. He thought to himself, how dare someone so remarkably attractive venture out alone with such a wealth of elemental stones? Clearly, they are oblivious to the dangers of possessing such treasures. Today, I shall impart some vital lessons on the ways of the world. He displayed a menacing expression and scoffed. These two insolent wretches dare to refuse the invitation of a third-tier Gu master. They are utterly ignorant, and it would be wise for them to surrender their elemental stones to avoid any unpleasantness. His gaze shifted to Roshue, and he added, as for this child, I shall let it pass, but you must accompany me. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return after my business is concluded. Such remarks were undeniably improper. Yet the onlookers seemed oblivious, continuing to stand in line with a quiet demeanor. After all, most of them were merely first or second-tier practitioners in this world that valued strength above all. Besides, these mere mortals were as expendable as weeds. Losing a few was of little consequence, let alone parting with some possessions. This outcome could be considered a form of mercy towards them. Mingyu recognized the celestial being's prowess beside him, but still felt a twinge of anxiety. While Roshue struggled to suppress her urge to laugh uncontrollably and prepared to take action. Someone like you, a scoundrel, is hardly worth lamenting over. In an instant, a black chess piece flew at remarkable speed, striking the third-tier Gu master and sending him sprawling to the ground, where he rolled several times, emerging covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. Yet, with his extensive combat experience, he quickly regained his footing and turned to confront his assailant. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the identity of the newcomer rendered him speechless. You are the patriarch of the Shang family. Shang Hao, what brings you here? The man who had intervened was clad in a luxurious golden thread robe, exuding both elegance and authority. This is my establishment, and I occasionally come to oversee matters. Do you have any objections? If not, you have 3 seconds to vacate my sight, or I will show no mercy. Before he could finish his sentence, the offending individual had already fled. Shang Hao's appearance stirred a commotion among the crowd, eliciting enthusiastic squeals from enamored women and animated discussions among other Gu masters. He was the youngest patriarch in the history of the Shang family. specializing in the laws of order, and had vanquished a 5th-tier novice with his peak 4th-tier cultivation. Truly, he was strikingly handsome. It was rumored that he had obtained a legacy that allowed Gu masters to manifest traces of the Gu Immortal's path, which enabled him to overpower 5th-tier opponents. Bai Ruoshui narrowed her eyes, fixating on Xiang Hao. He, noticing her gaze, offered a polite smile and had 2 bowls of sweet soup brought forth, personally handing them to Ming and Bai. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Please accept these bowls as my treat, and as further compensation, I offer you this token. While you remain within the territory of my clan, you shall encounter no worries. He produced a token, an orange gold insignia of the Shang family. The two received the token, igniting yet another wave of excitement. But Bai Ruoshui, accompanied by Mingyu, promptly departed without so much as a farewell. Such a lack of courtesy. The patriarch presents them with a token and departs without acknowledgement. Should I retrieve that token? A nearby attendant suggested. No matter. It may simply be a result of a slight fright. Xiang Hao appeared unperturbed by the rudeness of the other party. Meanwhile, upon returning home, it was already evening. Mingyu observed Bai Ruoshui with a vigilant gaze. I am going to take a shower. Do not peek. He dashed into the bathroom, closed the door, and secured it from the inside. Immersed in the warmth of the water, he reflected on the events of the day, finding pleasure in this reminiscence. Time slipped away unnoticed, and only when his skin began to redden did he emerge from the bath. Upon opening the door, he discovered Bai Ruoshui waiting at the threshold. So, you did peek? Hiki, with my abilities, I need not stand at the door to see you completely. I merely wish to take a shower as well. I grew impatient and was about to destroy the door when you finally emerged. Fortunately, you did come out. Otherwise, your bathroom would have been doorless henceforth. With that, she entered the bathroom. But you mustn't peek. Oh, if you wish to see something, I can show you openly. I would rather not. My grandfather says such things cannot be done before adulthood. Mingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Go to sleep. I shall join you shortly. Before long, she emerged, laying a makeshift bed on the floor, which relieved Mingyu. The youth gazed at the woman on the floor and then at the token resting on the bedside, suddenly reminded of her terrifying power. The Gu master from earlier had only been at the 3rd turn and had already been so arrogant. Yet, much of Bai Ruoshui's behavior resembled that of an ordinary person. If you possess such formidable strength, why not simply rob like that earlier individual? Bai Ruoshui turned to him, lying on her side, meeting his gaze with her own, illuminated by the moonlight. Her graceful form captivating enough to make any other man covetous. I am merely a weak 6th-turn Gu Immortal. What if I attracted the Gu Immortals of the Xiong family? Besides, robbing mortals is far too dull. I would never stoop to such a tedious endeavor. It diminishes my stature, Bai Ruoshui replied casually, weaving a lie about her cultivation. Mingyu was not inclined to let her off the hook and pressed on. But you did steal my belongings before? Bai Ruoshui grew flustered. That was for the sake of cultivating a certain path. She uttered a lie, yet Mingyu inquired earnestly what path? The path of thievery. Once again, silence enveloped them, gradually lulling them into slumber. In the heavenly court, at the Pavilion of Regrets, 2 humanoid wills were engaged in a game of chess, a man and a woman. The woman was dignified and beautiful, her eyes sparkling like stars. She was the celestial star sovereign. The man, with an expression as cold as ice, was the infinite demon sovereign. The celestial star will calmly observe the infinite will, who was at that moment making a move. Your disciple has already encountered the future sovereign. Your haste is uncharacteristic of you, the celestial star will inquired. The boundless will remained unresponsive as the two continued their game of chess. Their movements swift and seemingly devoid of contemplation, as if they were playing instinctively. The chessboard stretched infinitely, an eternal game that would never reach completion. Chapter 9. The Irrevocable Choice, Am I Dreaming Again? Mingyu sensed the surreal nature of this dream. Though enveloped in a void, the experience felt strikingly vivid. Time seemed to lose its meaning, yet it appeared to encompass the past, present, and future. In an instant, 3 figures materialized before him. One was clad in red, adorned with an imprint of a crimson lotus on his brow, resembling a youthful boy. The second, a maiden of noble bearing, wore a phoenix crown, while the last figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Mingyu himself, albeit much older, his eyes reflecting an air of numbness and fatigue. The youthful figure spoke first. This is my way of the cosmos and my junior sister's dream technique, enabling you to converse with your past self. Bridging such a vast expanse of time is no trivial feat, so inquire swiftly. In a fleeting moment, Mingyu found himself hovering above a great mountain, the other two figures having vanished, leaving only the older version of himself, peering downward. He was struck with horror at the sight below, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the dreamscape rendered indistinct. Yet he could see half-dead souls reaching out to him in desperate pleas. Suddenly, a flood of both familiar and foreign memories surged into his mind. These memories lacked concrete forms, yet when contemplated deeply, they were as free as the wind and as resplendent as fireworks. Even amidst unending slaughter. Would you still choose this? The older version of himself inquired. Amidst the haze, Mingyu vaguely recalled responding with a sense of determination. Though whether his answer was affirmative or negative eluded him. In another instant, he was back in the original space, where the maiden spoke again. The illustrious soul phantom demon sovereign would relinquish the power of choice to his younger self? Such indecision hardly reflects the person my master described. The older version of himself replied, enough. Since this is my choice, I shall no longer waver. Also, erase this memory of his. Indeed, if your younger self remembered the response, you would not be here to inquire, remarked the boy in red. Suddenly, a colossal door appeared amidst the heavens and earth, exuding an eerie aura before the older version of himself. He turned to Mingyu. It is time to part ways. When we meet again, you will be me. So do not harbor regrets. After all, this is your decision. Mingyu gazed at his older self and noticed that the sense of helplessness had not vanished. Rather, it was subdued by a newfound resolve. Then, to the astonishment of the boy, his older self began to expand, transforming into a monstrous being with 3 heads and 1,000 arms, towering above the earth as the door was pushed open by myriad arms simultaneously. The creature paused for a moment, casting a glance back at the world within, and suddenly proclaimed, with hearts entwined and dreams adrift, the stars align, and the realms converge. The cycle of life and death unfolds, and once again, the specter of slaughter looms. With this proclamation, he strides toward the threshold, each step resonating as if the very fabric of reality trembles beneath him. In the pavilion of regrets, a sense of foreboding envelopes me. If this continues, I fear I may truly succumb, yet I still possess a glimmer of hope. The will of the star constellation muses, meticulously placing pieces and struggling against the boundless void. You no longer possess this opportunity. Relinquish all the results of your eternal calculations to me. The will of the boundless void, in a sudden shift of demeanor, displays an exhilaration previously absent, shedding its cold facade. This piece was set in motion 2 millennia ago, yet it aligns with my current stratagem. This game is yours to lose. He raises a piece, poised to make his move, causing the star constellation's countenance to pale, fixated on the board. Damn it. The fate remains unbroken, and the original realm is still incomplete. Should I hasten the convergence of the 3 phases to resurrect my true form? The star constellation hesitates. But suddenly, the direction of the piece in the boundless void's grasp pivots sharply, soaring toward the southern frontiers. How dare you act under my very nose, showing such disregard for me, future sovereigns? The star constellation exhales, though tension soon ensues. Future sovereigns? How can he perceive this? Has he devised some countermeasure? Why are these tactics so significant that they compel the boundless void to abandon its existing eternal gains? Yet, for the moment, such concerns are secondary. The absence of this piece merely affords her a fleeting respite, transforming her inevitable defeat into a minor disadvantage, as but a fragment of will. Even if she once held the title of sovereign, her current adversary shares that same legacy, leaving her no room to contemplate matters beyond the board. He has awakened. The young master has awakened. Upon opening his eyes, Mingyu is greeted by the eager calls of those around him, their faces alight with joy. A thought strikes him. Has he truly slept for an eternity? Why can he recall nothing? How long have I slumbered? Little one, you have been in repose for a full 3 days. Following the voice, he sees Bai Ruoshui, still bearing that infuriating smile, albeit in a state of disarray. Sprawled upon the ground, unable to move. You are truly fascinating. Even the means of a sovereign can be evoked by you. Being in your presence is an unparalleled adventure. Ha ha ha. She bursts into another raucous fit of laughter, while those nearby seem oblivious to her antics, evidently due to her own interventions. Fortunately, I had preemptively frozen many lethal techniques. Otherwise, this disgraceful state of mind would likely be exposed to the mortals. No, they must have already witnessed it. Yet their minds remain shrouded in the frozen images I have cast. Bai Ruoshui's heart races at the thought of her disgrace being discovered by mortals. How would her 4 old friends react to such an embarrassing revelation? Nonetheless, it is paramount to note that the earlier actions emanated from a sovereign. Imbued with potent traces of the law, it is likely the fabled boundless demon sovereign. Interestingly, this connection ties back to her own narrative. Unable to move, she could only reflect on the strike she had just intercepted. The primary effect was sealing, which the little one, in his current frail state, certainly did not require. It must have been something newly acquired by him, likely connected to his slumber. As she lifted her gaze, she indeed spotted a ghastly visage emanating the aura of a 9-turn killing move appearing on the boy's face. How intriguing. Chapter 10. The 100 Souls by Roche gazed intently at the ghostly visage before her, an unusual flush blooming on her alabaster cheeks, rendering her strikingly beautiful. However, her immobile position rendered Mingyu unable to appreciate the sight, instead filling him with an unsettling sensation. What is wrong with you? Why must you lie on the ground to speak with me? Bairuoshue did not respond to his inquiry, but instead demanded, "Little one, come here quickly." Mingyu felt a twinge of wariness at her words, yet somehow, a part of him was inclined to trust her. Thus, he lifted the covers, preparing to approach her. Just then, a group of individuals entered the room, none other than Mingyu's grandfather, father, and several elders from the family. Notably, the elder from the Yaodang had also arrived. Yet Ming Liao felt no anger towards this. He understood that his wife's demise, though instigated by him, could not have occurred without the tacit approval or perhaps the covert support of other factions within the family. He realized that he was merely a pawn in this game. As long as he was a piece on the board, he retained his value. Furthermore, in his youth, he had indeed loved his wife. But for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his ascension to the 5th transformation, his yearning for power began to eclipse his affection for her, ultimately reducing her to a mere tool. With her loss, he believed it prudent to focus on consolidating power rather than wallowing in sorrow. "Xiaoyu, are you trying to scare my sister to death? I almost thought I would be a widow at a young age." Ming Qiuyan navigated through the crowd to Ming Yu's side, embracing him tightly. Bairuoshue observed this scene with a hint of displeasure, while secretly relieved that she had preemptively frozen many lethal moves in the celestial realm. Had these mortals witnessed her current state, and those 4 old friends learned of it, they would undoubtedly mock her for eternity. No. It seemed these mortals had already glimpsed her appearance, but the images were merely frozen in their minds. How infuriating. With so many people present, her moves were nearly depleted. Why wouldn't these mortals leave? Let go. Mingyu gently patted Ming Qiuyan's back, which she misinterpreted as a gesture of comfort, causing her to hold him even tighter. "How can I be at ease? Let go. I'm almost out of breath." Ming Qiuyan's face immediately flushed crimson, and she awkwardly retreated behind her father. This exchange did not escape Ming Yan's notice. Family interests were undoubtedly paramount, necessitating alliances. Yet if the intended partner were someone his grandson cherished, as a grandfather, he felt a sense of solace. However, more pressing matters demanded attention. "Enough. You all may leave now. Allow my dear grandson some rest. I have a few words to share with him. Later, Xiao Wang. Take him to the Yaodang for a checkup." Xiao Wang, Ming Liao's personal attendant, was now being summoned by Ming Yan, indicating a deliberate dispersal of Ming Liao's authority at this moment. Furthermore, that statement underscored Ming Yan's profound trust in the Yaodang. "Understood. I shall dispatch someone immediately to ensure the young master's well-being is safeguarded." The elder of the apothecary, recognizing the clan leader's trust in him, cherished the responsibility deeply and promptly led his men toward the medicinal hall. The others withdrew as well, though a trace of resentment flickered in Ming Liao's eyes as he departed. Only Mingyu, Ming Yan, and Bairuoshue remained in the chamber, though Bairuoshue, of course, was beyond coherent thought at the moment. "My dear grandson," the elder began, his voice measured yet probing. "Would you enlighten me as to what has transpired these past few days?" In truth, Bairuoshue's crafted doppelganger was exquisitely refined in aura, yet the grandfather's intimate familiarity with his grandson allowed him to sense something amiss, though the notion of a duplicate would never cross his mind. At this moment, Mingyu tensed imperceptibly. His grandfather was a man of stern discipline, having instilled in him the virtues of propriety and decorum. Falsehoods were strictly forbidden, but could he truly recount the events of these days? The woman who had abruptly invaded his life, the fleeting taste of freedom in the mortal village, the eerie visions in his dreams. Were these things he could confess? As he hesitated, Ming Yan's gaze abruptly emptied, and he strode away without another word. Bewildered, Mingyu glanced down at Bairuoshue, who lay sprawled on the floor with a mischievous grin, and instantly understood. "You are forbidden from interfering with my clansmen henceforth." he warned, his tone firm. No matter how much you may favor me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate if you defy me. Bai Ruoshui's lips curled in displeasure, her eyes darkening. Must you be so cold? It was I who aided you. Now that they're gone, come here at once. Had this been days prior, Mingyu would have obeyed without question. But now, with Bai Ruoshui immobilized, a flicker of vindictiveness stirred within him. I shan't, he declared, tilting his chin upward, unless you vow henceforth to heed my commands and acknowledge me as your master. As the young master of the clan, Mingyu had been coddled in privilege since childhood, surrounded by attendants who bowed to his will. Though he treated them kindly, he had long accepted his role as their superior. Kindness did not negate hierarchy. Bai Ruoshui's face flushed crimson with indignation. What nonsense is this? You impudent child. I, a revered celestial, a 6th rank immortal, bow to you? Come here this instant. Mingyu remained unmoved, but the stalemate demanded resolution. A cunning idea struck him. Brother Wang, he called toward the door. Are you there? At your service, young master. What do you require? Fetch me some skewers. The guard hesitated. Young master, you've only just awakened. Greasy fare may not suit you. Yet as he spoke, his gaze fell upon his ethereally beautiful young master, his violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his expression pitiable beyond words. Bai Ruoshui rolled her eyes at the display, while the guard found himself utterly defenseless. Very well, he relented. I shall procure them at once. Moments later, skewers materialized in Mingyu's hands, and he began savoring them with relish. Bai Ruoshui had been immobilized for 3 days and nights, even with her immortal physique. She was now faint with hunger, let alone facing such delectable fare. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Little one, hand me a few skewers, she demanded. Submit to me as your master. Impossible. I shall never obey you. Yet, scarcely half an hour later, master, might this humble sister trouble you for a skewer or two? Bai Ruoshui's cheeks burned crimson as she buried her face against the ground. Mingyu, witnessing this scene, allowed a triumphant smirk to grace his lips before stepping closer. Skewers in hand. Just then, an abrupt anomaly erupted. The aura of the 9 revolutions killing technique manifested out of thin air, saturating the entire chamber. A ghastly violet visage materialized. Its features twisted in malevolence, and with a snarl, it lunged at Bai Ruoshui before vanishing. Mingyu felt an ecstatic surge from the depths of his soul, nearly causing him to collapse. Just as I suspected, a gluttony-killing technique, Bai Ruoshui murmured, unharmed after the specter's disappearance. The restraints upon her had dissolved, or rather, been devoured by that spectral maw. Rising to her feet, she coolly analyzed the situation. But before she could investigate further, a voice echoed from beyond the door. Young master, what's happened? Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the infirmary at once. Wang, the guard, burst in, scooping up the unconscious Mingyu and dashing toward the medical hall. Upon arrival, the attendants, seeing their young master collapsed once more, immediately set to work in frantic examination. Then, one of them gasped in disbelief. This is impossible. It's the 100 Souls essence. Chapter 11. The Battle of the Ancient Daylight. Part 1. The world was awash in light, punctuated by the sporadic presence of vast, celestial realms, scattered like stars throughout this ancient expanse. A colossal ancient beast, the cloud turtle, led a myriad of its kind. Dozens of ancient-level cloud turtles and thousands of lesser cloud beasts on their migration. These creatures thrived in the ancient daylight, drawn to the abundant traces of cloud pathways that provided a nurturing environment, as their destination was a precious substance known as cloud essence, a vital sustenance for them. Among these beasts, each bore a cloud beneath their feet. The more vibrant the hues of the cloud, the greater the abundance of cloud pathways, signifying enhanced strength. Thus, during mating season, the color of the clouds became a crucial criterion for selecting partners. Before long, the ancient beasts identified a mass of cloud essence several hundred miles away. From the ground, it appeared as a large white cloud, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that portions of the cloud had transformed into a myriad of colors, indicating that this essence had reached the 8th transformation. Instantly, the entire herd morphed into billowing clouds, drifting toward the coveted essence. Typically, turtle-shaped beasts were slow movers. However, in their cloud form, they accelerated significantly, appearing as a vibrant surge of color against the sky, so dense that even sunlight struggled to penetrate. Yet, upon closer examination, a small black figure trailed leisurely behind the cloud mass, a solitary figure draped in a cloak designed to shield against the winds of the western desert. At this moment, his aura was restrained, rendering his cultivation level indiscernible. However, to manifest in the ancient daylight, he must be a formidable master at the peak of the 8th transformation. Soon, they arrived at their destination, reverting to their beastly forms, cautiously extending their necks in preparation for the feast ahead. The cloaked figure slowly unveiled himself, revealing the notorious Gu immortal Guhail Young, famed for his mysterious origins from the Eastern Sea and his frequent sojourns in the Western Desert, mastering the art of thievery. He specialized in pilfering celestial materials rather than Gu, as the former could be cultivated again, while the latter came at an exorbitant cost, often leading to deadly feuds. Guhail Young's methods were notably more prudent compared to many opportunistic Gu immortals who sought to ascend rapidly. He adhered to the principles of the ancient thief ancestor, valuing a code of conduct in his thievery. The resources he stole were merely sufficient for him to navigate through calamities, which sometimes led to those he robbed choosing not to retaliate. Surveying the vast expanse of cloud essence, a faint smile graced Guhail Young's lips as he calculated its worth. 8th transformation celestial materials of this quantity could fetch around 30,000 celestial yuan stones. My apologies, little turtle, he mused. It seems you'll have to endure a hunger, perhaps a means to shed some weight. In an instant, a massive hand materialized, imbued with a formidable thieving aura, reaching towards the gathering clouds, causing the entire herd to scatter in disarray. When did I become this powerful? He pondered, astonished that a single strike could incite such panic among them. In the next instant, the question found its answer. The clouds. Just as the colossal hand was about to make contact, swiftly converged to another location. Who could it be? Could it be a rival? How dare they disrupt my affairs? Guhail Young immediately activated his reconnaissance technique, following the direction of the ethereal vapors. He discovered two factions locked in confrontation. To the north stood a mere duo. He instantly recognized one as the eldest son of the esteemed Jiang Xianzuan, the Radiant Emperor, his iconic bald head unmistakable. The other figure, draped in a black robe and adorned with dark mysterious iron armor, possessed waist-length raven hair, a complexion as pale as snow, and an expression of chilling indifference. To the south, there were 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in visage, donned flowing white attire and possessed a delicate, refined demeanor, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, exuding an ethereal quality. Following closely were 2 companions. One had phoenix-like eyes and crimson pupils, with silver hair and clothed in a blood-red ceremonial garb from the southern lands, embellished with numerous silver ornaments, exuding an air of exotic elegance. In stark contrast, the other appeared rather coarse, with a sun-kissed complexion, dressed like an ordinary peasant. Finally, there was a petite girl with short purple hair, adorably small, yet clad in garments far too oversized for her, leaving much to the imagination. From her silhouette, one could speculate that, if the attire were to fit, she would possess quite an alluring figure. These individuals bore remarkable identities, being none other than the renowned Celestial 5. Your Highness, the second prince, do not overstep your bounds. We, the illustrious Celestial 5, are not to be trifled with, especially in this ancient white day, where the dark paths are suppressed. Your brother, a master of the light path, could not best us, let alone you. Prepare to face my move, Infinite Chi Si. The speaker was none other than the leader of the Chi path. In an instant, the ancient white day surged with energy, as countless streams of different Chi coalesced into a colossal white pillar aimed at the first and second princes. The power of this attack was so immense that even its residual force scattered numerous ferocious beasts, filling the land with anguished cries. This technique, centered around the Chi path's innate 8-turn immortal Gu, incorporated 6 other immortal Gu and a vast array of mortal Gu, brilliantly conceived, showcasing the prowess of a grandmaster in the Chi path. Meanwhile, Guhail Young, observing from afar, found himself in dire straits. He had anticipated the opponent's formidable strength, but such an offensive capability clearly reached the legendary quasi-immortal level, far beyond his capacity to handle. Even the residual force could leave him in dire peril. Damn it. I must flee. I refuse to meet my end here. In that fleeting moment, Guhail Young's presence vanished as he made a hasty retreat with remarkable swiftness. However, during the earlier conversation, he had fully ascertained the identities of the 2 groups. Among them, the cold-faced individual was none other than the second son of the revered Jiang Immortal, known as Heishan. This man specialized in the dark arts, existing in stark contrast to the Light Emperor, both belonging to the subimmortal tier. Yet, Rumors in the outside world suggested that he surpassed the Light Emperor in strength, though this remained unverified. It was curious that one of the celestial guardians was absent, but at that moment, he had no time to ponder. He merely hoped to escape. Indeed, the fact that you were able to defeat my elder brother was not merely due to your numbers. Your prowess truly qualifies as subimmortal. However, today, I shall demonstrate to you that even among subimmortals, disparities exist. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from him, coalescing into a tangible black substance. The celestial guardians felt the world around them dim, the pressure coursing through their veins and stimulating every nerve. The celestial battlefield unleashed a deadly move, Nightfall. The darkness enveloped the world, swallowing much of the ancient daylight. Meanwhile, Guo Haoyang marveled at his own speed. When had he become so swift? In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the ancient night, rendering escape unnecessary. Instead, he could survey the battle's unfolding. In this realm, if I declare my reconnaissance skills to be second, who would dare claim the first? The celestial technique, peering into shadows. Guo Haoyang's maneuver was unparalleled in reconnaissance. As he gazed in the original direction, he was met with a scene that astonished him. The massive white energy column, just moments away from striking Heishang, was suddenly absorbed by a colossal, pitch-black vortex. As the white column was consumed, the dark vortex expanded exponentially, exuding a terrifying aura. This display left the celestial guardians in shock, even instilling a sense of life and death pressure. This was incongruous with the traits of the dark arts, which were typically subtle. Yet this technique radiated with overwhelming energy. You shall pay the price for offending my elder brother, Heishang declared coldly, seemingly brimming with confidence. Remember this move, Dark Vortex. Heishang's aura surged once more, the previously dark vortex descending upon the celestial guardians like a cataclysmic disaster. However, rather than fear, the guardians displayed expressions of anticipation. A grand battle was about to unfold under the ancient daylight. Chapter 12. The Battle of the Ancient Daylight, Part 2. After absorbing the boundless Qi, and under the influence of the deadly nightfall on the celestial battlefield, the dark vortex became terrifyingly formidable. The four phases could sense that the surrounding traces of the universe were collapsing. Although this strike was not particularly swift, it possessed an immensely powerful gravitational force, drawing the four phases towards its lethal direction, rendering them momentarily unable to escape. As time elapsed, the pitch-black vortex gradually shrank in size, yet its aura was oppressive and expanding, instilling a profound sense of dread. This prince personally vanquished you, thereby justifying your title of the 5 phases. It seems there is still a white phase remaining, but fret not. Once I inherit the wild inheritance, I shall send him to meet you. The figure in black declared coldly, raising a hand and forcefully grasping it. The aura of the dark vortex reached its zenith, on the brink of detonation. Earth phase. Quickly employ that technique. It will surely provide defense, the Qi phase urged loudly, seeking assistance from the Earth phase, who had already prepared. You need not speak. I have already activated the technique, the Earth phase replied. Celestial killing technique, a mountain beyond a mountain. Instantly, a colossal earthen mountain manifested within the ancient daylight, positioning itself before the 4 phases just as the explosion was about to erupt. The explosion unleashed an overwhelming sense of pressure, a ferocious wave of force that spread rapidly. In an instant, there was neither time before nor space after. Only darkness, an infinite abyss expanding within the void, its power terrifying and nearing the threshold of the 9th transformation. Enough, let us depart, brother. We must hurry to queue up. Otherwise, we shall have to wait over a month once the inheritance closes. The figure in black stated without even glancing at the outcome, turning to leave. Yet, the radiant emperor remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the direction of the explosion. The figure in black seemed to sense something amiss and looked back. As the black smoke dissipated, the 4 phases stood unscathed atop the earthen mountain. The pupils of the figure in black constricted to pinpricks, his icy demeanor wavering, revealing a flicker of astonishment, which gradually morphed into exhilaration. I did not pay much heed earlier. Please repeat the name of that technique, he commanded, pointing at the Earth phase. The Earth phase, undeterred by any perceived insult, responded politely, this technique is called a mountain beyond a mountain. No matter how formidable your attack may be, its defense will always slightly surpass it, though it consumes a greater amount of celestial essence. I must confess, this was inspired by the ancestral transmission. I lack the genius to have created it myself. With a genial smile, the Earth phase spoke amicably, But to the proud figure in black, such politeness seemed to twist into provocation. Ah, so this transforms the battle into a mere comparison of celestial essence reserves, he exclaimed, excitement and fervor radiating from his countenance. This technique is indeed impressive. Yet I too possess a technique, also derived from the ancestral transmission, specifically designed to counter all forms of defense, the celestial killing technique, the arrow in the dark. With that, the figure in black summoned forth a lethal strike centered around the 8 transformation dark arrow, his aura once more becoming dreadfully terrifying, only to suddenly vanish from sight. As the breath of life waned, the 4 phases remained vigilant, each summoning their respective reconnaissance techniques. Yet, an unexpected anomaly occurred in the blink of an eye. 3 of the 4 phases, save for the gluttonous one, found their hearts pierced by a black arrow. When had this transpired? The aura phase exclaimed, the agony piercing through his heart, nearly rendering him unconscious. Nevertheless, he persevered in his struggle, while the others fared no better, each attempting to employ their healing methods. Allow me, spoke the blood phase, his crimson form adorned in an opulent blood-red ceremonial robe. He grasped a ritual dagger and drew it across his own neck. Blood gushed forth, cascading in slender droplets upon the others. This was the celestial technique, blood rain sacrifice. Though the blood phase was a master of blood arts. Wielding the blood sacrifice immortal goo as his core, he possessed 4 seasonal goo insects, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, obtained through forceful means from the Xia family, whom he had vowed to return them to upon his demise. Thus, the Xia family begrudgingly bided their time. His creation of the blood rain series of techniques, centered around the blood sacrifice goo, allowed for a versatile combination with the seasonal goo, each corresponding to different effects, resulting in a remarkably comprehensive combat system. Bathed in blood, the wounds of the 3 phases healed progressively, while the dark arrows gradually diminished in size, though remnants remained. These look quite delectable. I shall not hold back. The gluttonous one mused, eyeing the black arrows with an entranced gaze, her tongue darting out to lick her lips. Instantly, the arrows materialized in her hands as she lifted them above her head with her petite arms, tilting her face upwards to meet them. With a gentle release of her small hands, the arrows fell into her mouth. As she closed her ruby lips, the sound of crunching filled the air. With each morsel swallowed, her form underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from a petite girl into a voluptuous beauty, her purple hair dancing freely in the wind. Observing her attire at that moment, one would notice it fit her perfectly. The dark attire narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift in her essence. Astonished to discover that she now radiated an aura of dark energy. This technique of mine is aptly named, eat what you supplement, she chuckled, her eyes glimmering mischievously as she provocatively regarded the dark attire. Faced with this scene, the dark attire could no longer maintain his composure. As the son of the great young immortal, the notion that women were mere garments had been deeply ingrained in his mind, and now, a woman dared to challenge him. Since the beginning, with every move I make, you respond one by one. It is truly vexing. Why not come at me altogether? Show me all your capabilities. He declared, his gaze frosty, laced with boundless fury. Respect is less effective than obedience, he commanded. Celestial technique, boundless sea of chi. Celestial technique, blood rain sacrifice of summer. Celestial technique, resonance of the earth. Celestial technique, original soup transforms into original food. Among these techniques, some had already attained the level of subimmortal, while others, though merely at the peak of the 8th transformation, possessed cryptic formations that were arduous to unravel. At this very moment, these lethal strikes surged forth like a tempest, converging upon the figure clad in black. Yet, gazing upon these deadly assaults, the figure calmly closed his eyes and uttered a single phrase. Hush, it is over. In the next instant, an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 13. The Battle of the Ancient Daylight. Part 2. To everyone's astonishment, the figure clad in black, unexpectedly accompanied by the Sovereign of Light, appeared behind the 4 aspects. The Celestial Assassination Technique, a covert maneuver. This tactic, centered around the 8 transmutation shadow flow immortal goo, epitomizes the essence of stealth, rendering it exceedingly difficult to defend against. In that fleeting moment, the 4 aspects were caught completely off guard, unaware of any impending threat. However, due to her recent consumption of the shadow flow's trail, the Eater was acutely sensitive to its presence and swiftly reacted. Her assassination technique, the principle of what you consume, you restore, was immediately redirected towards the figure in black. With a cold smirk, The figure in black remarked, "You truly are ignorant, Miss Eater. You wish to defeat me using my own power? How fortunate I was to show you mercy just moments ago." In the instant those words left his lips, chains of darkness ensnared the Eater, ultimately forming a prison around her. She struggled to break free but found herself utterly immobilized. The figure in black exuded an air of arrogance. "This is a prototype of an immortal goo chamber I designed, aptly named the Black Prison. Though incomplete, it is more than sufficient to contain you." As the Eater remained in her assassination state, her enviable form became a source of discomfort as the chains constricted her. To her astonishment, this half-finished immortal goo chamber had already manifested around her. She had simply been oblivious to its presence. When did this happen? How could I have failed to detect even a hint of its presence? Powerless to move, she could only awkwardly voice her bewilderment. The figure in black appeared to relish the opportunity to elucidate her confusion, basking in his own arrogance, and proceeded to explain in detail. "When I unleashed the dark vortex, I initially intended to eradicate you completely. However, I do not kill women, so at the moment of the vortex's explosion, you were afforded its protection. I did not anticipate your survival, hence it remained dormant until now to reveal its true purpose. Do not be too arrogant." The remaining three aspects had already regained their composure, redirecting their assassination techniques with swift precision. "Cease at once, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions." The figure in black threatened, simultaneously tightening the chains of the Black Prison, causing the Eater to whimper in distress. This action left everyone momentarily stunned, especially since he had just claimed not to kill women. As the figures of Mud and Air faced backlash from their interrupted techniques, Blood Aspect, utilizing the mastery of a Grandmaster, executed a revised attack. Blood Rain Ritual of Spring. The blood rain poured down upon the gathered, alleviating the injuries sustained from their forced interruption. "Oh, Your Highness the Second Prince, might you loosen your grip a tad? I can scarcely breathe," the Eater gasped, her form marked by crimson lines where the chains constricted, enhancing her allure. Witnessing this scene, the figure in black's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He immediately released the Black Prison, granting the Eater a moment to breathe, but soon thereafter, she felt her waist ensnared once more. Furthermore, a warm sensation enveloped her ear, and as she gently turned her head, she found herself face to face with the figure in black, whose complexion was as pale as snow, radiating an air of chilling pride. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, instantly nestling into He Shang's embrace, even forgetting to struggle. This scene left everyone present astonished, save for the Radiant Emperor. Observing the crowd's reaction, He Shang let out a bitter chuckle. "Do you know, every one of father's descendants bears their mother's surname? Otherwise, many siblings would share the same name. But the meeting between my mother and the Grand Solar Immortal Venerable was unlike any of his other consorts." With that, He Shang began recounting the tale of his mother and the Grand Solar Immortal Venerable. It happened 260,000 years ago in a pleasure house of Central Continent. A guest was making unreasonable demands. "Where is Lady Yi? Why hasn't she come to see me yet? Young master, please don't make things difficult for this humble servant. Lady Yi is currently entertaining another guest." This response only deepened the guest's displeasure. "Tell me which room she's in." "That truly cannot be done." The waiter was in a dilemma. This guest was a frequent patron of their establishment, someone they couldn't afford to offend. Yet the other guest was an immortal, equally beyond their reproach. "Fine, I'll find her myself. No need to trouble you further. Young master, you jest again." The Weaving Spring Pavilion is vast, over 100 chambers, more than 20 courtyards. There's no way you could locate her. The guest merely smiled mysteriously, leaving behind an utterly baffling remark. "Do you believe in luck?" With that, the guest departed. The waiter stood dumbfounded before scrambling after him. The Weaving Spring Pavilion was indeed enormous. They passed countless rooms, filled with the mingled laughter of courtesans and patrons, the air thick with revelry. Yet soon, the guest halted before a chamber. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. "Young master, please, no more mischief." The waiter moved to stop him, but the sight before him struck him speechless. This was Lady Yi's chamber. Such impossible luck. Before he could recover, the door slammed shut, immovable no matter how he pushed. He understood. This was the power of a goo master, beyond a mortal's interference. But then came an even greater shock. In an instant, he was no longer in the pleasure house, but transported 1,000 miles away. Countless points of light swirled around him, and within moments, he felt a new aperture form within his body. "A token of my gratitude, mortal. You may thank me." The voice resonated through the air, the guest's voice transmitted across vast distances. I've become a Gu master. Thank you, great one. Thank you. The waiter was beside himself with joy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lady E stared in terror at the scene before her. The immortal known as the Nocturnal Gentleman was pinned to the ground, utterly helpless, and by none other than the wastrel she remembered. Such an aura. Impossible. Mortals might not sense it, but an immortal could. You're the Grand Solar Immortal Venerable. You just married the fairy of Ling Yuan Zhai. What are you doing in a place like this? Indeed, the guest is none other than the esteemed Lord of the Giant Sun. The allure of wildflowers surpasses that of cultivated blooms. I still believe the youthful indulgence amidst blossoms is far more delightful. Yet you, truly, have taken me by surprise. Suddenly, the Lord of the Giant Sun unleashed a formidable attack without warning. In the next moment, the appearance of Knight Junzi underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing from a handsome man into an ethereal beauty, pale as snow. Is it the clandestine art of celestial ruse? No wonder you could masquerade as a man. But here, do you too harbor an affection for women? And if so, what of it? Lord of the Giant Sun, do not presume that I am intimidated by you. Before she could finish her words, Knight Junzi's mouth was silenced by an unexpected kiss. The suddenness of it left her momentarily bewildered. So, you have taken a liking to Miss E. Your taste is commendable, yet it is more a matter of our fateful connection. Be my wife. Impossible. Release me at once. In the presence of the blushing Miss E, the two engaged in a night of enchantment. After recounting the experiences of their parents, the figure clad in black embraced the lady once more, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. It is said that not only the father, but even the mother possessed a keen appreciation for beauty, and thus, our lineage is known for its fondness for allure. Marrying fewer than 30 wives is considered relatively devoted. The figure in black tightened his hold on the lady, eliciting a gentle glare from her. Yet he gazed at her with profound affection. However, I have yet to take a wife. I hold no interest in ordinary women. Nor do I care for mere decorative vessels. Your strength, however, is truly remarkable, captivating me deeply, akin to love at first sight. The earlier threats were but a ruse. I have vowed not to harm women, and even should those strikes have been aimed at you, I would have shielded you. Marry me, miss. I swear I shall take no other. In response to such a heartfelt confession, the expression of the lady shifted from shyness to an entirely different sentiment. Chapter 14. Unexplainable restlessness in the Pavilion of Regret. Wu Ji's mind was consumed with a relentless game of chess, yet his demeanor betrayed a hint of agitation. How absurd it is to be thwarted by a mere insect. Nevertheless, there was some merit in the situation. He cast his gaze towards the southern frontier. His eyes filled with a dismissive indifference. At the farthest point of his sight, atop the suspended magnetic mountain, a significant event was unfolding. Following the revelation of 100 souls, Mingyu swiftly ascended as the foremost candidate in the family's cultivation plan for the slave path. A prodigy fervently discussed throughout the clan. Some even speculated that he was destined for the position of clan leader, a notion that, while perhaps premature, was not entirely far-fetched. After all, the essence of the slave path lies in its capacity to command multitudes through a singular endeavor, yet Mingyu himself remained clouded in uncertainty. Surrounding him were countless praises, extolling his extraordinary spirit even before he had awakened. Truly, he is a genius of our lineage. It is no wonder that fate seems to conspire against him, for calamities accompanied his very birth. He is destined to bring glory to our family. Even his father, perpetually engrossed in affairs of state, expressed his approval. Indeed, you are my son. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become an illustrious clan leader. However, Mingyu found these accolades grating, akin to a shackle binding him. Thus, he refrained from addressing the astonishment of those around him, growing increasingly taciturn in their eyes. Longing for solitude, he retreated to his study and immersed himself in historical texts. Engaging with history elicited a peculiar sensation. The events described were those that transpired on the very land he stood upon, yet they felt entirely disconnected from his existence. Time lingered within those pages, preserving much while simultaneously erasing countless others. The narratives were intricate and multifaceted, leaving Mingyu somewhat bewildered, yet reading these accounts did bring him a semblance of tranquility. After a considerable while, the door swung open, and a lively figure burst in. How did you manage it? Little you, how on earth did you achieve this? In the study, Mingyu found himself being shaken by Ming Xiu Yan, who clutched his shoulders. I truly have no idea. That is 100 souls we are discussing. The family took a year to cultivate a mere 50 souls. It turned out that the Ming clan boasted several 5th-tier Gu masters and a handful of 4th-tier Gu masters, categorizing them as a mid-sized family with ample resources to nurture slave path Gu masters, thus giving rise to their cultivation plan. Initially, the Dark Hall engaged in trading souls with the Xiong clan in exchange for stones that could enhance soul strength, often acquiring these souls from powerless mortals. However, being a righteous family, the Ming clan could not overtly engage in such dealings. Hence, they had only managed to cultivate a single 50-soul individual thus far. Yet, Mingyu remained unaware of these intricacies. Is 100 souls truly impressive? Of course, that 50-soul individual has already reached the 2nd tier, and you, without even awakening, have achieved 100 souls. As she spoke, Ming Qiuyan's heart swelled with excitement. Her fiancé possessed such exceptional talent. I knew it. Little Yu is indeed extraordinarily gifted. The praise filled Mingyu with delight, yet the subsequent ordinary remark plunged him into an icy abyss. You are destined to become a wise clan leader. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his body felt weighed down, as if ensnared by invisible chains. He fixated intently on Ming Qian. While a horrifying thought crept into his mind, a surge of irritation overwhelmed him, an urge to extinguish her life. Yet, it felt as though the target of his wrath was not truly her. Nevertheless, this murderous intent seeped through his violet eyes, reaching Ming Qian's gaze. In that fleeting moment, both remained utterly still, the room enveloped in profound silence, until Ming Qian delicately waved her fingers before him. Xiao Yuzi, did I say something wrong? It was then he realized the intensity of his stare directed at her. What has come over me? With such extraordinary talent, I should embrace the responsibility of my family with joy. Why then this vexation, coupled with such absurd thoughts of violence? Mingyu attempted to voice his feelings, yet no sound escaped his lips. Just as he grappled with his turmoil, Ming Qian abruptly departed. Suddenly, he grasped a realization and turned to see Bai Rushi, gazing nonchalantly out the window. The gentle breeze stirred, causing her white hair to flutter slightly, creating a picturesque tableau against the backdrop of the scenery outside. Upon sensing Mingyu's gaze, Bai Rushi softly closed the window, her hair settling down, cascading over her shoulders. Little one, why are you not angry this time? Mingyu offered no response, his eyes cast downward. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate a response. Next time, you need not meddle. Chapter 15, The Battle of the Ancient Daylight. Conclusion. Next time, you need not meddle. Spoke Mingyu in a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible, yet Bai Rushi understood perfectly and refrained from further comment. Mingyu continued to peruse the historical texts, envisioning vivid scenes amidst the monotonous black ink upon the pages, as time slipped away in silence. Bai Rushi stood by the window, quietly observing the youth. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the tranquility. Mingyu followed the noise and discovered a hole had been torn in the window, through which a creature resembling a butterfly flitted beside Bai Rushi. She extended her delicate hand, allowing her fingertips to brush against the insect. In an instant, the butterfly transformed into a wisp of ethereal energy, penetrating her mind. Her expression shifted from calm to astonishment, and then a hint of a wan smile graced her lips, her azure eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. How intriguing! It is simply marvelous that the Radiant Emperor from 200,000 years ago, along with other descendants of the Great Yang, has awakened. In that fleeting moment, Bai Ruoshui's figure magnified in Mingyu's gaze, and she appeared before him in the blink of an eye, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Come with me, little one. It is the perfect opportunity for my friend to examine that ghastly visage of yours. Having been immersed in the annals of history, Mingyu had yet to respond before he found himself outside, suspended above the study. Wait. Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt an overwhelming force, as turbulent winds whisked past him. Indeed, he was being carried aloft by Ruoshui. Little one, I initially intended to place you in the immortal realm, but I thought you might enjoy experiencing the thrill of flight. Trust me, it will be exhilarating. Ah, this is not exhilarating at all. Mingyu clung tightly to Bai Ruoshui as the entire magnetic mountain and its surrounding structures diminished in his sight until they vanished completely. Suddenly, Bai Ruoshui conjured an icy blade in her hand and thrust it skyward. Mingyu, puzzled, noted that there appeared to be nothing there. The icy blade emitted a sharp screech as if something akin to powder began to descend from the heavens. Stung by the sound, Mingyu squinted, his brow furrowing. Have you gained some insight, little one? This is the Tiangangqi Wall. Should one wish to reach the ancient daylight without traversing the path to heaven, They must possess the power to shatter it. However, at that moment, Mingyu could hardly focus on her words, continuously burrowing deeper into her embrace. Noticing this, Bairuashui said no more. She held Mingyu tightly as they transformed into a streak of cold light, soaring through the air like a white comet. Meanwhile, on the other side, the expression of the figure clad in black shifted from shyness to one of scheming intent, and the black-clad individual sensed impending trouble. Instantly, he released his hold, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished, leaving only a shadow behind. Sure enough, in the next instant, an exquisitely sharp icy blade sliced through the space where he had just stood, and the released figure found himself ensnared in another's grasp. Who dares to disrupt this prince's affairs? Having encountered a sudden ambush, the beauty in his embrace was snatched away, and the expression on the face of the man in black instantly reverted to a cold indifference, with a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He followed the trajectory of the icy blade and focused his gaze, yet the sight before him rendered him speechless. He beheld a stunning maiden clad in an elegant blue robe, her flowing white hair dancing in the primordial daylight, and her breathtaking visage was simply beyond comprehension. At that moment, the vast world behind her, with its sun, moon, and stars, seemed to pale in comparison. The man in black silently observed this scene, remaining utterly still. The others present also maintained their silence, while the spirit nestled in by Bairuashui's arms, upon sensing the halt, cautiously peered out. Glancing down, the overwhelming height caused him to recoil in fear. However, this moment did not escape the keen perception of the man in black. With raven black hair, a porcelain complexion, and delicate lavender eyes, he initially believed the beauty before him to be unrivaled. Yet, the white-haired woman surpassed even that, and the beauty she cradled was beyond all measure. Noting the man's unwavering gaze, the beauty scoffed with disdain. "Humph, you claim to have never touched a woman? My essence is unparalleled, and in a sense, I am a supreme master of my craft, unmatched in my perception of sense. Moments ago, I could only discern the fragrance of a woman from the second prince, completely devoid of any male scent. This merely indicates that you, sir, are a scoundrel, frolicking with women daily, masking your own scent beneath theirs." The man in black did not exhibit the anger that might have been expected. Instead, a flicker of resignation passed through his eyes. "Very well. I shall spare you for today. This prince has matters to attend to. By the way, the names of the Celestial Five have always been shrouded in mystery. Since you have lost to me, do enlighten me." "Shuehuachuan, and I Hanjin, Chihai, Chiyu," the four answered in succession. "And you?" The man in black fixed his gaze upon Bairuashui, who merely smiled faintly. "I have not lost to you. Why would I divulge my name?" "Very well." He turned once more to depart, but the Light Emperor remained motionless. "Brother? Ah, it seems the world is filled with so many dazzling individuals." The Light Emperor had been in a stupor. Once he regained his senses, a look of helplessness crossed his features, and he ultimately turned to leave. "You drew which number?" 20,000. "Brother, what troubles you?" "Ah, I am fine." The man in black discerned his brother's discontent and sought to console him. "I possess a lead on a stolen celestial legacy. Given your later draw, perhaps you could explore that before returning?" "Brother, you jest. I am no celestial demon from beyond. It would be futile." The Light Emperor expressed bewilderment, for the man in black should have known that the celestial legacy was unattainable without a celestial demon. He looked at his brother with a hint of skepticism, but the man in black merely smiled faintly. "Excuse me. You there? Wait a moment. Who is so rude?" The man in black turned at the voice, discovering the blue-robed maiden smiling gently at him. "From that moment onward, those individuals have been observing us intently. Therefore, could you possibly reduce the scope of this battlefield maneuver while retaining its essence? I have matters to attend to that I prefer they remain unaware of. Is that feasible?" "Oh, yes, certainly." He initially intended to decline, yet the melodic voice of Bairuashui rendered Heishang momentarily defenseless. A subtle warmth spreading through his nostrils as he caught a whiff of iron, a scent that compelled him to acquiesce. The recent battle in the ancient daylight had stirred considerable commotion. The entire Baowang heaven was abuzz with discussions surrounding the event, and all factions of the five domains were deliberating on the matter. However, from their vantage point, obscured by the battlefield maneuvers, they remained unaware of the true nature of events. Meanwhile, the heavenly court, situated within the ancient daylight, maintained a vigilant watch over the proceedings. Though it was perceptibly noted by the astute Bairuashui, Heishang raised his right hand, spreading his four fingers before abruptly clenching his fist. In an instant, the night shroud contracted to a mere 10-mile radius, ensuring that the heavenly court would not intrude upon this space. Half an hour later, the area would dissipate naturally. That should suffice, for this prince does not wish to squander his celestial essence on you. Thank you. By Ruoshue's voice, akin to a celestial melody, resonated once more, causing Heishang's face to flush as he hastily retreated without a backward glance. Upon reaching a distance, he cast a lingering glance back, imbued with significance. However, the Emperor of Light beside him discerned that his gaze was not directed at the 5 domains, but rather at something far more distant. Yet, he refrained from commenting. And the two transformed into black and white meteors, soaring northward. Let us meet with everyone, little one. Bai Ruoshue released her grip, turning the figure of Mingyu to face the 4 domains. I have never encountered such a beautiful girl. The earth aspect, seldom abandoning his polite demeanor, regarded her seriously. I, too, share that sentiment. The eating aspect's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this the reason for your separate endeavors? The energy aspect, unfazed by Mingyu's appearance, inquired earnestly, while the blood aspect scarcely acknowledged her presence. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. It is merely that this little one and I share a unique affinity. One intricately tied to Huochuan. Spare me your nauseating sentiments. I do not recall seeking any affinity on your behalf. Let us set you aside for now, Yuzu. Come here and behold something extraordinary. The eating aspect approached the two, regarding Bai Ruoshue with curiosity. Suddenly, Bai Ruoshue unleashed her aura entirely. For the 4 domains, whose powers were relatively comparable, the pressure was not overwhelmingly terrifying. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded. A presence of the 9-turn killing technique materialized, engulfing the others in a suffocating sense of oppression. A ghostly visage emerged upon the youth's back, lunging toward Bai Ruoshue, prompting the other 4 domains to act swiftly to protect her. However, the ghostly face halted abruptly. As the others breathed a sigh of relief, the eating aspect remained tense, his pupils dilating in shock. This is utterly impossible. The true legacy of that old wretch has been cultivated solely by me. All others have been devoured by him. Chapter 16. Do not depart amidst her shock. Qi quickly regained her composure, tucking away the wisps of hair that framed her forehead, scrutinizing the situation with meticulous attention. She was certain that this technique stemmed from the same lineage as hers. However, it appeared to have undergone countless refinements over the years, astonishingly advanced, as if it had been sent from the future. Moreover, the practitioner was a boy. This revelation left the crowd in utter astonishment, yet it did not hinder Qi Xiang's diligence in her work. She meticulously examined the immobile ghostly face from every angle, absorbing its essence, and soon, to her astonishment, she discovered that the 9 turns killing move emanated not just one, but multiple auras. This ghostly visage seemed to have devoured another killing technique, resulting in a state of indigestion, an egregious flaw in the esophagus, rendering this technique effectively useless. Qi Xiang shrugged her shoulders, signaling her helplessness. Meanwhile, in the Pavilion of Regrets, Ike pondered whether the battlefield killing technique had finally dissipated, relieved that it had not been unleashed upon the heavenly court. The will of the star constellations lamented the disappearance of the unusually dark skies surrounding them, while the will of Wu Ji interjected with a seemingly irrelevant remark. As I have stated, all laws of the world are traceable, and my pieces are never without purpose. His gaze pierced through the shadows millions of miles away, burning with intensity. In the nocturnal battlefield, the aura of the 9 turns killing move, which should have been consumed and nearly imperceptible, suddenly erupted violently. The ghostly face contorted in discomfort, expelling something. It was a chess piece, somewhat incomplete, which, according to Qi Xiang, was the digested fragment. Before anyone could react, the chess piece erupted in a blinding radiance, rendering Bai Ruoshue immobile once more as she plummeted, followed by others. Am I to perish? Grandfather, forgive me, for I have failed to fulfill my filial duties. Ha ha ha, splendid. Mad woman, cease your laughter. Huochuan, think of a solution. Due to Xue Xiang having refrained from close observation of Mingyu, he remained unaffected. For the moment, a delaying tactic was all that could be summoned. Celestial killing technique, blood rain festival of winter. Another slice across the neck, and crimson blood rained down upon the crowd, drastically slowing their descent. The sealing effect diminished considerably. Thus, come. With a sweeping gesture, Qi Xiang summoned the surrounding air to surge, temporarily forming a platform. As the group landed upon it, the air composition cushioned their fall, sparing them from pain. Saved. Thank you, grandfather. Little one, If I recall correctly, your grandfather still lives? Does he not? Oh yes. Realizing she remained in Bai Ruoshui's embrace, Mingyu sprang away, but, upon glancing down at their altitude, decisively returned to her arms. Bai Ruoshui tenderly stroked Mingyu's back, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes gleaming with joy. Ahem. Qi Xiang could no longer bear the sight and coughed lightly. Bai Ruoshui looked up, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. First, enlighten us about your situation. Both the Light Emperor and the other Sun progeny have awakened. It matters not. What truly concerns us lies here. I have two matters at hand. We too have two, yet now they have become three. Perhaps we speak of the same thing. After uttering these words, the four cardinal beings turned their gaze in unison towards Mingyu, whose heart shivered under their scrutiny. Bai Ruoshui placed a protective hand over Mingyu's eyes, shielding him within her embrace, her own gaze meeting theirs with a hint of defiance, a sight that stunned the onlookers. Rare indeed to see you, a merry soul, so devoted to another. Is it for the lethal technique he possesses? Indeed, indeed. Sister Bai couldn't he possibly fancy him? Could she? Though fair of face, he is but a child still. Bai Ruoshui gazed down at Mingyu, lost in thought. Why not entrust him to me, dear sister? Let me refine him into something useful. No sooner had these words left her lips than a flash of cold light shot towards the speaker. Swiftly shrinking back to her original form, the glutton narrowly evaded the icy blade, her petite frame stumbling awkwardly within her oversized robes. Oh, so quick to discard the old for the new. Sister Bai is truly fickle as the wind at this. Bai Ruoshui gently set Mingyu down. Under his terrified stare, her form underwent a staggering transformation. In the blink of an eye, she towered over them, a colossus of ice-clad might, 3 heads and 6 arms, barefooted, wreathed in frost like celestial silks, treading upon twin clouds of pale blue mist. The assembly stood utterly aghast. Who could have foreseen that Bai Ruoshui, ever the carefree wanderer, would show such unwavering devotion to this mere child? The blood aspect's crimson eyes flickered with displeasure. Enough. I grasp the situation now. This child shares a bond with you, one that, in a way, I bestowed. But Bai Ruoshui, your brother is gone. There's no need to. At the mention of her brother, Bai Ruoshui's heart clenched. The image of a once mighty figure flashed through her mind before she lashed out. And you? Do you not live for the sake of a dead man yourself? What right have you to lecture me? Her words struck a nerve. The blood aspect's expression darkened, his crimson gaze boring into her. His silver hair and ornaments gleaming eerily against his sanguine robes, a specter of wrath. How dare you compare this insignificant whelp to the blood god? As tensions escalated, the earth aspect interceded with practiced diplomacy. In my humble opinion, silence. We've no need for counsel from a has-been tyrant of burial rites. Reduced to a mere farmer by some nameless will of paradise. The three snapped in unison. Very well, very well. I had resolved to mend my ways. But you leave me no choice. Boundless sea of qi. The air aspect unleashed his killing technique, its overwhelming pressure quelling the discord. Bai Ruoshui, too, reverted to her usual form. Indeed, although the 5 individuals are all independent cultivators or practitioners of the demonic path, their combat prowess is undeniably formidable, yet only one. Qi Xiang can truly be regarded as a quasi-immortal sovereign, possessing an impressive accumulation of 400,000 Dao marks and an 8-turn immortal goo. The others merely possess the demeanor of a quasi-immortal sovereign, which is why Qi Xiang naturally assumes a leadership role among the 5. However, the reason for their defeat against the figure clad in black lies in the stark contrast between the resources available to independent cultivators and those of the second most powerful human faction, the Everlasting Heaven, which are simply incomparable. Now that you have finally settled down, allow me a moment to express a few thoughts. Since Bai Ruoshui is determined to protect this young one, we shall refrain from intervening. As for Bai Ruoshui, the inheritance concerning Nanhua Island is of paramount significance, relating to the legendary method of refining one into a dragon. Your capabilities are well suited for attempting this inheritance, so take this young one along with you on your journey. Initially, I believed that my mediation would satisfy Bai Ruoshui and the other 3, yet Bai Ruoshui resolutely declined. No, it is far too perilous there. He cannot accompany us. Thus, I suggested returning him to where he originated and then proceeding with us. Bai Ruoshui, seemingly deep in thought, turned her gaze towards Mingyu, only to notice the boy trembling violently, his expression filled with terror. Mingyu's mind flickered with memories of his brief acquaintance with Bai Ruoshui. She had appeared during his darkest hours, right after he lost his mother. A beautiful woman, an immortal with principles. She had shown him care reminiscent of his departed mother. Though these gestures were already precious, what truly moved him extended beyond mere kindness. It was the sense of freedom she bestowed upon him. Particularly during that one incident in the mortal village, where he was liberated from the daily burden of adhering to rituals and the lofty expectations imposed by his kin, living instead as if unbound by any constraints. In that moment, he pondered, could he exist without her? No, absolutely not. Such a constrained existence was unbearable. It was akin to a bird once caged, now soaring through the clouds, unable to return to confinement. She cannot leave, she must not depart. It is imperative, absolutely imperative. I implore you, do not go. Chapter 17. The Demon from Beyond the Heavens. How long has it been since I traversed into this world? Perhaps a few centuries have passed? I vaguely recall indulging in a game called Identity V, and I also faintly remember that after each intense match, I should not have engaged in a quarrel with others. In a moment of darkness, I found myself in this bewildering realm. I believe I arrived here during my high school years, at a school named Namling, which boasts a history of over a century. If the passage of time is consistent across both worlds, then it has become quite an ancient institution. I possess a rather laid-back disposition, showing little interest in most things. Yet I find a modicum of curiosity in everything, embodying a certain apathy. Fortuitously, I was born in a place called Donghai, where the inhabitants seem to exhibit a gentle demeanor, unlike other regions where conflicts erupt at the slightest provocation. With my cultivation at the third transformation, I have mastered the art of manipulating goo insects, granting me the freedom to roam and collect beautiful seashells, witness the dawn and the sunset, or simply relish the sensation of existence, feeling the earth beneath my skin and the air passing through my nostrils. Thus far, I have not encountered any romantic escapades. As a high school student, I lack the courage to pursue love actively, remaining ensconced in my indifference. Occasionally, I catch sight of enchanting merfolk, who do not seem particularly fond of humans. However, I am mindful and prefer to observe from a distance. I have pondered whether I miss my home, but it seems I do not, though it is not entirely accurate to say so. Rather, it is a state of indifference. The community I inhabit is a redevelopment area, relatively spacious, primarily populated by the elderly and children left at home due to their parents' work commitments. Not far from the community lies Jingshan Lake, upon which stands Jingshan Temple, the very one associated with the tale of Banyangzi. Hence, this community is aptly named Jingshan Water City. The overall quality of the inhabitants is rather low, and what troubles me most is the frequent lamentations due to the elderly passing away, which can be quite vexing. During these times, I often feel the urge to venture outside alone. Each time I do, I experience a peculiar sensation. Amidst the public exercise equipment, elderly individuals sit quietly, while lively children chase each other, creating a scene that is heartwarming yet strangely unsettling to me. This oddity, inexplicable as it is, I am certain relates to my apathetic nature, even if I cannot articulate the reasoning logically. Certainly, the formation of one's character cannot be attributed to a single cause. I have an inkling of another contributing factor, yet I am reluctant to acknowledge it. Regardless, my indifferent disposition has taken root, and I plan to continue living in this tranquil manner. However, an unforeseen event transpired. It was a vortex, a cataclysm of immense proportions. Struggling was futile. In the depths, I could barely move my limbs, as the resistance of the seawater was overwhelming. My physics teacher had not misled me. Upon awakening, I found myself in a solitary world, characterized by a blank expanse, inhabited solely by a consciousness that proclaimed itself the demon lord of heaven thieves. Oh, distant wanderer, like you, I too am a wretched soul, unable to return home. After a lengthy discourse that lost my interest, he finally mentioned the world of mechs. It stirred something within me. If there is one thing I find most challenging in this realm, it is the inability to play Identity V, circuit sorcery, computer sorcery. Indeed, and if they were to form a screen, the visual quality would likely surpass that of your world by countless magnitudes. A spark ignited in my eyes. Yet, I regret to inform you, this is a realm of stolen legacies. The light in my eyes dimmed once more. Damn it, I appreciate your kind inquiry about my mother. Truth be told, I miss her dearly. Such politeness. Are you perhaps of noble lineage? Indeed, it appears your intellect is keen. Theft, nobility, abstraction, more esoteric than some of the female players in our Identity V. Identity V? You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Can you direct me to the mech legacy? The core should be located in the Western Desert. The Western Desert? The Western Desert. Wait, young man, do not depart just yet. Is there something further? I once made an agreement with the long-haired ancestor, allowing my heirs to cultivate 3 sorcery insects. The light in my eyes brightened once again. However, that opportunity must be reserved for a pivotal individual. The light in my eyes flickered dimly once more. Damn it. I appreciate your goodwill. One inquiry suffices. Though I may feign indifference, I am not without temper. I stifled my urge to curse as I listened to him continue. Nevertheless, I offer you a tremendous fortune. Something I can obtain? He nodded. It is a permission to wield a sorcery insect known as Steel Life. I will introduce you to the long-haired ancestor. When you present the formless hand before him, that insect will be at your disposal. Its power is formidable, hence I have placed restrictions on its usage, but your count will be distinct. You may utilize it 3 times. Having sensed your noble character, and knowing that one day you will fight to protect your beloved, you are thus worthy of this insect. Truthfully, I found myself reminiscing about my fiancée, regrettably unable to fight for her. Lastly, remember, there is a code even in theft. How did I return to the ancient daylight? Gazing at the pristine sky, Gu Haoyang was engulfed in profound bewilderment. Never mind, I shall continue to eavesdrop. What is that person saying? Enough, let me activate another maneuver. Celestial Path Assassination Technique, eavesdrop. What? That second prince possesses clues about the theft of Heaven's true transmission? I scoured the desert for so long without a hint. It is as if I had tread upon iron shoes in vain. For centuries, I had nearly forgotten about Identity V. Fortuitously, a lead has emerged. Therefore, for the sake of Identity V, I shall take a gamble. I hope he does not hold it against me, after all, second prince. You are no celestial demon capable of seizing it. However, why does it feel like his words were directed at me? Impossible. My aura is concealed so perfectly. They're moving swiftly. I must keep up. Heavenly Technique. Stealthy Pursuit. Chapter 18. The Artifice of Deception. Dear brother, I have gleaned your intentions regarding the theft of Celestial Legacy. Has it only now dawned upon you, elder brother? Indeed, my night veil can transmute all traces of the radiant path into those of the obscure path. It is only natural that you failed to perceive it earlier. Now that we have departed from the confines of the night veil and emerged into the daylight of the primordial era, I can sense every beam of light that graces the land. The radiant sovereign and the shadowed one exchanged covert whispers, their gazes frequently darting backward, precisely toward the direction of Gu Haoyang. To possess the ability to overhear our conversation from such a distance, and to comprehend that the theft of Celestial Legacy is unattainable by any external demon, yet still pursue us. This individual can undoubtedly be identified as an external demon, and it is highly probable that he has acquired true inheritance. You truly possess remarkable foresight. Dear brother, your brilliance casts my own into shadow. Let us set aside these thoughts for now. We shall soon arrive at the northern plains. At that juncture, capturing this individual will present an opportunity to present my achievements to our father. Speaking of which, how many are privy to the secret of our father's remaining formidable strength? The shadowed one closed his eyes in contemplation, envisioning several individuals, perhaps around 8. Excluding the 4 desolates, ourselves, the 3,012 brothers, and the 48,060 sisters. Indeed, not everyone is deemed worthy of such monumental secrets. The duo continued their advance, occasionally glancing back, while Gu Haoyang's presence trailed steadily behind them, drawing ever closer to the northern plains. Almost there, it is time to act. The shadowed one signaled to the radiant sovereign. Very well, let your brilliance shine forth. The radiant sovereign summoned his lethal strike, and in an instant, a blinding radiance illuminated the realm. Bolstered by the sunlight of the primordial era, the speed was astonishing, the might overwhelming, as it surged toward Gu Haoyang's direction. Success! Wherever this onslaught passed, the savage beasts were instantly obliterated, and several dimensional realms unfortunate enough to lie in its path were likewise pierced through. Gu Haoyang, amidst his pursuit, sensed an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of panic. On the contrary, he remained composed, allowing the attack to approach without a hint of defense. I fear that if I were to defend myself, I might inadvertently slay him, the radiant sovereign scoffed, though his gaze remained unyieldingly vigilant. After enduring the blow, Gu Haoyang stood motionless, resembling a mere puppet. Just as the shadowed one and the radiant sovereign prepared to apprehend him, an unsettling aura washed over them. This audacious fellow dares to toy with me. The Shadowed One's eyes darkened in fury as he crushed the visage of Gu Haoyang before him. Such a formidable artifice of deception. Projecting his own phantom into the present, though the form is illusory, the essence and aura mirror his past self, leading us to mistakenly believe he was in pursuit of us. Surely, many brilliant beings exist in this world. When shall I ascend to become the most resplendent of them all? Silent in his lament, the Shadowed One resumed his journey northward. Concealed nearby, Gu Haoyang reveled in quiet triumph at the unfolding events. With a huff, he spoke loudly, seemingly concerned that I might not hear him. If I were unable to discern this, then my centuries of existence would have been in vain. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall undoubtedly seize the clues. At that time, you shall have cause to regret, dear prince. Gu Haoyang mocked internally as he swiftly made his way to a secluded location. Before long, he arrived at his destination, atop a mountain peak, where ethereal mist swirled, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. The countless stars above shone with remarkable clarity. Esteemed elder, I have come as promised. I humbly request your company for this journey, Gu Haoyang declared, bowing respectfully to the mountain. In the next instant, a streak of starlight flashed by. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would surely have gasped in awe at the appearance of an otherworldly figure, a true immortal. Chapter 19. Rise up half an hour later. Atop the Qianlian mountain in the northern plains, countless tribesmen were engaged in the art of crafting gu, each at varying levels of expertise, scattered across different caves, while others sparred and exchanged techniques. The gu insects they produced were as diverse as they were peculiar. Ancestor, a human has come to seek an audience. The speaker was a gu immortal of the tribes, addressing none other than the legendary figure in the annals of alchemy, the long-haired ancestor. Yet he now sat there, frail and lifeless, his eyes closed in a state of resignation. Is it a peculiar individual clad in a western desert cloak and wearing an eastern sea sailor's garb? Yes. Indeed, the esteemed ancestor knows all. Oh, spare me the flattery, let him in. Just as the tribesman was about to depart, the long-haired ancestor halted him, opening his eyes to gaze into the surrounding air, only to slowly close them once more. You, each time you visit, show such a lack of courtesy. Come forth. Ah, indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, old master. Suddenly, Gu Haoyang emerged, as if materializing from thin air. Humph. The art of gu refinement practiced by my tribesmen is profound and intricately connected to the essence of the world. How could you humans fathom its true essence? No matter how well you conceal it, it will be easily sensed within this realm. Indeed, the tribesmen are the greatest. So, great long-haired ancestor, when shall you assist me in crafting the invisible fairy gu? With it, I could wield the formless hand. Upon hearing the term formless hand, the long-haired ancestor froze in place, lifting his gaze to the heavens, as if seeing not this time and space, but another era entirely. Impossible. How could I fail? How could I fail? After several attempts at invoking the void escape gu, the long-haired ancestor, in the prime of his life according to the tribesman's lifespan, appeared disheveled and dazed, repeating the word impossible like a madman. Opposite him sat another man, equally burdened by sorrow, yet his demeanor concealed any outward display of despair. He seemed numb to the sensation of endeavor followed by failure. Humph, where is the path to the void, alas? I have become a failure, Haven Ti. I cannot assist you any longer, can I? I knew you would say that. Hence I have prepared a surprise for you. With a snap of his fingers, another figure materialized from thin air, causing the long-haired ancestor to widen his eyes, only to revert to his previous lifeless visage. It's you, Yin. The newcomer was clad in mysterious attire, obscuring his face, yet emanating an aura of ethereal grace. It is I, old friend. In that case, I shall extend the courtesy of hospitality and invite you both to the Cloud Pavilion. In a brief moment, the three found themselves within the Cloud Pavilion. Hey, you rascal. You've been sneaking my tea again. It's just that it's been so long since I've tasted it. I began to miss it. You are so formidable. Surely, you one team mind this little indulgence, right? You speak as if unscathed by the burdens of reality. This tea is of the finest quality. Now, let us address the matter at hand. What brings you to present him before me? The elder with long hair fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Gu Haoyang, who maintained a cheerful demeanor. You must inquire of him. He claims to possess a means of revitalizing your spirits. With your renewed vigor, you could assist me in concocting the gu worms, hence my decision to bring him here. The one-word immortal nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hand, summoning a diminutive immortal gu house, renowned as the one-word fan. As the fan waved, No wind stirred within the confines of the house. Instead, the stars above began to shimmer and sway. The elder with long hair observed this spectacle in silence, and within his previously dimmed eyes, a flicker of something was ignited. All matters of the world are encapsulated within a single word. The one word immortal's eyes erupted with brilliance, and in an instant, a magnificent beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entirety of the Qianlian mountain, as if the divine were imparting a celestial decree to the mortal realm. Countless individuals paused in their tasks, gazing in awe at the breathtaking scene above. Though illuminated by the radiant light, the one word immortal coughed up blood, yet managed to rasp out a few words. Ethereal spirits, paradise, grand dream. Chapter 20. The meaning of life. What do these three words signify, and how are they related to my revival? The elder with long hair inquired, perplexed by his old friend's earlier assurance that he could help unravel his mental entanglement, only to now utter three seemingly meaningless words. The immortal with the gentle speech wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt no resentment towards his friend's skepticism and patiently responded. These are the titles of the three future venerables. Upon hearing this answer, the elder with long hair burst into laughter, his pale hair trembling, resembling a mad beggar from a distance. Ha 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 ha, my dear friend, you are indeed remarkable. If we disregard the venerable of the celestial constellations, you might be considered the foremost sage throughout history. However, to predict the emergence of venerables, three of them, no less, seems an outrageous jest. Furthermore, what connection do the future venerables have with me? You are aware that my time is drawing to a close. Having traversed three grand eras, the elder with long hair had reached the pinnacle of his lifespan. Perhaps in a few months, he would depart from this world. Yet, he harbored no fear of death. Rather, two lingering anxieties occupied his mind. The first was the failure of the void escape goo, which instilled profound doubt in his alchemical prowess. The second was his concern for the future of the hairy folk. After his passing, would his descendants thrive within his celestial realm? Of course, there is a connection. Among the three venerables I mentioned, the venerable of great dreams will resolve the conundrum of the void escape goo. So, what do you say, old friend? Will you be able to close your eyes peacefully at the end? After speaking, the immortal with the gentle speech took a sip of tea. Although his visage remained obscured, the elder with long hair sensed an air of calm determination emanating from him. Is this true? Indeed. Ha 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 ha. The elder with long hair laughed again. But this time it was a laugh of relief, as if he had cast aside a heavy burden and felt untroubled. After his laughter subsided, he turned slowly to Gu Haoyang. You rascal, what can I say about you? Very well, allow this old man to demonstrate a thing or two before I depart. The elder with long hair left the cloud pavilion, soaring into the sky. Gu Haoyang was overjoyed, realizing that the elder with long hair was to concoct a goo for him. As the elder soared above, he waved his hand, causing countless fountains to erupt from Mount Qianlian, converging at its base to form a vast lake surrounding the mountain. The alchemical sea formation commenced. With the formation activated, numerous goo materials were cast into it. Gu Haoyang flew forth to witness the process. After all, the elder's goo refining was a spectacle to behold, and observing it would undoubtedly enhance his own alchemical understanding. Meanwhile, the immortal with the gentle speech remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his tea within the cloud pavilion. Countless celestial materials intertwined, various brilliant flames ignited for tempering, while others cooled with icy precision. The techniques were diverse, and the timing of each step was impeccably executed. Several hours passed. Though failures may have occurred along the way, the elder with long hair persisted in his endeavors, attempting again and again. Ultimately, he successfully navigated all preliminary steps, leaving only the final touch to complete the process. At last, the final step has arrived. Radiance emanates, blinding to the eye. A creature resembling a perfect sphere materializes in the hands of the venerable Long Mao. Sensing its aura, Gu Haoyang is taken aback, for it exudes the breath of an eighth transformation. Senior, you initially promised me the crafting of a seventh transformation in tangible immortal goo. You mentioned that creating an eighth transformation would severely harm your body. Long Mao interjects with a wave of his sleeve, transferring the goo creature back into Gu Haoyang's hands before promptly soaring towards Qianlian Mountain, where he sequesters it within his immortal abode and then vanishes into the distance. Gu Haoyang immediately follows suit, while Yan Xian remains seated within the cloud pavilion, sipping tea. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice a few tears cascading into the teacup. Senior, wait for me. Due to Gu Haoyang's stealthy departure, His proficiency lies in concealing his aura rather than speed, although his swiftness is commendable, yet pales in comparison to that of Long Mao. As Gu Haoyang continues his pursuit, he soon senses something amiss. This direction, could it be the place where the thief Heaven Demon Lord had once arranged for his successor to contact him? He distinctly recalled that only upon his own demise would he venture there, setting the blessed land in place. Could it be? Gu Haoyang is acutely aware that the recent crafting of the 8th transformation Gu must have taken a significant toll on Long Mao's body. After a considerable duration, Gu Haoyang finally arrives at the location of their initial encounter. Yet, at this moment, he cannot summon joy, for he senses the dual energies of heaven and earth converging. Indeed, Long Mao has just passed away, leaving behind this blessed ground to absorb the essence of the cosmos. Gazing at the blessed land before him, memories surge from the depths of Gu Haoyang's mind. He recalls the scene vividly, elderly figures quietly sitting in clusters within an ordinary housing complex, while lively children frolic and chase each other among them. This heartwarming yet eerie tableau occupies his entire vision once more. Gu Haoyang stands frozen like a statue, and after a prolonged silence, he regains his composure. The sorrow dissipates, replaced by a sense of lethargy, a resigned attitude towards existence. Life, aging, illness, and death, these are all natural, entirely normal. Holding the intangible Gu in his hand, Gu Haoyang suddenly smiles, only to be overwhelmed by tears soon after. After a considerable time, he returns to the Cloud Pavilion. The other pavilions have been dismantled. Only this one remains aloft in the sky. Yan Xian has finished his tea, the cup empty, likely containing his own tears mingled with the brew. You knew all along, did you not? Indeed. You were aware that he would gather himself to assist me in crafting Gu, only to meet his demise thereafter? Yes, I was aware. Upon hearing these words, Gu Haoyang abruptly clutches Yan Xian's robe, pulling him close, his gaze locked onto him. When he notices the glimmer of tears at the corner of Yan Xian's eye, he is struck by a wave of guilt and subsequently releases his grip. Gu Haoyang parts his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but Yan Xian interjects first. I certainly wish he could live a while longer, even if only for a few months. However, I yearn even more to see him embrace the essence of life. The meaning of life. What did you say? Gu Haoyang had heard every word clearly, yet still inquired. The meaning of life. Yang Xian patiently repeated. The meaning of life. Gu Haoyang softly murmured, repeatedly mulling over the phrase in his mind. Observing this scene, Yang Xian fell silent and soared into the distance alone. The entire Cloud Pavilion was left with only Gu Haoyang. The meaning of life? Chapter 21. Remain. Do you wish for me to leave? It is not out of the question. Bai Ruoshui smiled softly, her gaze calm as she observed the now insecure Mingyu. Mingyu, sensing a glimmer of hope, awaited her next words with bated breath. Shuexiang's displeasure deepened at this exchange, his crimson pupils seemingly on the verge of bleeding. This inheritance is of utmost importance. Had I known you would disregard my words, I should never have acquiesced to your brother's request. Before Shuexiang could finish his thought, Bai Ruoshui interrupted him. He yearned for a confrontation with her, yet restrained by the atmosphere, he was unable to act out and could only allow Bai Ruoshui to continue. If you call me Sister Bai, I shall not depart. Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a simple condition. Indeed, seizing upon his momentary daze, Bai Ruoshui added, previously, you insisted I acknowledge you as my master. Now that you implore me to stay, you shall be responsible for my daily expenses henceforth. So, go ahead and call me. Mingyu's heart soared with delight as he lowered his head and softly uttered, Sister Bai. After speaking those words, he cautiously lifted his gaze to gauge Bai Ruoshui's reaction. To his surprise, he was met with a warm embrace, finding himself cradled in her arms. Good. I shall not leave. After securing Mingyu in her arms, Bai Ruoshui stood, ready to take flight, only to discover a circle of qi from the blood god surrounding them. Indeed, this was Shuexiang's doing. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 20 of them. Which one? These forces cannot impede me. Why invite trouble? Bai Ruoshui turned to Shuexiang, her eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of provocation, while the atmosphere also sought to intervene. Shuexiang disregarded their sentiments, contemplating before revealing the greatest secret among the 5 elements. Bai Ruoshui, I had promised your brother I would look after you once you severed ties with the Bai family, though you no longer require my guardianship. Having eradicated the entire powerful Bai clan, do not forget our shared blood contract of longevity. This contract of shared longevity is the greatest secret among the 5 elements. derived from Shui Xiang's abilities, binding the 5 individuals closely together. Should one be injured, the others would suffer as well. However, it offers tremendous benefits, allowing them to share lifespans. For instance, if one possesses a lifespan of 2,000 years and another possesses 20,000, employing this technique grants them both the potential to live for 22,000 years. This technique is a closely guarded secret among the 5 elements, and should it be disclosed to anyone, it would lead to fatal consequences. Furthermore, this bond ensures that should one become isolated and attacked, it would significantly affect the remaining 4, tightly intertwining their interests. Upon hearing Shui Xiang's threat, Bai Ruoshui erupted into raucous laughter once more, her white hair dancing wildly in the wind, an air of pride radiating from her being. I shall forego that protracted existence. After all, in losing me, you shall merely diminish 1 more lifespan. If I must heed your every command, I would rather pursue freedom and brilliance. Long ago, Bai Ruoshui's brother once uttered these words to Shui Xiang. Perhaps born amidst desolation and biting winds, the innate icy essence of Bai Ming yearns for splendor. Shui Xiang gazed blankly at Bai Ruoshui before him, as if he beheld another figure, Bai Ruoshui's brother. In that moment, the two seemed to merge into one, rendering it impossible to distinguish between them. Yet, it was undeniable that the fervor for brilliance felt by the siblings was utterly harmonious. Shui Xiang's heart throbbed with conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he turned his head, the silver adornments chiming with clarity, and resolutely averted his gaze. You, like your mad brother, are utterly incomprehensible. If you wish to depart, then be gone. There is no need for me to dissolve our shared blood pact. I trust in your strength. Leave now. Wait, Sister Bai. The crowd turned towards the voice, and Qi Xiang had risen, waving her left hand to signal Bai Ruoshui not to leave. Hee, I had no idea this little one meant so much to Sister Bai. Initially, Qi Xiang had felt rather pleased to see the others not siding with Bai Ruoshui, but now, with Shui Xiang's unexpected change of heart, she felt embarrassed for previously underestimating the significance of this little one to Bai Ruoshui, especially after saying she would refine him. This little one's lethal abilities might still be salvaged. Qi Xiang sought to redeem herself, yet Bai Ruoshui remained vigilant in her scrutiny. Qi Xiang could only awkwardly explain. I have thoroughly examined this lethal technique. Its power can transmute foreign path remnants into souls. I can discern that much, Bai Ruoshui replied, her impatience palpable. Qi Xiang pressed on, but the crux of the matter lies here. The technique is damaged and has lost its capacity for assimilation, yet I can still provide some remedy. With a playful smile, she looked at Bai Ruoshui, who immediately sensed trouble. Indeed, Qi Xiang harbored ulterior motives. I recall that Sister Bai possesses a technique called cold gaze. I need to understand its principles to combine it with this technique. Although Qi Xiang aimed to salvage her image, her intentions were still laced with self-interest. However, Bai Ruoshui's response caught her off guard. A appeared in her hand, revealing the essence of cold gaze. Very well. Sister Bai is indeed forthright. Please wait a moment. After a brief interval, Qi Xiang devised a method to repair the lethal technique. Not that she was exceptionally skilled in deciphering this 9th-tier technique, but rather, it seemed to resonate with her own lineage, and her expertise could certainly suffice for the task at hand. She approached Mingyu cautiously, who regarded her warily, as Bai Ruoshui brandished the icy blade. Qi Xiang chose not to utter further words and commenced the restoration of the lethal technique. Mingyu suddenly felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping her body, yet in an instant, it seemed as though something had emerged within her right eye. Bai Ruoshui distinctly observed a simplified visage of a ghostly face, composed of intricate black lines, appearing within Mingyu's violet pupils. What could this possibly signify? The specific effects were contained within this cursed insect. Sister Bai, you may wish to examine it upon your return. The cursed insect, which embodied the principle of cold indifference, was returned once again. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Bai Ruoshui soared through the night, breaking free into the open air. Faintly, one could hear Mingyu's anguished cries echoing through the void. Chapter 22. The path to immortality. Youth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to drift into slumber with ease. After the rapid flight, Mingyu had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Bai Ruoshui gently laid him upon the bed and took her seat at the head of it, tenderly stroking his hair. Her eyes still slightly squinted with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. However, in an instant, her expression began to harden, becoming somewhat aloof. Do not keep your thoughts hidden. What is it that you cannot voice? Bai Ruoshui uttered these words while still gazing down at Mingyu. offering no respect to the unseen presence lurking in the shadows. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a figure materialized within the room. The newcomer, a middle-aged man, bore the weight of experience in his eyes. It was none other than Ming Yu's father, Ming Liao. Esteemed Celestial, your prowess is truly remarkable. It is only fitting that you shield my son from calamity. My humble cultivation is indeed insufficient to conceal itself before you. He spoke with a tone of resignation. Speak if you have words, otherwise be gone. While I am uncertain how you discern my presence, you are aware that I possess the ability to freeze one's will. Although you have taken precautions within your mind, rendering it impossible for me to accurately freeze your intent, should I become impatient, there will be no need for precision. Bai Ruoshui's eyes glinted with a frigid light as she fixed her gaze upon Ming Liao. Yet to her surprise, he exhibited no fear. Remaining steadfast as he had during the trials of yore, unwavering even in the face of despair. This unexpected resolve piqued Bai Ruoshui's interest. She straightened her posture, crossing her left leg over her right, resting her chin upon her left hand, while raising her right hand in a gesture for him to continue. Ming Liao, seemingly having anticipated her reaction, spoke with calm assurance. My cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the fifth transformation. Thus, I hope the Celestial. Who do you think you are, daring to aspire to the path of immortality? Do not presume I am unaware of the sordid deeds you have committed behind the scenes. Bai Ruoshui interjected, extinguishing the flicker of interest that had ignited within her. Undeterred, Ming Liao continued with newfound confidence. The Celestial indeed possesses keen insight. However, let me ponder the reasons behind your intervention on behalf of my son, and why you have chosen to disguise yourself as a mere mortal amongst the Qing family village. Upon hearing this, a delightful smile danced upon Bai Ruoshui's exquisite features, as she suddenly found herself intrigued by the man before her once more. Do enlighten me. How did you come to notice my presence? Ming Liao slowly raised his hand, pointing to a particular spot, the head of the bed. The merchant's token. While others may spend their lives in the village without recognition, I am certain I can identify it. Upon seeing it, I pondered how my son came to possess it, and why there were two tokens. Who does the other belong to? Thus, I sought an audience with the merchant's patriarch, from whom I learned that my son had ventured with a woman to a mortal village. Yet, the more he described your visage, the more it resembled that celestial being from my past. Moreover, my informants within the Qing family mentioned a woman, a mere mortal, yet, curiously, no one could accurately recount her appearance. They were certain of her existence in their minds, leading me to wonder if you possess the ability to manipulate human memories. Furthermore, the meteor that appeared unexpectedly in the sky was indeed captivating, prompting me to patiently await the celestial being today, seeking the path to immortality. Upon uttering these words, Ming Liao respectfully knelt upon the ground, yet this demeanor was not at odds with the previous calmness. Rather, it represented a different form of composure. Bai Ruoshui scrutinized the individual before her once more, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. What makes you believe that I would acquiesce to your request? Ming Liao replied with a subtle smile, offering a seemingly irrelevant answer. The principle of the blood inheritance Gu involves infusing one's own blood into another, thereby passing it on to the next individual. It is not solely applicable to infants. It can also be utilized on adults, albeit with the dire consequence that the donor would inevitably bleed to death. This merely elucidates the principle of the blood inheritance Gu. Yet upon hearing this, Bai Ruoshui released her oppressive aura, the murderous intent in her gaze no longer restrained. Observing this shift, Ming Liao felt compelled to continue his exposition. During a blood god festival conducted by mortals, a ceremony dedicated to venerating the ancestor of the blood sea, I discovered this Gu insect. However, upon utilization, I found remnants of blood still within, prompting me to dispatch individuals for analysis, which revealed a lineage ratio of the Baiming ice phantom body. This amount of blood is certainly insufficient for an adult, yet it is precisely adequate for my newly born child. Nonetheless, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lies in the celestial being's extraordinary attention towards my child, suggesting that the blood's original owner shares a profound connection with the celestial entity. As Ming Liao pondered, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body, causing him to plummet downward. So, you intend to use this as a threat against me? Ming Liao knelt firmly on the ground, straining to prevent himself from collapsing. No, I am wagering that this individual holds great significance to the celestial being. Significant enough that merely possessing his blood would compel the celestial being to bestow countless favors upon my child. Upon hearing the mention of blood, Bai Ruoshui's mind conjured the image of her brother. The oppressive feeling abruptly dissipated, and a trace of resignation surfaced on Bai Ruoshui's countenance, her azure pupils dimming with cold light. You have won your wager. Chapter 23. The Aspirations of Xie Xiao. Three Tribulations of Heaven, Earth, and Man. The delicate balance of the three energies. How utterly daunting. Bai Ruoshui, in a fit of impatience, handed a communication worm to Ming Liao, dismissing him. Alone, Ming Liao retreated to a secluded corner to explore the path to ascension. After delving into the information contained within the communication worm, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed." The path to immortality was fraught with challenges, yet he would not relent. For the sake of absolute power, once he ascended, his standing within the clan would be unparalleled. Utterly singular. Thanks to the young merchant, otherwise, I would have been oblivious to so many clues regarding her. However, that scoundrel Ming Qian truly has a connection with him. In the heart of Shanjia City, within the opulent Chunhua Pavilion, built of purple gold bricks and adorned with fragrant nanmu, the walls were lined with luminescent firefly worms, and the roof was tiled with jade. This establishment was reserved for entertaining clan elders and patriarchs. Viewed from above, the pavilion formed a circle, with an open space at its center, draped in 7 fabrics of goo materials that filtered light. The radiance of the sun, moon, and stars transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and at the very heart of the pavilion, a solitary room floated, shrouded in mist that conjured various illusions. Each individual beheld a unique vision. Some saw mountains of wealth, others, enchanting beauties, or a world at peace, all reflective of their innermost thoughts. This was the domain where the patriarch of the Shang family, Shang Hao, personally entertained esteemed guests, and he occasionally indulged himself in its splendor. At this moment, through the layers of enchanting mist, one could faintly discern a man and a woman seated across from each other, savoring fine wine, while dancers gracefully twirled around them. Has Master Shang become lost in thought once more, fretting over Xie Xiao? Fear not. Those people are but a ragtag bunch compared to you, remarked a young servant girl, a goo master, who was toasting with Shang Hao. The golden glow of the exquisite liquor refracted into captivating rainbows, not because the light itself was golden, but because the surroundings exuded golden hues, naturally reflecting such brilliance. With a light chuckle, Shang Hao's mature and handsome visage radiated a confidence befitting his prowess. I am not lost in thought. Rather, I am contemplating a remarkable woman known by the codename Iron within Xie Xiao, though masked and unseen. Her figure must be that of an unparalleled beauty. Once I capture them all, I shall indulge in Iron's charms. Upon hearing this, the dancers and servant girls erupted in laughter, relishing such tales of romance and intrigue. Gazing at the golden light in his cup, Shang Hao seemed to envision the reflection of a beautiful maiden. Suddenly, he felt the golden threads of his luxurious attire tighten abruptly, as a voice imbued with a hint of anger reverberated throughout the room. Whom did you just declare you would indulge? Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, scanning the room, while Shang Hao remained composed, continuing to sip his drink. A strand of golden silk materialized in the air, and soon, a striking beauty clad in iron armor, tall and exuding youthful vigor, appeared. Treading upon the golden threads and surveying the assembly, radiating a formidable aura of the 4th tier. The newcomer was none other than Tai Yanci, the matriarch of the Tai family. Upon witnessing this scene, the maid of the goo master was rendered speechless, her eyes fixed in amazement. Among all the female goo masters, Tai Yanci undoubtedly stood out as one of the most exceptional. Her admiration was profound. Many years ago, approximately a decade and a half, the Tai and Shang families were merely conventional mid-sized clans. However, since Tai Yanci and Shang Hao inherited their respective families, both clans have flourished, developing their unique characteristics and evolving into prominent families. The Shang family embarked on extensive trade, establishing the Shang city, where the divisions of social strata were distinctly outlined, giving rise to numerous novel commercial mechanisms. If the aforementioned developments aligned with both righteous and malevolent interests, and were propelled by Shang Hao's formidable strength, the situation of the Shang family was markedly different from that of the Tai family. Under Tai Yanci's leadership, the Tai family adopted a stance of vehement opposition towards evil, leaving no malevolent force unchallenged. They even constructed a demon suppression tower, which, though only reaching 4 stories thus far, allowing them to suppress malevolent beings of at most 4 transformations, represented a significant transformation for the Tai family. This monumental change was spearheaded by a woman, becoming a celebrated narrative. However, It also engendered numerous enemies and garnered fierce opposition from the staunch traditionalists within the Tai family, who believed that a mid-sized clan should refrain from meddling in others' affairs and focus solely on their own well-being. Nevertheless, Tai Yanci, through her extraordinary talent, innovated numerous golden goo insects, catching many malevolent beings off guard. Moreover, at the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower, there was the severed arm of a celestial corpse, said to have been the result of her forcing a 5-transformation diamond goo technique using her own 4-transformation body, enduring a strike from a 6-transformation malevolent being, and ultimately severing its arm until help arrived from the righteous goo immortals. From that moment on, her reputation resounded throughout the southern wilderness, and the demon suppression tower instilled terror in numerous malevolent beings. The entire clan united, silencing any dissent. Yet, at this very moment, Tai Yanci's presence seemed to validate the rumors of an inexplicable connection between her and Shang Hao. Is my presence insufficient? Tai Yanci leaped behind Shang Hao, resting a hand on his shoulder, her expression tinged with danger as she inquired. Well, I was merely jesting. Ah, clan leader Tai. Let us not ruin the atmosphere, Shang Hao replied, prompting the women to understand that the rumors appeared to be true. With a subtle gesture from Shang Hao, the women discreetly retreated, leaving only the two of them in the opulent pavilion. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. Tai Yanci produced an iron mask and donned it, resembling the figure of Yuan Shao. How do you intend to entertain me, Big brother Jin, she teased. For Shang Hao was indeed the embodiment of Jin in Yuan Shao. Tai Yanci wrapped her arms around Shang Hao from behind, gently breathing into his ear. Ahem. Let us first discuss serious matters. What brings you here unannounced? Tai Yanci then produced a letter, placing it upon the jade-crafted table. We have identified the culprit behind Ming's brother's demise. However, we cannot disclose this to him. His temper is quite volatile, and should he rush in, he might meet the same fate as his brother, instantly frozen to death. However, revealing nothing to him would undoubtedly complicate matters. So I sought out this item left for him by his brother. A genius like this detective is not easily found. Shang Hao turned around and embraced Tai Yanci, their gazes locking. Tai Yanci met his gaze with unwavering determination. I have indeed found it, and moreover, we must join forces to ensure that at least the mortals of the southern border can live in happiness, providing a refuge for the oppressed yet kind-hearted ones who are caught in the false demonic path, while confining the truly malevolent ones within the demon suppression tower. Thus, I established the Wishful Dawn, projecting one facade while secretly aiding the mortals. Furthermore, by adhering to the boundless will within that legacy, I can ascend to immortality through the legendary Heavenly Tao. According to his words, in the southern border's celestial realm, I shall be unrivaled. Although I must wait a few more years. Based on his calculations, the earth veins of the southern border will undergo a transformation, marking the opportune moment for my ascension. With your talents, you too shall undoubtedly achieve immortality. At that time, the Tai and Shang families will become formidable forces. Tai Yanci gazed at the man before her, and a sense of trust solidified in her heart, though she still felt a tinge of defiance. If you had not obtained that so-called boundless inheritance, perhaps you would not be my match, flaunting your prowess. Shang Hao smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. That may not necessarily be true. Even without the 5,000 marks upon me, behold my current cultivation. In an instant, the aura of peak 5 transformations enveloped the entire pavilion. Before Tai Yanci could express her astonishment, he snapped his fingers, and the surrounding mist transformed into a vivid scene. Tai Yanci's eyes sparkled with excitement. Have you installed surveillance measures within the Shang family token? She asked this because the scene being displayed by the mist was precisely the location of Ming Qian. Chapter 24. By Chongxi amidst the ethereal mist, Ming Qian crouched within a thicket, observing a majestic mountain known as Amethyst Peak. At this very moment, a large merchant caravan was regrouping and resting. This location lay within the territory of the Wu family, renowned for the numerous amethyst essence insects that had once emerged here, thus earning its name. Many caravans favored this route, hoping to bask in a stroke of good fortune, not mere superstition, but rather a belief grounded in the principles of luck, which can be traced and understood. In the realm of commerce, transactions frequently occur not solely at the destination, but along the journey. Consequently, as numerous caravans traverse this area, they often engaged in trade amongst themselves, resulting in an increasingly vibrant atmosphere and a heightened probability of encountering essence insects. However, in this world where hierarchy is distinctly observed, the value of anything is determined by strength. At the heart of the gathering stood the formidable Feng family, a superpower in the art of refining. Countless prodigious insect refiners hailed from this lineage, endowing their caravans with a greater and more refined assortment of insects than their competitors. Thus, they claimed the central position at Amethyst Peak, with none daring to voice dissent. Yet, at this moment, an infuriating spectacle unfolded. Before the watchful eyes of numerous insect refiners from other families, a young master of the Feng family, Feng Kaixian, was attempting to force himself upon a mortal woman. Many mortal servants cowered behind their masters, inwardly cursing this debauched scion. A few favored ones even pleaded on behalf of the woman, but most merely dared to observe. Their expressions largely numb. Alas, these pleas bore no fruit. Despite Feng Chuexian's merely second-tier cultivation, no one dared to intervene. The truth was that none among the throng could best him, and even Feng Kaixian ranked among the weakest of the second-tier cultivators. However, they were surrounded by formidable third and even fourth-tier experts. Yet, no one dared to step forward. Setting aside the fact that the Feng family enjoyed the backing of powerful insect immortals, offending them would mean losing future opportunities to trade insects, significantly increasing their refining costs. No one would forsake such immense benefits for the sake of a mortal. Dear little beauty, do not blame me. Blame your decision to partake in the Blood God Festival. This is a capital offense, and being reduced to slavery is already a merciful fate. Now, hurry and do what you can to express your gratitude, Feng Kaixian declared arrogantly, pushing her to the ground, utterly disregarding her struggles. Many had already departed. Who would want to linger and witness this live spectacle? It was awkward for all involved. The woman lay on the ground, her eyes reddened, yet she defiantly cursed, "You beast! Beware the blood god!" This statement seemed to inspire the mortals, emboldening a few to cry out in agreement, "Yes, yes, otherwise he will surely drag us all away to experiment with his blood arts. Though the outcome is death, our lives are already deemed worthless. To perish alongside you would be a great relief." This is precisely why so many revere the blood god. Upon hearing these words, Feng Kaixian initially feigned a demeanor of fear, only to erupt into laughter soon after. "Indeed, mortals are foolish and ignorant," he declared. "Had this been several centuries ago, I might have felt a twinge of fear. But do you not realize? That old wretch should have long since departed this world. Otherwise, why would he leave behind so many true legacies? Who would bequeath their teachings while still alive?" At this proclamation, the woman seemed to arrive at a certain realization, her eyes dimming as she ceased to struggle. The once boisterous crowd of mortals fell silent. Observing this shift, Feng Chuexian's tone turned lascivious. "Instead of dwelling on this, why not ponder how to please me, much like your fervent dance at the Blood God Festival?" With that, he prepared to make his advance, prompting the onlookers to recoil in dismay. Just as he was caught up in his revelry, a rugged, virile voice reverberated across the mountaintop. "To bully an unarmed, frail woman is a despicable act." Instantly alert, Feng Kaixian released the mortal woman and surveyed his surroundings. The crowd, not having retreated far, turned back to discern who dared to thwart his intentions. The woman, having narrowly escaped peril, fled as if reborn. "Who dares to interrupt my affairs?" he bellowed, but received no response. The young master of the Feng family swiftly unleashed a gusting blade of wind towards the fleeing woman. "If you choose not to show yourself, I shall slay her." The woman, petrified, froze in place, forgetting her escape, while those around her closed their eyes, bracing for the tragedy they anticipated. However, the agony she envisioned never arrived. Confused, she opened her eyes to find a burly man standing before her, his hair a vibrant red, tied with a cord, and a mask adorning his face. His appearance incited a stir, not due to the audacity of opposing the Feng family, but because the blow had been cushioned by a mere mortal. Indeed, the onlookers sensed no trace of sorcery. He had thwarted the strike using his own physical form, specifically, the conspicuous blade he wielded. Feng Kaixian scrutinized the figure before him, a red-haired giant, muscles rippling, brandishing a knife reminiscent of ancient designs. Yet, what captured his attention most was the wooden mask, intricately carved in the likeness of a beast. This act of bravery, coupled with the mask, evoked memories of a recently emerged organization known as Yuan Shao. Contemplating this, he felt a flicker of trepidation. However, after careful consideration and confirming the man's mortal essence, he erupted into raucous laughter. "Huh, what do we have here? A moderately strong mortal wielding a knife of ancient appearance and donning a self-carved mask, attempting to impersonate Yuan Shao in a display of heroism. Very well, I am not entirely unreasonable. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I might just let you go. However, The only response he received was a fierce gust of wind, so powerful that it lifted him off the ground. He immediately cried out in terror, not merely because he was being swept away, but because he realized that the masked figure had merely waved the blade in his hand a few times to conjure such a tempest. The onlookers, filled with dread, hastily retreated to their makeshift tents, declaring that this was none of their concern. A few youthful mortals, walking away while glancing back, were unable to suppress their fervent admiration. Yet they were promptly silenced by a stern reprimand from their masters, who sent them dutifully back to their encampments. Feng Cassian crashed heavily to the ground. Though he was a reckless scion, he was not devoid of wits. He quickly realized that the newcomer could indeed be a member of the Yuanshao clan. And thus he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where is Bai Chongxi? Hurry and save me. Do you not wish to restore the Bai family?" As his words echoed, a profound aura of fifth-tier energy enveloped the area, and countless streams of water began to converge towards Feng Cassian, slowly coalescing into a human silhouette. Chapter 25. The transaction. At this moment, Tai Yanci was seated beside Shang Hao, both of them fixated on the unfolding scene. As the figure in white made his entrance, she immediately focused intently on the image. Shang Hao, somewhat puzzled by her reaction, wondered what was amiss. Why was she so anxious? Theoretically, the beast's combat power was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, and there was no reason to fear a one-on-one confrontation. Tai Yanci gently shook her head. It is not that. His power system is exceedingly effective against beasts, as well as against Ming Qian. What astonishes me is not this, but rather his identity. He is one of the few survivors of the Bai family massacre from decades ago. Upon hearing the mention of the Bai family tragedy, Shang Hao's thoughts drifted back to a few days prior, still within this very loft. Long time no see, Senior Ming Liao. I did not expect you to personally visit your junior. He greeted the newcomer with a friendly smile, exuding a commercial charm. The individual he addressed was none other than Ming Liao, clad in the purple attire of the Ming family Escu master. His purple eyes locking onto Shang Hao's with unwavering intensity. Behind him stood another figure, donned in green, whose youthful visage belied a gaze filled with the same wariness and scrutiny as his master. Rest assured, our Shang family security will ensure your safety. Would you kindly allow him to rest on the third floor while we discuss matters privately? Ming Liao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, and then introduced the person behind him. This is Wang Yi, my personal guard. He knows everything I do. Surprised by this revelation, Shang Hao felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Ming Liao's trusted companion. Yet, Wang Yi appeared reticent, standing silently, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. Shang Hao decided to shift the topic. Well, senior. Enough with the senior titles. You bested me in combat when you were at the fourth tier. Now, your cultivation has caught up with mine. Indeed, at this moment, Shang Hao had reached the peak of the fifth tier, radiating formidable energy. Ming Liao recognized that Shang Hao must have broken through to the fifth tier, immediately employing the purple crystal relic Gu, demonstrating the immense power of the Shang family's influence, now rivaling that of superpowers. No, I must still refer to you as senior. Call me as you wish. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I have brought what you requested. He slowly raised his hand, retrieving from the void a Gu worm resembling a purple maple leaf, glistening with a metallic sheen. It was the fifth tier concealment Gu. Shang Hao's swift ascension to the pinnacle of the fifth tier would undoubtedly attract unnecessary complications, making the concealment Gu a vital asset. However, this particular Gu worm was a secret only the Ming family had mastered in its refinement, a feat even the Feng family had yet to unravel. Thus, he had to negotiate with Ming Liao, though he was surprised that Ming Liao personally delivered it. However, this was of little consequence. As Shang Hao reached out to take the concealment Gu, the hand opposite him withdrew. He found himself once again locking eyes with those purple pupils, probing for the other's intent. What is this token you speak of? Shang Hao once again displayed his signature business smile, but before he could utter a word, a fierce attack surged towards him. In an instant, Shang Hao vanished, leaving behind a life-sized white chess piece, which shattered the moment the attack arrived. Ming Liao began to scout the surroundings, and soon, Shang Hao reappeared not far away, still wearing that characteristic smile. What token? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Ming Liao, undeterred by the other's flippant demeanor, patiently inquired, why does my son possess two of your tokens? I do not recall having any acquaintance with your son. However, a few days ago, I did distribute tokens to a young man and a woman. Upon hearing this, Ming Liao was both amused and enraged. Please, elaborate on the appearance of that woman and young man. Shang Hao reluctantly described their features. insisting that his intention in handing out the tokens was purely benevolent. Ming Liao, with a calm demeanor, analyzed the information. One undoubtedly belonged to his son, while the other woman's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an immortal in his memory. At this moment, he had formed his own judgment. Procure for me a swift thought goo. Very well, a mere goo insect is no trouble. However, may I ask what purpose you have for it? I recall you do not practice the path of intellect. This goo is of a high level, and others in your clan would not be able to utilize it. It is to quicken my thoughts, preventing them from being frozen. Frozen thoughts? Are you jesting, senior? Such a technique is exclusively mastered by the Bai family. Yet they are all long gone. Shang Hao paused, realizing something. The swift thought goo could indeed accelerate one's thinking, but it could still be frozen, albeit not with precision. The precise freezing of one's will was a technique of the immortal realm. If anyone were to possess such a skill, it would be the very culprit who annihilated the formidable Bai family, a being that instilled fear and loathing throughout the southern wilderness. No wonder the Infinite Will regarded that woman as the fourth most significant figure, despite his constant derision of mere ants. He pondered, in truth. Their encounter days ago was no mere coincidence, but rather a directive from the Infinite Will. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of perceiving the Red Lotus dreamscape. Furthermore, this method was provided by the Infinite Will, ensuring that even if members of the superpowers obtained the token, their own immortals would not detect the maneuver. Thus, Ming Liao appeared to have been swayed by his words, the animosity in his gaze considerably diminished. For now, I will take your word that you issued those 2 tokens with good intentions. Ming Liao extended his hand once more. Take this goo insect. With Ming Liao's assistance, the concealment goo was swiftly refined. Shang Hao activated the goo, and indeed, his aura became less formidable, reverting to the peak of the 4th transition. There is one more matter. The combat power system of the new member from Yuan, Shao, bears an uncanny resemblance to that of my family's elder, Ming Qian. I have no objections to your request for this person, but do inform me next time. Thank you, senior. This individual is a promising talent. The secret of Shang Hao, akin to gold, has already come to the knowledge of Ming Liao. In truth, Shang Hao had previously extended an invitation to Ming Liao, which was, however, declined. He possessed neither the inclination nor the leisure to assist mere mortals. The two fell into silence once more, and after a considerable time, they simultaneously voiced the identity of Bai Ruoshui. Silence enveloped them again. Ultimately, they established an undeniable truth. The one who had slain Ming Ao was none other than the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Bai family from years past, an existence of such caliber that neither of them dared to provoke. Yet, it was evident that Shang Hao harbored his own intentions, and thus he proposed a condition. Since you are already aware of Ming Qian's arrival here, I must provide him with an explanation. If I were to directly disclose the identity of the murderer, given his temperament, it would essentially amount to a death sentence for him. Therefore, my people seek to venture into your clan to procure a token that might placate him. Would this be acceptable in terms of character? Ming Liao displayed a moment of hesitation, but suddenly sensed something, prompting him to stride toward the door alongside Wang Yi. How bothersome. I shall take my leave. I shall grant her a day's time, and after that, do not blame me for being too ruthless. Take care. I shan't see you off. After Ming Liao departed, Shang Hao slowly lifted his head and snapped his fingers. Yet, in response, he felt the constricting embrace of the golden silk garments enveloping him. Chapter 26, the replay continuation of the main plot, as the golden silk attire tightened around her. Tai Yinci, who had just infiltrated Chunhua Tower, appeared before Shang Hao. Ming Liao, sensing her presence, promptly departed. With a snap of his fingers, he addressed me as boss. Truly believing himself to be one, I must inform you that I am now a clan leader, and the strength of the Tai family may very well rival that of the Shang family. We should be equals. Tai Yinci's neutral voice resonated, laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. Shang Hao gazed intently at her youthful, spirited face, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. Tai Yinci felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, a foreboding sense of unease creeping in. So, Miss Tai Yinci, you are not visiting me as a member of the Tai family, but as the clan leader? Upon hearing the title clan leader, Tai Yinci proudly lifted her chin, her long neck exposed, her face radiating with pride. Indeed, I have come in that capacity. However, Shang Hao's reaction took her by surprise. He bore an expression that suggested a plot had succeeded. In the next moment, she felt an invisible force sealing her core, her limbs bound by chains. Shang Hao employed his unique law-based technique to completely restrain her. Tai Yinci's face was etched with disbelief, tinged with a hint of panic, yet trusting in him. She felt no fear. Observing his ambiguous smile only heightened her anxiety. What do you intend to do? I warn you against any reckless actions. I am the current clan leader of the Tai family, the most brilliant detective with the highest case resolution rate. The Tai family will not overlook any ill intentions towards me. The clan leader of the Tai family has intruded into my territory and is now my captive. As those words resonated, it took Tai Yinsi a while to grasp their meaning. Her expression shifted to one of incredulity, silently cursing Xiang Hao for his cunning. However, given the circumstances, she realized she could not escape his grasp and could only resign herself to the situation, waiting to see what he would do. Yet, she did not believe Xiang Hao could harm her in any way. Xiang Hao's smile grew increasingly sinister, almost mischievous, starkly contrasting with the mature and handsome demeanor he typically exhibited. How can a captive wear armor? Not even lightweight armor is permissible. Please remove it. As he extended his hand towards her, Tai Yinsi finally comprehended his intentions. Her face flushed uncontrollably, her eyes filled with panic, her slender figure trembling slightly. I came here in the capacity of your subordinate. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me this once, and I will assist you with any future cases without charging you any resources. As the armor began to be stripped away piece by piece, she immediately pleaded for mercy. But Xiang Hao had no intention of relenting. Now that you've offered your services for free, does that mean the resources I previously spent were in vain? Have you forgotten that I am a merchant who never engages in unprofitable transactions? I will certainly reclaim what is owed to me. Just as he was about to act, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Ah, indeed, I have a task for you. The arrangements with the underworld have already been made, so you shall make a visit tomorrow, as a means of settling previous debts. Upon hearing that a task could suffice to repay the obligations owed, Tai Yinsi sighed in relief. However, she soon realized that the chains binding her had not vanished. Confusion enveloped her features. How could one mere case suffice to clear all past debts? As the words lingered, the lights in the entire attic extinguished, and along with them, the cumbersome restraints on the two individuals dissipated. Tai Yinsi, regaining her senses, began to struggle, her expression once again awash with panic and a rosy hue. Let bygones be bygones, she implored. Please spare me. Her words were abruptly interrupted. Xiang Hao, captivated by her youthful and striking visage, leaned in for a fervent kiss. Initially, Tai Yinsi offered only token resistance, the chains clattering noisily, yet after a moment, she closed her eyes and ceased her struggles. Although the floral lanterns had dimmed, the flickering candlelight within the attic persisted, dancing like blossoms in the gentle rain, encapsulating the ineffable wonders of the world. What are you pondering so deeply? Tai Yinsi waved her hand before Xiang Hao's face, drawing his thoughts back to the present. Naturally, it is your enchanting figure, he replied. Tai Yinsi's face flushed crimson, and she raised her hand as if to strike him. I meant a year ago, during our battle against the celestial zombies. Your valor in combat was truly remarkable, and unexpectedly, that confrontation brought you fame and led to your ascension as the head of the Tai family. It was I who had sealed away most of his mundane goo. At this, Xiang Hao felt a twinge of fear. Thankfully, he had no celestial goo. Otherwise, their lives would have been forfeit at that time. Tai Yinsi remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the phantasmal images, yet Xiang Hao suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait. The esteemed elder from the underworld has persistently sought the method to attain immortality from me, but my method is not applicable to him. It can only be realized when the Earth's veins undergo a transformation in years to come. Previously, in our confrontation, I extracted information about the perpetrator behind the Bai family's massacre. At this moment, he may have come knocking, and the token I bestowed upon that woman. With those words, the vision of Zijing Mountain faded, the mist returning to its original state. Let us review the playback. The combination of Jade and Beast cannot possibly lose to a mere fifth-tier novice. It is imperative to confirm another matter at hand. Suddenly, Tai Yinsi's complexion turned pale. What did you just say? It can be replayed? Does that mean I? Xiang Hao smiled and nodded. In an instant, Tai Yinsi buried her face in her arms upon the table, utterly mortified. Witnessing this, Xiang Hao refrained from teasing her further. With a sweeping gesture, he attempted to conjure the image of the token in Bai Ruoshui's possession, but evidently, he met with failure. As anticipated, he failed. The elder from the underworld must have betrayed me. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoshui was toying with the token in her hand. In the realm of black, white, crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, cobalt, and violet, this orange-golden token proves quite beneficial to the little creature. although the underlying principle remains elusive. As long as the contents are rendered inoperative, its utility persists. The merchants would certainly refrain from disclosing this information, lest the entire southern frontier rise in revolt against them. Indeed, during her time in the mortal village, she had already harbored suspicions regarding the token-S manipulation. The words of Ming Liao only solidified her convictions. Consequently, she encased the token's interior in ice, rendering any alterations imperceptible from the outside. Alternatively, she mused, perhaps she should divulge this secret to the entirety of the southern region. The ensuing chaos would be a spectacle beyond imagination. Bai Ruoxue envisioned the tumult of familial conflict, a morbid smile creeping across her face. This penchant for fostering discord likely accounted for the disdain with which numerous Gu immortals regarded her. Yet, in an instant, her expression softened, transforming into a serene beauty. For she felt the warmth of a small hand clasping hers from behind. Turning to look, she discovered Ming Yu had awakened from his stupor, lying in bed and gazing at her. Chapter 27. The 3-year pact. Do not sway. I am aware you have numerous inquiries, but refrain from asking them just yet. Bai Ruoxue's body was being gently shaken by Ming Yu, yet she did not cease her movements. From her perspective, a significant event had transpired in recent days. She had scarcely ventured beyond her village throughout her life, the last occasion being a visit to the Feng family alongside her father. Remarkably, she had ascended to the skies, particularly after encountering a peculiar group of individuals. Among them was a female Gu master of a height akin to her own, who had inexplicably modified a lethal technique she had acquired from a dream, adding an enigmatic element to her right eye. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be strange if everything were perfectly fine. Bai Ruoxue felt dizzy from the swaying and promptly flicked Ming Yu on the forehead, which finally rendered him still. That hurts. Why are you so strong? He complained. Humph. I possess an immortal body, refined through tribulations. I can overpower you without the aid of Gu insects. So it would be best for you to remain quiet. Nevertheless, you must answer my question. For instance, what exactly is this thing in my right eye? Well, Bai Ruoxue pondered for a moment before producing a letter-carrying Gu insect. Take a look for yourself. Ming Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? I haven't even awakened my abilities yet. How can I utilize a Gu insect? Am I to simply observe with my eyes? If you do not wish to share, just say so. There is no need to toy with me. Ming Yu felt a tinge of irritation, while Bai Ruoxue maintained her playful demeanor. Isn't there still 3 years remaining? I promise you, during this time, I want to go anywhere but stay with you. After all, the Gu insect will always be present. And you will eventually know the truth. Seemingly a casual remark, in reality, Bai Ruoxue, upon realizing the efficacy of the modified technique, was reluctant to disclose the existence of a counterforce within Ming Yu. After all, how could she continue to command him daily if he were aware? In this world, strength was paramount. Are you certain you won't leave? Really? Ming Yu, having read numerous historical texts, understood that in this world, power was supreme. In truth, he did not wholly believe Bai Ruoxue's prior promise. After all, she held the strength to dictate her own fate. Indeed, but should you continue to disturb me, I shall take my leave. Ming Yu fell silent, obediently refraining from speech. Bai Ruoxue gazed at the youth before her, her eyes narrowing in delight once more. Now, that's more like it. Go fetch me some books to peruse. Doing nothing is driving me to boredom. For a person like Bai Ruoxue, who cherished freedom and excitement, pledging to accompany a mortal youth for 3 years would undoubtedly astonish all who knew her. Following her command, Ming Yu promptly leapt from the bed, traversing through a wooden door to the study. As he scanned the bookshelf, he chanced upon a mirror and, upon searching for books, noticed that the mark in his eye had vanished. This was fortunate. At least it would not attract unwanted attention. After selecting several books, he hurriedly returned. He presented the books to Bai Ruoxue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, in the next moment, she swiftly returned the books to him. Why are there only historical books? Not to mention that I am already aware of some events. I have even experienced a few myself. After saying this, she deliberately turned to a page and pointed at it, exclaiming, for example, this one, my handiwork. Impressive, isn't it? The page prominently featured the infamous Bai family massacre. As Bai Ruoxue spoke, there was an unmistakable air of boasting in her tone. However, when she glanced at Ming Yu, her expression of pride faltered. For she noticed the boy's pallor and the fear etched upon his face. What a jest, massacre! How many lives must be extinguished? A formidable power like the Bai family. And she, Bai Ruoxue, sharing their surname, meant that these individuals were likely her kin. How could she bear to harm her own family? Moreover, Just how vast is a superpower's population? Hundreds? Thousands? Tens of thousands? These are all lives at stake. How could she casually utter such words? Additionally, a superpower would undoubtedly harbor Goo immortals. Such a deed could not be accomplished by merely a sixth transformation Goo immortal. Her true strength must be unfathomable. Yet, during the ancient Bai day, Mingyu had not questioned her power, as there had been no point of reference. But now, there was the Bai family. A superpower in the southern wilderness, located in the legendary Juayan mountain stronghold, claiming descent from the fabled Luapa Valley. With family members specializing in the paths of ice and water, reputed as the fourth superpower of the southern wilderness, had actually been annihilated by her. How could one commit such an atrocity? Those were her own kin, and her power should surpass merely the sixth transformation. Although I am unclear about the hierarchy of power among immortals, you most certainly deceived me before. Though Mingyu felt a tinge of fear at that moment. Something within him, perhaps due to prior experiences, granted him the courage to confront her, even to question her. Such a scenario could never occur between an ordinary person and a Goo immortal. However, Bai Ruoxue had pampered him excessively. Yet she understood that this was not a favorable situation, as it might strip him of the requisite reverence for formidable powers. A chilling, bone-deep cold enveloped the room. You guessed correctly. I am indeed the strongest in this world, she declared, her tone dripping with arrogance. I can kill whomever I desire. And weren't you also harboring murderous thoughts? I still remember that look in your eyes. Instantly, Mingyu felt a penetrating chill, not from Bai Ruoxue's oppressive aura, but rather from her words, that look in your eyes. In truth, he was reluctant to acknowledge this matter. For such thoughts of taking a life clashed starkly with the principles instilled in him by his grandfather. No, it cannot be. Mingyu furrowed his brow once more, curling up in terror. Observing his reaction, Bai Ruoxue's heart softened almost instantaneously, and the previously frigid atmosphere transformed into a warm spring breeze. She cradled the boy in her arms, abandoning her previous demeanor, and gently caressed his back in silence. Is it terrifying that I harbor such thoughts? Mingyu hesitantly lifted his gaze, his voice trembling slightly, filled with both anticipation and dread for her response. Are you aware of the blood god sacrifice? As someone who had taken lives, Bai Ruoxue found herself at a loss for words, resorting instead to the historical knowledge he possessed to guide him. I know. It is mentioned in the annals of history. Do you know of this so-called blood god, who has slain thousands? Indeed, he is a practitioner of dark arts. Yet, why do so many mortals still worship him? Mingyu was momentarily at a loss, having never pondered this question before. Why indeed? He has taken the lives of many. The sorcerers he has killed are seen as villains by the common folk. Thus, the act of killing is not inherently wrong. It is merely a tool, or rather a path, dependent upon where it leads. After uttering this, Bai Ruoxue gazed quietly at the youth, his blue eyes reflecting an enigmatic contemplation. It could be said that anyone reflecting upon history would experience such thoughts, a marvel at historical coincidences, a sense of helplessness regarding historical regrets, and a myriad of emotions woven together. Killing? The path? The way of killing? These phrases detonated in Mingyu's mind, as if he had grasped something elusive, akin to deciphering a portion of ancient texts, yet he was still far from complete understanding. Nevertheless, at this moment, he stood at the threshold of a journey. Enough of such ponderings. I have acquired some elemental stones, so let us venture out for a delightful meal. Mingyu's thoughts were interrupted. He had only just begun to contemplate this notion and had not delved deeper, thus he quickly regained his focus. Where did you acquire these elemental stones? They are, of course, my own. Mingyu found the contradiction in his words amusing. He had just claimed to possess none, yet now suddenly produced some. However, Bai Ruoxue chose not to reveal that these elemental stones were a gift from his father. The two transformed into a streak of cold light, soaring into the night sky. At this moment, 3 years remained until Mingyu's enlightenment ceremony. Chapter 28. The enlightenment ceremony. I want this book, this one, and this one, Bai Ruoxue declared, exuberantly selecting novels in the bookstore. Mingyu, beside her, held a package, his demeanor reflecting a profound disinterest as he clutched a book. He had initially agreed to accompany her for a meal, but as Bai Ruoxue passed a bookstore, she was instantly captivated. After all, Mingyu's study was filled with historical texts, including a tome titled Ancestral Legacy, and she feared that a life spent solely in such company would be tediously monotonous. The bookstore was modestly sized, nestled in the most secluded corner of a mundane village. One had to navigate a turn in the middle of the street, follow a stony path, traverse under eaves of whitewashed walls and blue tiles, and take another turn to finally arrive. Bai Ruoxue had originally been lured by the enticing aroma wafting from the corner, leading her to drag Ming Yu away from the bustling thoroughfare into this quaint alley, only to stumble upon the bookstore. The first floor housed a collection of paperbacks for mere mortals, priced exceedingly low, while the second floor showcased books crafted from mystical insects, which were generally beyond the reach of ordinary buyers. What about food? You might ask. What do you understand? Within books lies a treasure trove. One should feast upon knowledge. Mingyu glanced at the illustrated volume in her hands, its cover boldly inscribed with the green-clad swordsman. A wave of incredulity washed over her. Does this book even pertain to knowledge? Admittedly, it is a martial arts novel, but the sword techniques within are authentic. Are you not intrigued? At the mention of swordsmanship, Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must show it to me upon your return. Bai Ruoxue nodded in agreement and ascended to the second floor to continue her selection. Mingyu pondered, perplexed. The tomes on the upper level were costly. How many yuan stones did she possess now, having previously been impoverished? At that moment, Bai Ruoxue was engaged in a dialogue with Bao Huang Tian on the second floor. Brother Hong Jin, what sudden matter brings you to me? And I Xiang, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured towards a group of entities. Hurry, see what they are discussing. Bai Ruoxue observed Enai Xiang's rustic farmer attire, paired with his exuberance, resembling a primitive being. Very well. Let us discover what it entails. 3. Respect. Soul, paradise, great dream. These 6 succinct words delivered an unfathomable shock to Bai Ruoxue, particularly the term paradise, suggesting that Enai Xiang's previous encounter was not merely a figment of imagination, but rather a traceable individual. Yet, why could an unmanifested being exert influence over the present? Could it be a method of the cosmic way? What say you, esteemed one? Oh, wait, I was not defeated by an anonymous foe, but rather by the means of a revered being. Having encountered such methods, I could boast for a lifetime. Oh no, I should humbly regard this world, for all is ephemeral. All is transient. Bai Ruoxue cast a disapproving glance at Enai Xiang. If his past experiences truly were the result of a revered being's methods, then his current state was rather fitting. Upon this reflection, she could not help but recall a figure from long ago. One who had single-handedly challenged the esteemed grand elder of the martial family and seized an unknown, profound legacy, laughing maniacally as he buried the madman. However, ever since emerging from that realm of secret knowledge, his disposition had transformed dramatically. Returning to the present in the bookstore, Bai Ruoxue's delicate white eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. Her cerulean gaze fell upon the young boy downstairs, who was looking up at her. She offered a soft smile before approaching the counter to settle her account. Mingyu, having lost interest in selecting books, gazed vacantly at Bai Ruoxue above. She sat quietly with her eyes closed, leaning against the window, sunlight cascading down and creating a picturesque scene. It was unclear whether the sunlight illuminated her or if she, in turn, infused the sunlight with her ethereal presence. Within that light, she appeared utterly divine. Regaining his senses, he promptly followed her. Bai Ruoxue gently brushed aside the items hanging at the counter, allowing Mingyu to finally discern the appearance of the bookstore owner, a man with narrowed peach blossom eyes. An elegant countenance tinged with a hint of scheming, short black hair, and clad in a storyteller's black robe, the cuffs adorned with crimson. He bore amber Buddhist beads and wielded a folding fan, upon which the word board was inscribed. After settling the payment with the jade stones, the duo departed. The owner watched their retreating figures, sipping his tea, before speaking to the empty air. Do the Ming family possess some peculiar penchant for eavesdropping in solitude? No wonder their family's signature goo insect is the concealment goo, complemented by the hidden scale goo. What a perfect match. As his words faded, a figure emerged from behind the bookshelf, revealing Ming Qian. Are you my brother's master? Where is the item? Hand it over. His tone was impatient, markedly different from his brother, who seemed to have met his demise due to similar impatience. You must have come here following the letter he left, correct? And have you joined the Yuan Shao? Ming Qian's pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his hand to strike, only to find the owner had vanished. He whirled around, discovering the owner had pressed his fan against his forehead. The owner smiled gently, unfurling the fan to reveal the word board, effectively conveying his sentiments at that moment. Feeling belittled, Ming Qian contemplated retaliating, but the owner produced the item, cutting him short. Do not be so astonished. As a seasoned practitioner of the path, I am well versed in many matters of the world. Noticing the owner's confident smile, Ming Qian chose silence, letting out a huff as he took the item and departed. The owner greeted him with a smile, returning to his tasks behind the counter, his intentions shrouded in mystery. After a while, Another patron entered the bookstore, a gentle and graceful figure, none other than Ming Qiuyan. Miss Qiuyan has returned. Just in time, we have received some new books. Feel free to choose, and I shall offer you a 20% discount. The owner did not need to display the small trinkets hanging about. He instinctively knew who her arrival heralded, likely through the means of his path. No, thank you. I am here to find my fiancé. May I inquire if he was here just moments ago? And might I add, it seems the storefront has undergone some renovations, has it not? The space had been renovated. And keen observation was evident. However, Miss Qiuyan, how did you ascertain that your fiancé had visited this place? Was it the goo worm I previously gave you? How insidious. You had clearly promised me not to engage in any nefarious deeds. Upon being exposed, the gentle demeanor of Ming Qiuyan vanished entirely, replaced by a morbid desire for control, though she quickly reined it in. I shall first peruse the new books. Do remember to give me a 70% discount. She instructed. A 70% discount was acceptable, but what she had just witnessed must remain confidential. Not a word should escape her lips. Understood? The proprietor had instantaneously positioned himself behind Ming Qiuyan, his gaze looming over the young girl, a terrifying aura enveloping the bookstore. The reputation of the Ming family as eavesdroppers was, indeed, well-founded. Why do you all indulge in such activities, lurking in shadows until called forth? Yet you are rather astute. Recognizing that the old student could detect Ming Qian, and, more importantly, that you were equally discernible. Thus, you chose to leave for a moment. Returning feigning ignorance, should I commend your cleverness or deem it foolish? Ming Qiuyan, drenched in cold sweat, nodded lightly in acquiescence and extended her hand, signaling for a 7. The owner smiled and nodded in agreement, permitting the discount, and she dashed upstairs without a backward glance. The proprietor returned to the front, concealing himself behind a plethora of trinkets, mulling over how the old student had initially gathered information on what Bai Ruoshui enjoyed eating, preparing it in advance in the alley, while simultaneously renovating the storefront to her liking, subconsciously inviting her in. Alas, she did not select the goo worm book, otherwise he could have devised a plan. What a pity. No, it seemed he had forgotten her impoverished circumstances, an egregious oversight for the next time. As for the youth beside him, the Ming family's prodigious young master was merely a trivial supporting character. Meanwhile, Ming Qiuyan arrived at a secluded corner on the second floor, slowly rotating a vase, revealing a hidden room filled with literature on romance and other topics suitable only for adults. After selecting her reading material, she hurried to the front to pay with yuan stones before swiftly departing. In a deserted corner, Ming Qiuyan gazed at the book in her hands. 100 Ways to Control Your Husband, yet her heart was tumultuous. Uncle Qian was still alive, but that was of little consequence. Who was that woman? And what was her connection to Mingyu? She had initially set out to procure some Risco literature, but serendipitously stumbled upon Mingyu with another beautiful woman. In a moment of inspiration, she had employed a concealment goo, only to uncover many secrets. Little Yuzi could only belong to me, mine. Her gaze darkened as she looked toward home. Upon returning home, Mingyu began practicing the sword techniques from the illustrated manual. He recalled his grandfather once telling him, "Dear grandson, whenever faced with a dilemma in life, you may find answers within the annals of history, and the same applies to any knowledge you wish to acquire." Yet it appeared that knowledge was not solely contained within historical texts. Though it was a martial arts novel, the techniques depicted within were undeniably formidable, which was precisely why Bai Ruoshui had chosen him. Thus, Bai Ruoshui accompanied the youth, day after day, allowing Mingyu to experience a newfound sense of freedom. Each day, they practiced swordsmanship together. To the outside observer, it appeared as though the young master was merely sparring with the air. However, it must be acknowledged that the young master had acquired a formidable new sword technique from an unknown source. With each passing day, his skill sharpened, and alongside this mastery, his age progressed as well. Time flowed like the blade's edge, and before long, Mingyu reached the age of enlightenment. Over the course of 3 years, numerous significant events transpired in Su-Nsi Mountain. The elder of the medicine hall unexpectedly passed away, while Ming Qiuyan ascended to the third transition. Assuming the role of the elder of the medicine hall, the family-trained slave Pathgu master, Ming Duanlan, also attained the third transition, commanding a pack of wolves that now numbered 3,000. As a large family, their resources for cultivation were limited, especially with the need to provide for Mingyu, which resulted in a notably slow progression for him. Meanwhile, the formidable Xiong Tiansheng from the Xiong family was defeated by the prodigy Qing Yuan of the Qing family, whose patriarch had broken through to the fifth transition. The passage of time fostered a deeper connection between Ming and Bai, though it may not yet be love. Rather, it resembled a bond of dependency. During this period, Mingyu's father remained exceedingly busy, delving into the study of formation techniques, while his grandfather sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the current elder of the medicine hall, subtly hinting at something. Ming Qiuyan comprehended these insinuations and endeavored to maintain her connection with Mingyu, yet she could not fathom the reason behind his growing aloofness, which took on an air of formal respect. Ming Qiuyan said little, but each time she visited, she would glance around, as if searching for something elusive, ultimately leaving with a shadow of melancholy in her eyes. Tomorrow marked the day of the enlightenment ceremony. Ruoxue, I have a request. Over the course of 3 years, 16-year-old Mingyu had grown considerably, now standing nearly the same height as by Ruoxue, with further growth anticipated. His demeanor, once reminiscent of a delicate beauty, had evolved into that of a striking young man. In the room, Mingyu embraced Bai Ruoxue, whispering softly a few words. Bai Ruoxue seemed on the verge of laughter, yet restrained herself, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two covered themselves with their respective blankets, falling into a comfortable silence. Chapter 29, The Conference of Bloodlines. O revered ancestors, may my family be blessed with several exceptionally gifted talents. In the ancestral hall, the family head, Ming Yin, along with a host of elders, was engaged in venerating their forebears. Among them were Ming Qiuyan and Ming Liao, each harboring divergent thoughts. Little Yuzi must possess extraordinary talent. My child will undoubtedly inherit the North Ming Ai's soul body. According to the immortal S words, she shall resolve the hidden dangers of the 10 absolute bodies, thereby solidifying my position as the young clan leader. Such were the thoughts occupying their minds in this moment. In the northern plains, at the Changsheng heaven, within a 7-turn immortal Gu house, Heishang donned a black robe and sat majestically upon the second throne in the grand hall, while the sovereign of light occupied the foremost seat. At this moment, the hall was filled with people. If one were to count carefully, there were 10 thrones, with others standing. Notably, only the sovereign of light and Heishang were not seated according to their strength. Otherwise, Heishang would undoubtedly have occupied the first seat. The others, however, were arranged by their prowess. Yet, those standing were already the elite among elites, having emerged victorious in the fierce battles of the northern plains. It is worth mentioning that it was night, and the hall was devoid of any illumination, relying solely on the radiance emitted by the sovereign of light. However, by the 6th throne sat an 8-turn cultivator, while the 7th throne was occupied by a 6-turn woman. It should be noted that her strength did not surpass that of other 7 turns. Rather, she was the beloved darling among all offspring of the great Yang. Tales tell of a mermaid who, in an effort to elevate an outsider's status, deceitfully manipulated her affections, only to be discovered by Heishang. To this day, her soul remains in a state of constant fragmentation and recombination, though such tales may merely be legends, as all souls must ultimately find their way to the gates of life and death. Today, our brothers and sisters gather in what appears to be a tumultuous inheritance. Yet in truth, it is a convergence of fate and the elusive variables that shape our destinies. Indeed, the phantoms spoken of by the 3 deities are about to make their appearance. Heishang spoke softly, lifting a hand to produce a Gu insect exuding a 6-turn aura, its form resembling black bubbles that continuously separated and merged. This 6-turn insect astonished all present, for it did not belong to any known path. The woman with dark skin and white hair seated at the 4th throne broke the silence, her feet resting upon faint flames. What matter is this? Heishang, how long will this meeting take? I wish to challenge you. The man seated at the 3rd throne interjected, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable fighting spirit. Heishang chuckled helplessly, then slowly raised his hand. To anyone observing from afar at Changsheng heaven, they would witness a black meteor soaring through the sky, accompanied by a resonant declaration, next time, I shall surely prevail, except for the sovereign of light and the woman in the 7th throne, who remained blissfully absorbed in her tea. The rest of the assembly fell into a profound silence. The woman lifted her gaze, her voice soft and melodic. Why has it suddenly grown so quiet? At that moment, Heishang swiftly shifted the atmosphere. Upon a recent encounter, a fly met an unfortunate fate at the hands of a brother who struck with excessive force. My apologies. Then, he cast a dangerous glance towards the assembled crowd. Indeed, right? Ah, yes, precisely so. Sitting upon the 5th throne, Nanajiro immediately concurred. Heishang shifted his demeanor, reverting to his characteristic aloofness, regarding Nanajiro with disdain before turning his gaze to the others. Enough of this, it is time to address the matter at hand. With a snap of his fingers, the woman on the seventh throne vanished, presumably shielded from certain knowledge. Subsequently, a sixfold Gu immortal escorted a soul before the assembly. The spirit resembling a merman. This was the coward who deceived my younger sister. Why has he not returned to the gates of life and death? Moreover, the spirit appeared remarkably robust, likely a result of being repeatedly torn apart and subsequently reconstituted. It seems the Bear Clan's gallant Gu truly lives up to its reputation. In contrast to the astonishment of others, the woman seated on the fourth throne maintained her calm analysis. Yet soon, her expression transformed into one of profound rage. A stark departure from her earlier composure. Having wounded my sister Eshart, if he still breathes, he deserves death. She raised her hand, striking at the soul. Flames illuminated the grand hall, and the air grew oppressively hot. Strangely, the spirit showed no sign of fear in the face of the incoming fireball. Long live the extraordinary! This tormented soul was utterly obliterated, lacking even the right to return to the gates of life and death. Not a single person intervened, in fact. A sense of relief permeated the air. He Chang observed the unfolding scene in silence, then spoke of the Gu in his possession, known as Soul Ripper. Capable of directly tearing apart souls, belonging to the realm of soul techniques. The crowd gasped in astonishment. One of the three esteemed beings mentioned that a certain individual bore the title of Spectre. Could it be that this soul technique is one he is about to pioneer? The man seated on the 10th throne toyed with his pink hair, his starry-eyed gaze inquisitive. Indeed, this is the very transaction between my father and the legendary Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, sourced from the river of time itself. Before further discussion could ensue, a longevity decree materialized in Nanajiro's hands. He promptly knelt, awaiting instructions not yet given. You specialize in the path of fortune, behold. The current fate over the suspended Magnet Mountain in the southern region. Although Nanajiro felt some reluctance at being so casually commanded, he despised being dictated to. He dared not delay under He Chang's authoritative presence, immediately activating his lethal technique. Is this the location of the Bear Clan? I shall see for myself, using the heavens as a mirror to observe the world's fortune. The sky gradually became exceptionally clear, as countless halos of fortune refracted around him. Nanajiro widened his eyes in astonishment, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. The aura of a revered being. The aura of a guardian. 2 peak-8th turn auras. 3 auras of the 10 ultimate realms. And a deathly aura of a subimmortal level. The 9-dragon black coffin. Simultaneously, the sky, which served as the ultimate weapon, could no longer endure the weight of fate's reflection and crumbled. Kajiro spat blood and fainted. It appeared he required recuperation, thus, he would not partake in this mission. As the Chongqing Ling gently floated from Kajiro's grasp, he actually had not lost consciousness. Instead, he contemplated inwardly, cursing himself for fainting at such an opportune moment. It was evident that a task awaited him, having absorbed so much fortune, and with a level of reverence at stake. Was he truly so reckless with his life? He discreetly lifted his gaze, eager to discern who would inherit this task. Yel Gushing. Heed my command. The Chongqing Ling gracefully approached the powder-haired man seated upon the 10th throne. However, Yel Gushing did not kneel. I say, second brother, although I practice the path of wisdom, must I always engage my intellect? It seems more efficient to simply level that mountain and capture those few individuals. Even if they become future dignitaries, they are likely mere children at present. Indeed, the carefree GXINT relished in the pursuit of unencumbered joy. Acknowledging your status as merely a 7th turn and your ignorance of the terrifying nature of heavenly will and fate, I shall directly state the nature of this mission. In an instant, Heichang appeared before Yel Gushing, personally delivering the Li Pistin Gu into his hands. First and foremost, I possess the capability to retrieve that insignificant child. However, I remain unaware of his identity. Moreover, defying fate, especially that which pertains to dignitaries, can profoundly impact the realm of Changsheng Tian. It seems you are utterly oblivious to this reality. This Gu worm is a consequence of defying fate, one that rests solely upon our Father's shoulders. This Gu worm was created by the future dignitary, and while its transfer to him now may breach causality, the connection it inherently shares with him mitigates the breach's severity. I require you to ascend Mount Xuanxi, employing your wisdom to place this Gu worm at the most opportune location, thus forging a unique opportunity for him. By doing so, he will owe a debt of causality to Changsheng Tian. Truly, second brother, your calculations are astute. It is a pity you do not practice the path of wisdom. Coincidentally, that wretched owner of the black coffin, through my deductions, appears to be an acquaintance of mine, so I shall visit him while simultaneously fulfilling this mission. Yel Gushing stretched lazily. In truth, he was an exceedingly bored individual, and the thought of meeting him did not excite him in the least. No one even inquired about your well-being. Upon witnessing this, Yel Gushing could only chuckle and prepare to depart. I shall accompany you. The woman seated upon the fourth throne gracefully descended and approached Yel Gushing. You, the bastard of the Mo clan, with a modicum of strength, truly believe yourself to be the scion of your father? You are merely a descendant of the foreign race, and do not assume we are unaware of your intentions. When traversing through Zhongzhou, will you assault the heavenly court? Have you no understanding of your own worth? A standing figure shouted, inciting a raucous response from the surrounding individuals. However, soon after, terrifying flames engulfed the entire area, burning with a fierce intensity. Indeed, the human race has slain my half-brother. Thus, I shall exact a ruthless vengeance. Once again, a murder occurred in plain sight, yet no one intervened. This is Biyuan. If one cannot overpower others, perhaps it is time to reflect upon one's own shortcomings. As the flames dissipated, those who had earlier instigated the chaos were reduced to ashes, while the others silently rejoiced in their decision to remain uninvolved. However, to their astonishment, one individual from the raucous crowd still stood resolute. Concealed depths, O younger brother of the East. Such trivial skills pale in comparison to your esteemed sister, Imohumph. Yel Gushing, let us depart. A flash of fire and a streak of starlight surged towards the southern territories. The Mo clan is characterized by vast knowledge and a calm demeanor in addressing issues, yet this individual's composed rationality serves only to fuel a fervent desire for revenge. Mo Ruyu, you are indeed an intriguing person. Heiyang cast a sweeping glance over the remaining crowd. Alas, the unruly have yet to acknowledge my worth. I wonder to whom this legacy truly belongs. He stepped out of the grand hall, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon him. Chapter 30. The hand that should not be today marks the annual enlightenment ceremony of the Ming family. The streets are bustling with activity. Even at this early hour before the ceremony commences, as many clan members rise early, unable to find solace in sleep due to the anticipation. Those outsiders, who lack the privilege to partake in the enlightenment, can only watch wistfully as the children of the Ming family pair off and head towards the patriarch's pavilion. Their sole recourse is to set up their breakfast stalls, seizing the opportunity to cater to the throngs of people who will inevitably seek a morning meal. Surrounding eateries, both large and small, are filled to capacity. Individuals clad in opulent attire sit alongside those in simpler garments. A testament to the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Among them is Mingyu, dressed inconspicuously in black. He opts for a modest bun shop, which is particularly crowded, yet he sits alone, at least in the eyes of others, for a certain presence is invisible to mere mortals. Observing the myriad expressions around him, some brimming with excitement, others tinged with anxiety, and a few laced with envy, he is engulfed in a swirl of emotions. From birth, he has been accompanied by calamity, a harbinger of extraordinary talent. Last year, at a banquet, a peer approached him, proclaiming that his aptitude would undoubtedly be of the highest order and expressing a desire for friendship, a proposition Mingyu declined. Yet, not everyone is so fortunate. He senses the delicate threads of fate weaving through the lives of those around him, recalling vivid images from history. His gaze shifts to Bai Ruoshui, a pang of empathy surfacing within him, for he has learned that it is Bai who shielded him from disaster. Bai, puzzled by Mingyu's sudden scrutiny, wonders why this little white-faced boy regards her so intently. Can a mere pastry suffice as your breakfast? Such a small morsel. Would you like me to treat you to a few buns? A male voice calls from within the shop, prompting Mingyu to turn and behold a tall young man, dressed rather plainly, yet somewhat boorishly, addressing the pastry shop across from him. At a table across the way, occupied by 3 individuals, one elegantly attired youth turns, flicking a finger, sending a pastry hurtling straight at the head of the youth who had just spoken. Oh dear, how accurate. Impressive aim, little white face. The youth, though merely jesting, finds himself the target of mockery from those nearby. Isn't that the fool, Ming Lang, who boasts of single-handedly defeating over 100 beast kings? How dare he comment on the delicacies of the inner court's family scion? What he calls elegance, you can only afford buns, one bystander quips. Indeed. It seems you're envious of Ming Hechio's looks and lineage, a young woman adds. Ming Lang catches the pastry that had tumbled from his face and pops it into his mouth, dismissing the remarks with a grin. What is so handsome about that little white face? This pastry is delightful. Thank you. Enjoy it, take your time, and if it's not enough, there's more, the voice responds, eliciting further laughter at Ming Lang's expense, yet he too joins in the mirth. As Ming Hechio gazed at the foolishly smiling face of Ming Lang, Memories from 4 years ago flooded back. Found it. Found it. The young master is over there, in the bamboo grove. A group of Gu masters frantically searched for the young master Ming Hechio, who had gone missing due to his playful nature. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered 2 individuals and the lifeless body of a wolf. Heavens, so much blood, and the corpse of a thunder wolf. It seems there truly is a beast pack here. The family slave path plan has borne fruit. Ming Hechio sat dazed on the ground, while the thunder wolf lay beside him, its neck seemingly broken, eyes wide open as if suffocated to death. Next to the wolf was an unconscious youth, Ming Lang. Though Ming Hechio was swiftly protected by others, no one attended to the young man lying on the ground, even as he was pulled away. The scene lingered in Ming Hechio's mind. You owe me a life this time, pretty boy. However, I shall eventually become the clan leader. Protecting you is my duty. Ming Lang's hands clutched the thunder wolf's neck tightly. His entire body felt as if it would fall apart from the tension. Yet he spoke in a joking tone. Why should you be fearless? You are merely a commoner. I discovered the wolf's tracks. Feigning playfulness to seek clues about the wolf pack, intending to earn merit for the family and prepare for my political career. Unexpectedly, you followed me and shouted my name. As if afraid the beast wouldn't hear you. How foolish you are. With this thought, the brief skirmish came to an end. The young man, summoning his last ounce of strength, managed to strangle the Wolf King to death. Observing the carcass and the fainted youth from exhaustion, Ming Hechio continued to analyze coolly. This was an old Wolf King abandoned by its pack, hence its solitary venture into human territory. Otherwise, I would not have discovered it. Moreover, it bore no Gu worms, which explained why the youth could defeat it, though such strength was indeed remarkable. Yet, in an instant, a surge of anger disrupted his calm thoughts. Why save me? You possess greater strength. You should have fled immediately rather than trying to rescue someone. Do you not understand that your own interests are paramount? Reflecting on his upbringing in the Internal Affairs Hall, where he had witnessed various tasks and family interests, he had learned to prioritize his own benefit. Yet, how could he be so abnormal? An orphan with nothing should cherish their own interests even more. Speaking of becoming clan leader, that is mere vanity. It is merely a form of bondage. Only one's own interests are truly real. Do you understand? Fool. Then, it arrived. Just as he turned his head, Ming Hechio seemed to glimpse a figure and instantly pivoted his whole body. Brother Mingyu, I hope you are well. Upon hearing someone call his name, Mingyu turned around and suddenly recognized the individual. It was none other than the youth from the banquet who had once assured him that his talent would surely be of the highest caliber. It turned out that he was the son of a venerable family from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ever since the passing of his mother, Mingyu had been disinclined to converse with others, or rather, he struggled to engage with those he did not know, which was the reason for his rejection of friendship at that time. Mingyu's reaction was anticipated by Ming Hechio. After all, he was perceived as a diligent young noble who rarely ventured beyond his home, making his reticence quite understandable. Consequently, Ming Hechio promptly ceased the conversation. However, the group of young ladies surrounding them was not so restrained. That is the grandson of the clan leader. He is so beautiful. How could someone be this exquisite? You simply lack exposure. I catch a glimpse of such beauty at every banquet. I believe you are merely boasting about your father's esteemed position. Naturally, there were also discordant voices. He is just the child of a practitioner from the demonic sect. Indeed, indeed. Moreover, the nearby shops were instantly deserted. Aside from the 3 individuals at Ming Hechio's table, no one else dared to move, as the crowd encircled the bun shop tightly. In the distance, 4 pairs of eyes were also observing the scene. Get out of my way, you dog servant. A seemingly roguish member of the Ming family raised his hand, intending to strike the elderly commoner standing in his path, who, due to his frail legs, was unable to move aside in time. However, as he swung his hand, he realized he had struck nothing at all. It turned out his hand was gone. Disrespectful to your elders, you may as well forfeit that hand. Thanks to his exceptional swordsmanship, there was not a single drop of blood on Mingyu's blade. Chapter 31. For you, I wield the sword originally. Mingyu would never resort to severing another's hand. Indeed, 3 years had passed, and his character had undergone little transformation, save for a deepening of his calm maturity. This evolution stemmed from the monotony of life, which primarily revolved around sword practice, occasional outings with Bairuo, entertaining various visitors, and perusing historical texts, interspersed with family banquets. However, at that moment, when someone dared to speak ill of his mother, labeling her as a fiend of the demonic path, the murderous intent that had lain dormant for 3 years surged back into Mingyu's consciousness. It was then that someone violated his deep-seated principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, leading to an inevitable consequence. Bai Ruoxue gazed at the young man before her, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. For reasons unknown, this little fellow seemed to have matured suddenly over the past 2 years. Yet, suddenly, a memory surfaced in her mind, an incident from a tranquil evening 2 years prior. When Mingyu had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the small, lightning-shaped scar on her left shoulder while she was bathing. Of course you wanted to see it. I have always said you could look openly. Why sneak a peek? Bai Ruoxue teased, recalling Mingyu's unintentional intrusion into her bathing sanctuary. No. I didn't mean to. Mingyu exclaimed. His face flushed crimson as he hastily covered his eyes with his hands. Though he couldn't resist the temptation to peek through his fingers, the flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the water's surface, yet it barely concealed the beauty beneath. Bai Ruoxue, fully aware of his gaze, rose gracefully from the water, droplets cascading down her snow-white skin, gliding along the elegant curves of her form before gathering at her fingertips, coalescing into a single droplet. In that moment, if the crimson hue on Mingyu's face was the embarrassment of youth, then the shadows that eluded the candlelight served as his veil of modesty. As the droplet fell to the ground, its sound reverberated in Mingyu's heart, akin to the thunderous beat of his own pulse. In a daze, he perceived a flash of lightning, piercing through the gossamer darkness, revealing the intricate, lightning-shaped pattern of Bai Ruoxue's scar upon her shoulder. Was that a scar? No. She had previously explained that her ancient techniques could heal any bodily injury, so perhaps it was merely a tattoo? What an unusual inclination to possess. In the obscurity, the two were unable to discern each other's precise gaze, yet Bai Ruoxue had an uncanny intuition regarding the direction of one's sight. Having sensed the scrutiny from the heavens, she could feel Mingyu's gaze lingering on her scar. Stop looking. It was an accident, she said, her voice slightly flustered. Ruoxue, it used to be that I would never lie. Now it seems you are the one deceiving, Mingyu remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of inquiry. Bai Ruoxue, sensing the weight of his gaze, averted her eyes in embarrassment. However, she immediately felt something draped over her shoulders. It was a black coat. While Mingyu's upper body was left with only the bandages wrapped around his wounds from sword training. You must be the immortal who protected me from calamity all those years ago. The answer was painfully obvious. During her birth, even the Grand Elder of the Xiong family could not resolve that catastrophe, indicating that only a top-tier expert among the 8 transformations could accomplish such a feat. Bai Ruoxue fit this criterion, and considering her apparent omniscience regarding Mingyu's desires, as well as the shape of his scar and various other clues, the conclusion was inevitable. Is that correct, Immortal Ruoxue? Yet, what could be the motive behind your actions? Was it truly for those 2 yuan stones in the tavern? No. You approached me long before I was even born. Mingyu gazed into the dim shadows, trying to discern the figure before him, yearning for an answer to his question. Yet he could not afford to ask directly. After all, if she wished to disclose it, she would have done so long ago, rather than clandestinely accompanying him. He scrutinized Bai Ruoxue's eyes. In the obscurity of the room, he found himself observing more intently. Even the warm yellow candlelight, reflecting from his gaze, transformed into a serene purple hue. This time, Bai Ruoxue found herself momentarily entranced. In the darkness, those violet eyes that regarded her glimmered like precious gems. Simultaneously, she sensed a shift in Mingyu's aura. Upon seeing the scar, he underwent a significant transformation. If he had previously embodied the timidity of youth, he now exuded the calm maturity of a young man. This instantaneous change resonated with the day she had slain her kin. Indeed, the pain had been excruciating. She had been unable to display any bravado before his clan, hastily retreating merely to tend to her wounds. Yet, this injury was profound, having become an integral part of her being. Even if she were to sever her entire shoulder and restore it anew, the scar would persist. After uttering this, she promptly observed the boy's reaction. As anticipated, unease flickered across his face. Anyone receiving inexplicable kindness would naturally harbor wariness, especially in light of such a life-saving grace and companionship. Thus, she felt compelled to feign ulterior motives, allowing him to accept her intentions more readily. Despite the fact that she truly did have motives of her own. How do you intend to repay my kindness, Little one, your life was granted by me. From now on, I shall protect you. You have been injured for my sake, and I vow that nothing shall ever harm you again. As if to lend greater weight to this vow, he added, in the presence of the 5 domains in the heavens, let this be a solemn promise. His grandfather had once told him that this was the most solemn oath one could make in the Gu realm, with the violators facing the wrath of heaven and earth. Mingyu understood that an immortal would not invest such time and effort merely to seek something from him. There must be other motives beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, he still hoped to offer her something in return. Bai Ruoshui fell into a momentary silence, and soon the floor echoed with responses once more. Yet this time the sounds were continuous, only to fade away swiftly. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the corners of Bai Ruoshui's eyes had frozen. After a brief silence following the disappearance of the sounds, she burst into laughter. Haha, what a splendid answer. Protect me? With what? Your face, to mesmerize the enemy? Her laughter reverberated throughout the bathroom, while Mingyu responded with composure. Now, I shall wield my sword, even if I cannot prevail. Your foes must first step over my corpse. Yet, I vow to become stronger to protect you, and even if I possess only the lowest qualifications, I shall never give up. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoshui found his words grating. In a panic, she pushed open the bathroom door and fled, curling up alone in her bed. In the days that followed, she observed the youth's remarkable growth. Even when she sought to issue commands, he no longer complained as he once did. Instead, he executed tasks with greater meticulousness. He practiced swordplay with increasing diligence, requesting to venture out less frequently, and even began studying the knowledge of poison masters ahead of time. However, as Mingyu matured, her heart ached more profoundly, for she knew that, at his core, he remained a boy who enjoyed being pampered. He had merely matured out of obligation to that promise. The more he matured, the more significant she became in his heart. Yet her intentions were far from innocent. It seems, little one, that you truly wish to repay me. Very well, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After 2 decades of scheming, I had initially hoped to allow you a few more years of happiness before collecting my dues. Now, it is time for you to offer your life. She mused that any further delay would only deepen the pain. Bai Ruoshui lifted the covers from the boy's bed, where a lethal strike capable of freezing one's will was brewing in the celestial cavity. At the very least, I shall ensure you pass without suffering. But rest assured, your corporeal form will be utilized by another. In a certain sense, you will continue to live, little one. Where are you? She opened the covers, only to find that Mingyu had seemingly stepped out, leaving a lingering warmth on the bed, indicating he had not gone far. Where could he have gone? Why did he not call for me to accompany him? Why venture out alone? It became clear why he chose to go out at night. After all, without her, he was easily susceptible to discovery. Sensing the air around her, Bai Ruoshui swiftly pinpointed his location and hurriedly pursued him. She soon caught up and found him still walking ahead, seemingly heading towards a secluded graveyard. She recalled that Mingyu's mother, due to her so-called demonic lineage, was buried in this very place. Bai Ruoshui chose to remain unseen, following him step by step, eager to uncover what was so concealed that even she could not know. Ultimately, they arrived before a gravestone that bore the inscription, "Wife of Ming Liao." Mother, I am sorry. When I was young, I was foolish and vowed to treat Sister Qiuyan well for a lifetime. Yet, I encountered another person, and I gradually discerned the distinction between liking and loving. I am enamored with Qiuyan, desiring to embrace her, or perhaps to possess her. However, my heart has succumbed to another. Contrary to my initial longing, I find myself lacking anticipation for her company. My sole wish is for her happiness and safety, or to see her blissful existence. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce her. She is the one who rescued me, a formidable celestial being, and indeed, my freedom. She sustained grave injuries in her noble endeavor to save me. My grandfather once imparted a lesson: a man must never allow a woman to suffer for him. Should a woman willingly incur harm on his behalf, he bears the responsibility to cherish her. Thus, my heart can harbor only her, leaving no room for Qiuyan. Yet, I shall maintain a courteous distance from her. I am an unfilial son, and while you were once pleased with our betrothal, I must now annul it. Mingyu prostrated himself multiple times on the ground, while Bai Ruoshui silently observed this scene behind him, offering no words. With a single utterance, a pool of blood appeared upon the ground, the consequence of Bai Ruoshui's lethal strike being interrupted by backlash. Mingyu abruptly turned his gaze, yet saw nothing. Bai Ruoshui had fled once more. I find myself unable to strike her down, yet compelled to act. Let her live for another 2 years. At least long enough to experience the use of cursed insects, so that her demise might not be laden with regret. Yet, my conscience rebels against such a notion. What demeanor should I adopt in facing you? An idea strikes me. I shall suspend my memories for 2 years. When I recall them, I shall then take action. It is at this moment that Bai Ruo Shui realizes why Mingyu had suddenly exhibited such maturity and decisiveness. And the source of that heart-wrenching gaze, because of her, all has come flooding back. Chapter 32, Grandfather's Punishment. Am I a fool? Haha. Was my mind deranged 2 years ago? Back then, I was reluctant, yet now, after 2 years, I am willing. Haha. This matter is truly absurd, utterly fascinating. Regardless, tonight cannot be delayed any longer. I apologize, I apologize, I apologize, I apologize. Bai Ruo Shui broke free from her reverie. As if traversing a path of blades in the ancestor's legacy. No matter the direction taken, it was an excruciating pain. Yet she had no choice but to walk towards the source of her greatest anguish. At the very least, let us embark on this journey together today. You have long yearned to wield the power of the goo worms, and I shall not allow you to leave with regrets. I apologize, I apologize, I apologize, I apologize. In this moment, she was utterly lost, her thoughts drowning in a sea of suffering, completely oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. The streets were thronged with people, encircling this ordinarily quiet Baozi shop, rendering it even more congested. The rude individual from earlier, after all, was merely a youth. He had certainly never endured such agonizing pain before, and now he was faint from the torment. It was only then that the crowd realized their young master was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed formidable swordsmanship. Meanwhile, from a distance, 4 pairs of eyes were watching intently, and one individual could no longer contain himself. Indeed, the son of a malevolent sect. I have no desire to associate with such a person. Yes, I should hasten my departure. I would rather not lose a hand. Some disparaged Mingyu, while others retreated in fear, all of which only served to irritate Mingyu, who had been striving to mature. After all, he was the one who had first assaulted the elderly man. Indeed, I stand by our young master. Such a person is rotten to the core. Unless his bones are severed, he will never learn his lesson. I, too, support young Master Mingyu. That strike just now was truly magnificent. A portion of the onlookers, possessing discernment, chose to side with Mingyu. It cannot be dismissed that some sought to curry favor with him, yet the majority genuinely supported their young master. They, still in their youth, had not yet encountered the myriad darkness of society. At least for now, they were willing to stand on the side of righteousness. In an instant, a warm current flowed through Mingyu's heart. Gazing at the crowd around him, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Is this what grandfather meant by the feeling of being supported by one's kin? It seems rather pleasant. Thus, it follows that benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust are indeed virtuous principles. I was too naive in my youth, always yearning to break free from constraints. Family is truly a source of warmth. And I must become more mature and more powerful to protect my kin. And Bai Ruo Shui, Mingyu turned to look, only to find Bai Ruo Shui's expression was amiss. Yet, as if sensing his gaze, she managed to force a smile. With his mood slightly improved, Mingyu began to ponder whether he had perhaps gone too far. He remained entirely unaware that his state of mind and thought processes were drastically different when harboring murderous intent compared to when he did not. At this moment, the owner of the gaze had already approached the unconscious individual, swiftly summoning the insect to restore the severed hand within mere seconds. All is well now, everyone disperse. The abruptness of the event left the crowd bewildered, unable to discern the identity of the newcomer. However, Mingyu recognized that familiar voice and quickly realized who had arrived. It was none other than the esteemed head of the medicine hall, Ming Qiu Yan. Goodness, is that the Ming Qiu Yan who was once spurned by the young master? They say she is a prodigy, specializing in the art of poison, and has now achieved the 3rd transformation. Indeed, she possessed a striking appearance, exuding grace and gentleness while overseeing the medicine hall. Many were perplexed by the young master's decision. Her presence ignited the gossip among the youths, as it was rumored that 2 years prior, Mingyu had insisted on breaking their engagement, despite his father's disapproval. However, his doting grandfather wished for Mingyu to have freedom in matters of the heart. The entire clan was left pondering the reasons behind this decision, with many speculating. Yet only Ming Liao remained silent after the annulment of the engagement. Xiao Yu, although our engagement has been dissolved, we remain friends, do we not? Why the formality? In truth, Ming Qiu Yan had longed to inquire about the identity of the woman in the blue robe, yet each time she gathered the courage to ask, the overwhelming aura of the Forgetting Worry bookstore's proprietor would envelop her, rendering her mute. We are still friends, but I believe there should be a distinction between the sexes. And we ought to maintain a respectful distance, no longer as close as we were in childhood, as it would be unbecoming. Very well, Xiao Yu. The enlightenment ceremony is about to commence. Come along. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Under Ming Qiuyan's guidance, they began their journey to the family's sacred ground. Bai Ruo Shui followed closely behind, silently observing the young man as he stepped forward. Upon reaching the family's sacred site, curiosity enveloped the gathering as they took in their surroundings, where shallow waters adorned the ground. Surrounded by various shimmering orbs, these were the Hope insects. All the prominent figures of the family were present, including the patriarch, the young patriarch, and numerous elders. Ming Yan occupied the principal seat, while Ming Liao sat beside him. To everyone's surprise, a visitor had arrived, one of the owners of the distant gaze, Shang Hao. His opulent golden silk attire and mature, handsome demeanor caused the young girls to swoon once more, only to be swiftly reminded that boisterousness was prohibited in the sacred space. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Shang Hao, have traveled here on business, and it is my great fortune to witness the Ming family's enlightenment ceremony. The words of the Shang family patriarch are overly humble. Your presence is a blessing to our clan. Though there were formidable figures like Ming Liao within the family, Shang Hao's exceptional talent and the immense wealth of the Shang family commanded admiration and respect from the Ming clan. At the initial stages of the fifth transformation, Ming Liao once engaged in a duel with the pinnacle of the fourth transformation, Shang Hao. That confrontation rendered Shang Hao's name renowned throughout the southern wilderness. While Ming Liao seemed to become the subject of jest among fifth transformation practitioners, although some claim that Shang Hao bore the legendary Dao marks, it is likely that such assertions were exaggerated. If he possessed such formidable cultivation techniques, why had he not attracted the attention of Gu immortals or formidable factions? This line of inquiry, though accurate, was one that only Shang Hao truly understood. At this very moment, he sat in a chair beside Ming Liao, notably with an empty chair adjacent to them. Upon seeing Ming Yu approach, Shang Hao immediately displayed an expression of astonishment. So you are a member of the Ming clan. That explains your striking violet eyes. He continued, moreover, he is my offspring. Ming Liao felt a twinge of exasperation within, yet his expression remained unchanged, even indulging in the charade. Truly, the skills of a merchant are remarkable, he mused, while his gaze remained fixed on Ming Yu. It became apparent that this was the child of a senior, remarkably handsome, indeed a testament to the senior's good fortune, suggesting that the child must possess considerable talent. Upon hearing this, Ming Liao cast another glance at Ming Yu, his eyes now icy and piercing. Father. Ming Yu's relationship with his father had always been rather frigid, yet the ingrained sense of decorum instilled a deep-seated reverence within him. Go on, do not bring me shame. Upon hearing those words, Ming Yu felt a sense of relief and stepped into the crowd. However, a familiar voice, laced with an unfamiliar tone, caused him to halt. Xiao Yu, come here. The voice belonged to none other than his grandfather. Chapter 33. The Perfect 10 Absolute Body. Xiao Yu, look at the trouble you've caused. To think you would resort to violence against your own kin for the sake of a mere mortal. I hereby impose upon you a punishment. You shall not directly claim your life Gu insect for a while. Instead, you shall be provided with the materials and must concoct it yourself. As Ming Yan uttered these words, his anger was palpable. Yet the elders nearby discerned that this was merely a manifestation of a grandfather's favoritism towards his grandson. This was hardly a punishment. The secret formula for the Ming family's concealment Gu had always been closely guarded. Known only to a select few alchemists and the three principal branches of the Ming clan, the leadership lineage, the Crane branch, and the Swallow branch. For Ming Yu to concoct it on his own, he would inevitably need to be entrusted with the formula, which was tantamount to teaching him how to fish rather than simply giving him a fish. The head of the Crane branch, who was also the current elder of the Internal Affairs Hall, Ming He's son, observed this scene and began to feel apprehensive for his grandson, Ming Heqiu. Ming Yu had the backing of the clan leader, and with his father at the fifth transformation level, the prospects seemed promising. During a covert mission in the past, he had learned that bloodline Gu could inherit qualities, and given that Ming Liao possessed first-rate potential, Ming Yu's future appeared bright. However, family interests were limited. If others took more, his own grandson would receive less. But was it truly so? In terms of political maneuvering, Ming Yu had numerous avenues available to him. For instance, one could argue that his first-rate potential was acquired through dark methods, inciting celestial wrath and resulting in calamity. Moreover, his mother was of the demonic lineage. And though his father was a fifth transformation, he had been defeated by a fourth transformation practitioner. It seemed he had even severed a clan member's hand and had previously rescinded his marriage engagement. encouraging his grandson to befriend Ming Yu would bind their interests together, fostering cooperation. Yet, to his dismay, this young man showed no gratitude and outright rejected his grandson. With a provocative glance directed at Ming Liao, Ming Yu's son was met with an unexpected confident smile in return, initially perceived as mere bravado. No one anticipated that Ming Liao would place a plaque on the vacant seat beside him, boldly inscribed with the words "Wife of Ming Liao." Before anyone could speak up, he seized the initiative. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, my wife is not of the demonic lineage, and soon I shall provide proof." This declaration did not quell the murmurs of the crowd, but just then, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Ming Liao withdrew the concealment of his aura, revealing his true essence, peak fifth transformation. Indeed, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. Ming Yan sensed this powerful aura and furrowed his brow. "Humph. Let us see how you intend to prove that." Ming Yu's son's expression darkened, though he remained confident. Once Ming Yu was tested for first-rate potential, his mother's accusations could not be refuted. "Let us commence. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall shall call forth each candidate. Step forward as your name is announced, and take as many steps as you can. Is that understood?" Ming Yan commanded. The assembly nodded, forming an orderly line in anticipation of the proceedings. To curb Ming Liao's arrogance, Ming Yu's son was the first to send him forth onto the stage. The announcement instantly drew the gaze of every individual present towards Ming Yu. If anyone were to embody tension, it would undoubtedly be Ming Xiuyan, who anxiously fixed her eyes on Ming Yu, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress. She sincerely hoped for his exceptional aptitude, for she was yet to grasp the true essence of power and remained unaware of the capabilities of the bloodline curse. However, if anyone were to observe with utmost seriousness, it would certainly be Shang Hao. The failure of the token would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. I must personally assess the situation, especially since the Infinite Will has declared this individual to be of paramount importance. Despite being the least threatened among all those listed as significant, there must be some innate talent at play. This morning, he, as the heir of a prominent family, had intervened on behalf of a mere mortal, which I found quite commendable. Let me witness the extent of your qualifications that have earned you the esteemed title of the most crucial individual by a venerable one. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ming Yu stepped forward, his feet entering the flowing water. Yet, he did not hurry, as if awaiting someone. Indeed, a delicate, fair hand intertwined with his. Only then did Ming Yu take his strides, each step forward enveloped in a glimmer of hope, crafting a breathtaking tableau. Of course, the onlookers could not perceive the other beautiful presence, but the family heir appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Even Ming Huan felt an inexplicable reluctance to challenge him, albeit it was merely a fleeting sentiment. He continued his deliberate march, unimpeded. Surely, this indicated an exceptional aptitude. Humph, but it is still too early to celebrate, not yet at the 40th step. Ming Xiuhuan stifled a laugh. Before long, Ming Yu reached the 40th step. Yet he pressed on. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. He advanced another 10 steps. At that moment, Ming Yu felt an inexplicable force erupt within his abdomen, a sensation akin to an explosion. This shock caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, and a profound chill enveloped him, as if his entire being had turned to ice, with even the water beneath him crystallizing into a thin layer of frost. How could this be? Ming Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd began to stir restlessly, particularly Ming Xiuyan, whose heart was consumed by panic. No. How could it be the 10 absolute body? What shall you do, Xiao Yu? With such a constitution, survival is impossible. Fear not, fear not. I now oversee the apothecary hall, and I will surely find a solution, I promise. Father is gone, and you are all I have left. You are all I have left. Shang Hao maintained a more composed demeanor, for this was indeed a person favored by the infinite. Possessing a modicum of talent was only to be expected. The sacred grounds of the family do not permit raucous outbursts. Ming Yu, the 10 absolute body, currently assessed as possessing the North Ming Ice soul, Ming Liao declared. Regaining his composure, Ming Yu prepared to retreat. Continue onward, do not falter. Bai Ruoshui's ethereal voice resonated with an entirely different timbre, imbued with mystery and sorrow. Ming Yu could not discern the reason behind her tone, yet he held an unwavering trust in Bai Ruoshui and thus continued to advance. How could he still proceed? This is impossible. Even the second-generation patriarch, endowed with the formidable true martial body, could traverse no more than 50 steps. It is safe to assert that no one possesses such potential. Shang Hao exhibited an expression of exuberance. This is precisely as it should be. How could a mere 10 absolute body possibly garner the utmost attention of that esteemed individual? The atmosphere in the venue erupted with fervor, disregarding the sanctity of any family stronghold. Ladies and gentlemen, my son possesses unparalleled talent. Had I truly employed the bloodline goo on him in the past, such a situation would undoubtedly have been impossible. My wife is not of the demonic path. She was merely slandered by the deceased elder of the Medicine Hall family. In 2 months, during the Moon Festival, I shall relocate my wife's grave to our ancestral burial grounds. Who dares to object? As Ming Liao's declarations reverberated, Ming Heji and the other family elders pondered how to counter his assertions. Yet, they soon recognized a chilling reality. The former elder of the Medicine Hall, who could have served as a witness, had already passed away. Furthermore, Ming Liao had maintained a demeanor of remarkable composure, which was profoundly unsettling upon reflection. With his current prowess at the pinnacle of the fifth transition, unburdened by the stigma of his wife's alleged affiliation with the demonic path, his power was on the cusp of reaching its zenith. Thus, the assembly fell into silence once more. The seasoned among them understood the implications. The essence of the 10 absolute body lies in the supremacy of one bloodline over others. It does not imply the existence of a singular bloodline within the body. Consequently, this potent bloodline is compelled to divert its focus to suppress the other lineages, disrupting the equilibrium of the body, leading to catastrophic implosion. However, the perfect 10 absolute body is distinct. It harbors only one bloodline, which requires no distraction, allowing the body to maintain balance, harnessing the formidable powers of the 10 absolutes without risking explosive demise. Therefore, with the perfect 10 absolute body, he is now free to move about at will. A voice resonated from thin air, and a figure gradually materialized before the crowd. Adorned in the garb of a storyteller, the proprietor of the Forgetting Worries bookstore. Chapter 34, The Mighty True Martial. As realization dawned upon the crowd, they instantly grasped the sheer defiance of Ming Yu's constitution. No wonder the heavens themselves had once cast calamities upon him. Envious gazes from his peers swept over him, while the elders bestowed what could only be described as benevolent scrutiny. Even his father seemed taken aback, and Ming Heji stared fixedly at his grandson, silently praying for something unspoken. If this were truly the case, then it was nothing short of miraculous. The esteemed Master Gu, as expected of a cultivator of profound wisdom, possessed knowledge far beyond ordinary comprehension, earning the reverent admiration of even the venerable Ming Yan. Rising from his seat, the patriarch personally approached Master Gu to offer tea, a gesture the latter accepted without hesitation. Noting the lack of refusal, Ming Yan seized the moment to voice a question that weighed heavily upon him. Yet, after all these years, you remain untouched by time. Might you have uncovered the secrets of the longevity Gu? Indeed, there was always a motive. Otherwise, why would a clan patriarch lower himself so before another? Master Gu did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his left hand, revealing a Gu insect that sent shockwaves through the assembly, a genuine longevity Gu. Having lingered so long within the territories under the Ming clan's governance without paying my dues, I find myself indebted, Master Gu remarked, his tone light, yet deliberate. A mere 5-year longevity Gu, as a token of my gratitude. Even Shang Hao found the man's generosity somewhat excessive, though only somewhat. As Ming Yin reached out to take it, Master Gu withheld the offering. Patriarch Ming, do you recall my beloved disciple, Ming Ao? Of course. My failure to protect him remains my deepest regret. I do not blame you, Master Gu replied, his peach blossom eyes glinting with an inscrutable amusement that went unnoticed by the patriarch. What I mean to say is, I wish to select someone to take with me today. Would that be permissible? Such words are unnecessary. To have you nurture our talents freely is a blessing beyond measure. Then it is settled. With that, Master Gu finally relinquished the Gu and strode leisurely toward the crowd. The dim lighting had initially obscured his features from the younger disciples, but as he drew near, they beheld a striking contrast, youthful peach blossom eyes set within a demeanor of seasoned wisdom. An intoxicating contradiction that might have elicited screams were it not for the sanctity of the clan's sacred grounds. After surveying the assembly, Master Gu made no immediate selection, instead returning to the patriarch's side as if to observe the remaining awakening ceremonies before making his choice. Proceed swiftly, we must not keep Master Gu waiting. Understood. Next, Ming Ji. Hearing the next name called, Ming Yu had no time to further ponder the mysteries of his constitution. Still clasping that pale hand, he retreated into the shadows, while behind him, the glow of potential shimmered with the promise of futures yet unwritten. Indeed, the future appears exceedingly bright. Contemplating this, Ming Yu unconsciously displayed a genuine smile. which was fortuitously witnessed by Ming Ji, a stout young man. Upon observing Ming Yu's smile, he found himself momentarily immobilized, not solely due to Ming Yu's striking appearance, but rather because he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Ming Ji, lacking the qualifications of a Gu master, harbored within him the belief that being able to behold such a radiant and smiling young master was a treasure worth a lifetime. Consequently, he retraced his steps, yet the brilliance behind him had transformed into a dim foreboding of his future. Silently, he departed from the family's sacred grounds, while others, too indifferent to mock him, remained fixated on Ming Yu. Typically reticent in the presence of strangers, Ming Yu now exuded confidence and graciously smiled at the onlookers, not merely due to his boundless prospects, but also because of the exquisite presence beside him. By Ruoshui, from this moment forth, I vow to shield you from harm. The injury you sustained for my sake shall be the last of your life. He gazed at Bai Ruoshui, a vision exclusive to him, and felt only bliss within. Yet, at that moment, Bai Ruoshui's heart seemed to be pierced by daggers. Yes, perhaps the young lad deserved a more splendid future, but she must resurrect him, utilizing his very form. Thus, the two made their way back, each harboring contrasting emotions. Nevertheless, Ming Yu felt a tinge of confusion. While he was well aware of the Bai Ming's physique, the notion of a perfect Bai Ming's physique was entirely foreign to him. Bai Ruoshui's earlier suggestion for him to take a few more steps hinted that she might have anticipated this outcome. However, it was not the time for inquiries. Returning home would provide a better opportunity for discussion. As they walked, Ming Chuyin seemed to sense something amiss. She noticed that Ming Yu appeared to be holding on to something. A myriad of emotions surged within her, yet she thought, "Sister, as long as you can live happily, that is enough. If you have truly fallen for another, then I wish you joy." Following her father's unexpected passing, 3 years of responsibility had led her to relinquish many burdens. However, in this foreign family, Ming Yu was truly the only person she could trust. She harbored no extravagant desires, merely wishing for him to smile at her. Yet, no miracle occurred, prompting a bittersweet smile as she remained quietly in place, watching the awakening ceremony unfold. After several rounds of testing, aside from those unable to awaken, the remaining participants fell into the categories of C or D ranks, none of whom piqued Master Gu's interest. The expressions of the onlookers were far from pleasant. Whether Shang Hao's demeanor was feigned remained uncertain. Ultimately, only the 3 individuals who had previously occupied the same table as Ming Hichio remained, with Ming Lang yet to take the stage. Ming Hichio stepped forward, his pace noticeably slower than that of his peers, each footfall deliberate, as though testing whether the next step could be taken. Eventually, he arrived at the 39th step. Ming Hichio, B rank, with 88% true essence. This qualification is remarkably close to the top tier. Although it pales in comparison to Ming Yu, it remains commendably impressive. His peers cast envious glances, though the intensity of their admiration has diminished significantly compared to before. Approaching his grandfather, Ming Heji seemed poised to speak but ultimately refrained, opting instead to affectionately pat his head. Meanwhile, Ming Hechio's attention shifted to the next 3 individuals. Ming Yinchun, one of those who had shared a table with Ming Hichio earlier that morning, stands as the sole daughter of the Yin lineage. She possesses a rather expressionless demeanor, yet one can surmise that her smile would be quite enchanting. Upon hearing a sound, her face betrayed little emotion as she walked forward with steady and rapid strides, finally halting after 42 steps. Ming Yinchun, top tier, with a true essence of 92%. The envious gazes from her contemporaries multiplied, but she remained unperturbed. Advancing steadily toward Ming Hichio's side, it appeared that her family head was absent, presumably engaged in clandestine affairs. Next was Ming Yishan, another individual from that table, who happens to be Ming Hichio's cousin. Ming Yishan, at 6 steps, lacks the qualification of a Gu master. Upon hearing this outcome, he too made his way toward Ming Hichio, but upon perceiving something in his cousin's eyes, he immediately fled in tears. Now, only one person remained, Ming Lang. He seemed all too eager, striding forward with great determination. "Ah, that foolish lad is rather naive. If he continues in such haste, he may not last long," leaving himself no glimmer of hope. After all, one wouldn't he boast of having slain a formidable thunder wolf otherwise. The peers present began to mock him, displaying a complete lack of caution. Yet, considering his innate strength, Ming Hichio mused that regardless of his qualifications, he would reluctantly welcome him to join. He even harbored no such thoughts for his cousin. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ming Lang surged forward, and in an instant, Countless beams of light erupted around him, following in his wake. Ultimately, he traversed a remarkable 50 steps. In that fleeting moment, a powerful wave of energy swept through the venue, shattering the thin ice that Mingyu had left behind. This is indeed intriguing. This child possesses the formidable, true martial body. Mr. Gu observed the recklessly charging Ming Lang, finally opening his typically half-lidded eyes wide in astonishment. Chapter 35. The Stranger at Last. The crowd discerned that Mr. Gu's eyes, once opened, resembled those of a cunning fox, exuding an aura of concealed mischief. However, in the eyes of the surrounding young ladies, this only served to enhance his charm. Nonetheless, the focus of the gathering was not on him at this moment. The atmosphere was still charged with a powerful energy, compelling many peers to firmly plant their feet in order to maintain their stance. Yet, this did not hinder the elders of the third transformation from engaging in conversations among themselves. Is it truly the great power of Jinwu? Just like the second-generation patriarch? It was unmistakable. Not only did the scene mirror that of yesteryear, but Mr. Gu had also confirmed it. This was indeed a case of fortuitous events aligning perfectly. Mingyu possessed the flawless Biming Eye soul body, and if Ming Lang adhered to the cultivation methods of the second-generation patriarch, he need not fear self-destruction. Subsequently, all eyes gravitated towards Mr. Gu. The elder then chose. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a crimson cuff, and extended his finger to the crowd, causing a ripple of anticipation within everyone. However, this expectation was tempered. Given that two individuals of such extraordinary talent had emerged this time, this one, Mr. Gu casually selected an individual, to everyone's astonishment. The chosen one was merely of the third-tier aptitude. Ming Yin observed this decision with perplexity. The individual appeared to be an orphan named Ming Yang, possessing average abilities, hardly noteworthy. As soon as he spoke, Mr. Gu promptly led his group away, seemingly anxious that the individual might reconsider. Witnessing this scene, Shang Hao immediately followed suit, departing without uttering a single farewell. Nonetheless, those remaining were too preoccupied to regard the two departing figures. Who exactly was this Mr. Gu? So reminiscent of the fifth most important figure spoken of by Wuji? Shang Hao quickened his pace, striving to catch up with Mr. Gu, his hurried steps starkly contrasting with his stately golden silk attire. Young one, do not pursue further, or even your esteemed companion behind you will find it challenging to sway me, Mr. Gu discreetly conveyed. The voice, though youthful, resonated with an undeniable authority, instantly enveloping Shang Hao in a profound sense of pressure, as if he stood before the fabled gate of life and death. Senior, might I utter a word? Shang Hao, undeterred, protested. What a jest! Could even the one backing him be swayed? Was it true or mere deception? Silence, young one. Information encompasses myriad causes and effects in this world. By stepping forth to take on a disciple today, I have already interfered with many fates. I am now bound by misfortune, compelled to evade these entanglements, and have chosen to open a bookstore in this modest locale to take on a disciple, allowing him to intervene on my behalf. It would be unwise to engage too closely with someone such as yourself. In the very next moment after speaking, Shang Hao found himself back at his previous seat, while others remained oblivious, attributing it to his own abilities. Returned? Allow me to introduce who Mr. Gu is. Ming Liu discerned Shang Hao's keen interest in this individual and thus took the initiative to speak. My knowledge about him is quite limited, but it is certain that he has lived for an exceedingly long time and possesses insights into matters unknown to us. Is that so? Then is he a Gu immortal? I am uncertain. By the way, your visit this time is under the guise of a traveling merchant. When do you plan to commence? Rest assured, senior, I shall not keep the nobles waiting for long, and I assure you that what I bring will be of the finest quality. Very well, let us take our leave. The two departed from the family sacred grounds, yet those remaining were in an uproar. Ming Lang, he is actually a 10 absolute body. Does that not mean he is akin to the young master? There remains a distinction. Did not that ancient gentleman just mention that our young master's physique is perfect? The surrounding peers engaged in animated discussions about the two 10 absolute body prodigies, while Ming Lang hurried back, his face alight with excitement, gesticulating wildly. What did the young master say? I will certainly become the clan leader. This time, no one dared to refute him, and gradually, those around began to acknowledge a harsh reality, that the tale of him having slain the mighty electric wolf might indeed be true. At the time, everyone believed a mysterious Gu master had intervened to save Ming Hechio, as no one would accept that a mere child could have vanquished the electric wolf, even in its old age. However, the current circumstances cast doubt on that belief. Amidst the clamor, Mingyu remained silent, pondering who this ancient gentleman truly was. Why his grandfather knew him, and why he felt a vague familiarity. As for who possessed higher potential between him and Ming Lang, he was not particularly concerned. Rather, if the other's aspiration was indeed to become the clan leader, it lightened his heart somewhat. Enough of this. Tomorrow we shall commence our studies at the academy. For now, let us select a life goo insect from the clan treasury. Little Yu, come with me for a moment. Ming Yin regarded Ming Yu with a serious expression, prompting Ming Yu to comply, while the others proceeded to choose their life goo insects with the elders of the academy. Once the grandfather and grandson found themselves in a secluded spot, Ming Yin shed all pretenses, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. My dear grandson, how remarkable you are. Come, let grandfather embrace you. Though Ming Yu had grown taller, Ming Yin lifted him effortlessly, spinning him around. As Ming Yu twirled, he gazed at his grandfather's beaming face, reflecting on how he had never seen him this joyful. Not even when the Ming family secured second place in last year's clan competition. Bai Ruoshui silently observed this scene. Little Yu, while I know not the reason for your exceptional talent, your future is bound to be filled with boundless possibilities. Here is the recipe for the concealment goo. The materials have already been placed in your room, beside the bookshelf. Do not worry about failure. You must try repeatedly. Transforming the Lianxi goo into the concealment goo is relatively simpler. He released Ming Yu, allowing him to depart. Yet, as Ming Yu walked away, Ming Yan's expression soured, his eyes brimming with fury. My dear son, Ming Liao, is this all part of your scheme regarding such a gifted child like Little Yu? Very well, very well. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Forgetfulness bookstore, Mr. Gu exhaled a sigh of relief. He then slowly gazed at the young boy, who opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It was only then that the boy realized Mr. Gu had vertical pupils. Furthermore, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His ears morphed into those of a fox, and 9 tails sprouted from behind him. Are you a beast man? The boy stammered, utterly bewildered. From the very beginning, he had been confused, inexplicably chosen, and then abruptly pulled into a frenzied escape, only to witness this astonishing metamorphosis of Mr. Gu into a beast man. Very well, kneel. A formidable aura enveloped the boy, compelling him to the ground, immobilized. Serve tea to the elder, and bow your head once more. Then, you shall be my disciple. Reflecting on his circumstances, having no parents and being of little worth to any family, he resigned himself to the notion of having a mentor, regardless of whether they were beast man or human. Thus, Ming Liang complied without hesitation. As the oppressive presence dissipated, Mr. Gu beamed and helped the boy to his feet. Yet, in the boy's eyes, Mr. Gu's visage still radiated an overwhelming sense of authority and intrinsic confidence that emanated from a true master. Moreover, Mr. Gu presented him with a list. It detailed all the sects in existence, aside from the Tao of food and the Tao of painting. Should you wish to learn any of these, simply inform me. I am a supreme master of the Tao, a master of all sections. Do not fret about your aptitude. With my Tao, I can effortlessly procure the insect that will enhance your talents. Upon hearing this, Ming Liang's eyes brimmed with tears. Such kindness was unprecedented for him. Having grown up without parents, he had never experienced the warmth of someone else's concern. Why was this man so benevolent towards him? Yet, what precisely defined a master? What did it mean to be a supreme master? The boy found himself perplexed by Mr. Gu's words. Mr. Gu, meanwhile, felt a sense of satisfaction in his generosity. However, he contemplated the hope that this disciple might fulfill his potential before becoming irrevocably tainted by his own misfortunes. He wished for the boy not to end up like Ming Ao, whose bad luck had become so pronounced that even a simple act of capturing someone could yield the likes of Bai Ruoshui. His thoughts drifted to a certain individual, Bai Ruoshui, from the Fallen Valley. The elder had missed his opportunity years ago, but now he was determined to seize it. However, given the myriad of intertwined fates today, it seemed that his ill fortune would soon manifest. He pondered what might be worthy of becoming his bad luck. After settling the boy, he took a seat behind the counter and closed his eyes to rest. Following the day's myriad of events, Ming Yu held Bai Ruoshui's hand as they walked towards home. They often strolled together, yet today Bai Ruoshui remained unusually silent, his gaze calm and gentle, yet imbued with a sense of melancholic longing. This ethereal and enigmatic demeanor was one that Ming Yu rarely encountered in Bai Ruoshui. Upon returning to their room, Ming Yu released Bai Ruoshui's hand, intending to inspect the materials for the concealment insect. However, in the blink of an eye, his hand was firmly grasped. Sensing the strength in that grip, Ming Yu turned to see an unfamiliar Bai Ruoshui, his eyes filled with anguish and determination. Chapter 36. Enlightenment through history in various realms. Words serve merely as instruments of speech, the art of poetry, or the fade of insincere, human interactions. However, within the annals of history, their significance transcends such limitations. In historical texts, words are often powerless, lying inert upon the pages. Yet, they can also be fervent, capable of awakening the memories that pulse through one's veins. Within these chronicles, words embody truth, narrating tales of the past, but they can also be deceptive, vulnerable to the distortions of victors. Moreover, in the realm of history, words are unyielding, as immutable as stone, while simultaneously, they possess a certain tenderness, often depicting the trivial vicissitudes of life. As the ancient sage aptly stated, information and words encapsulate profound causality within this world, devoid of information. The human mind is left with mere physical reactions. People judge based on information, rendering it the cause, while they preserve information according to outcomes, thus making it the effect. The passage of time erodes history, vast and expansive. Consequently, the shadows of childhood, no matter how many books one reads, cannot unveil the intricate reasons behind myriad events. They are far too complex for any single term to capture. At least, prior to the moment when Bai Ruoshui grasped his hand, he shared this sentiment. But now, he comprehends the truth obscured by history, for he has recalled everything. On the night of his mother's passing, everyone out. After being escorted back from the Qing family tavern, Mingyu forcefully shut the door, a sight that left the guards astonished. They had never witnessed such a display from their young master. Yet, perhaps due to their understanding of the circumstance, none dared to judge his altered demeanor, attributing it merely to overwhelming sorrow. Thus, silence enveloped the room, yet Mingyu's heart was tumultuous with noise. Indeed, he was fervently seeking an answer. Why did his mother die? Any inquiry could find resolution within the historical texts. His grandfather's voice echoed within his mind. Indeed, his grandfather would not deceive him. There must be answers concealed within. He rushed to the bookshelf, seizing tomes of history, fervently scrutinizing them. Yet, he encountered a perplexing dilemma. The words appeared increasingly elusive, distorting before his eyes. Nevertheless, he persevered, turning page after page, only to find them becoming more twisted and obscure. At this moment, it was not merely a pair of eyes observing. Rather, countless pairs bore witness. The heavens themselves watched, as did all of creation, emerging from disparate realms and epochs. United in witnessing this moment, information encapsulates myriad outcomes, yet here and now, they all transform into causes. As the world yearns to discern what fruits might gestate within the heart of the youth, finally, blood began to flow. Indeed, the words he gazed upon transitioned from inky black to a sanguine red, writhing and contorting, urging Mingyu ever upward. The higher he stood, the farther he could see. Originally, on the ground, the contemplative spirit of Mingyu could scarcely discern the essence of past events, for he was confined to the earth below. Yet now, standing at an extraordinary height, Mingyu finally comprehends the contents inscribed in the annals of history. Indeed, he has come to realize that all matters of the world, be they grand, mundane, ignoble, or noble, are woven together by a singular word: slaughter. Each page is saturated with this term. Should one continue to read, it would be kill, 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 kill. Upon absorbing these words, the elevated Mingyu felt himself plummeting, descending into a lake. Surrounding sounds reached him, yet they were indistinct due to his immersion in the water. Behold, this is your own choice, proclaimed a youthful voice. A grand dream, why burden yourself with worries, echoed a maiden's voice. Before you explore the great path, I kindly ask that you handle it with care, lest you shatter it, cautioned a detached man's voice. I truly do not understand why you all defy fate. You were meant to witness love, indeed, not slaughter, but love, chimed a transcendent woman's voice. Memories became chaotic, and he had forgotten much. Yet this truth he grasped, it was indelible. Initially, Mingyu feared it, but soon exhilaration took its place. He realized that it was outside that he was gradually drowning. And by leaping into this lake, he could breathe anew. Ultimately, joy enveloped him, immense joy, because he had cultivated this fruit, a fruit named slaughter. Joy, he believed, was meant to be shared, as his grandfather had imparted. However, the following day, in a drunken haze, he seemed to forget this revelation and encountered her. It was not until more than a year later that Mingyu, having matured slightly, stood with measured restraint before his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather sipped tea and inquired thoughtfully, having immersed yourself in our family's historical texts, what insights have you gleaned in recent days? Pray, share with your grandfather. Mingyu bowed respectfully before responding. Grandson has amassed considerable understanding over these days. Oh, pray, enlighten your grandfather, urged Ming Yin with keen interest. Upon surveying history, I have discerned a singular, paramount truth, that is slaughter, Mingyu stated calmly. Slaughter? Ming Yin's brow furrowed, his tone growing somber. Elucidate this for me. Indeed, Mingyu continued. When we are hungry, we must kill prey to satiate our hunger. When we have adversaries, we must slay them to neutralize the threat. In times of peace, we must eliminate the meritorious to seize control. Mingyu spoke with fervor, yet remained oblivious to the tightening frown on his grandfather's face. He pressed on. Throughout history, it is merely a cycle of you killing me, and I killing you. What constitutes a hero? It is one who has slain many foes. What defines a failure? It is one who could not kill the opponent and was thus vanquished. In truth, the word kill, though merely a single character, embodies profound wisdom. The question lies in the method of execution. Should one wield the poison oneself or employ a master of sorcery to carry out the deed? At times, a direct approach is fraught with peril, necessitating the choice of assassination instead. Yet, there exists a multitude of methods for such covert acts. Enough, Ming Yin bellowed in fury, shattering the cup in his grasp against the floor. The shards scattered, striking Ming Yu's cheek and drawing forth a trickle of blood. Ming Yin sprang to his feet, furiously pointing at Ming Yu, and exclaimed, I urge you to immerse yourself in history to honor the achievements of our ancestors and comprehend the illustrious legacy of our lineage. I sought to instill in you the values of propriety, integrity, and honor. Yet, you dare to deduce the notion of killing? What kind of wicked reasoning is this? You are hereby confined to your chambers for a month to reflect on your transgressions. Yes, grandfather, Mingyu replied in a subdued tone, though a flicker of defiance ignited in the depths of her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoshui stood aghast, witnessing the unfolding drama. Her mind racing back to a memory she wished to forget. They imprison you within a cage. How can you ever release them? None can be spared. Eliminate them. Let them dissolve into the vast annals of history. If you cannot, I shall assist you. With her body under external control, she envisioned herself wielding a blade of ice against her kin. Observing Ming Yu's conflicted expression following her grandfather's rebuke, she resolved, Little one, there is no need for sorrow. Forget it. I shall aid you. Yet now, witnessing the thawing of Ming Yu's recollections, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Initially, based on the calamity foretold, she believed that neglecting the situation would lead to utter devastation. However, because she was merely a vessel, death was inevitable, prompting her inaction. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Still, I find it difficult to harm you. Should you choose the path of murder, I too must act, as I restore your memories. Let us see which path you will tread, not merely a path, but a way. Extraordinary Chronicles, the Mingwell chapter, The Dream Chasers Have Awakened. Humanities students are truly remarkable. Volume 1. The lute and the zither. In March, cherry blossoms fluttered upon the surface of the zither. Mingyu's slender fingers hovered above the black and white keys, hesitant to descend. He gazed at the floral rain cascading before the library, suddenly perceiving the delicate petals as ripples of a maiden's skirt. The girl in the water-green dress reappeared. She descended the library steps, cradling a stack of stitched books, her hair adorned with a pearl-studded headdress that sparkled in the sunlight. Mingyu noted that she consistently borrowed books related to the restoration of ancient texts. Today, she carried a copy of the treatise on decoration, its cover yellowed and frayed. The zither keys emitted a clear, resonant sound. Startled, Mingyu found his fingertips weaving a more intricate melody. He watched as the girl's shawl billowed in the breeze, the notes transformed into a lively tune. As if pursuing a fluttering butterfly. Classmate, within your music dwells the sound of falling blossoms. Mingyu abruptly lifted his head, only to discover that the young girl had, unbeknownst to him, taken her place beside the grand piano. She stood on her tiptoes to place the borrowed book on the piano bench, the ties of her traditional dress brushing against his wrist, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood. Is this Schumann's Butterflies? She inquired, tilting her head, the pearls adorning her hair swaying gently. Yet, when the second measure modulated into a pentatonic scale, it seemed to allude to the essence of picking lotus flowers. Mingyu swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen her eyes clearly in daylight. Within her violet irises lay a warmth akin to ancient texts. while the shadows cast by her lashes resembled ink strokes from an intricate painting. Suddenly, he recalled the lady with flowers he had seen at the Chinese Painting Society last week. The features of the figure strikingly similar to the girl before him. Would you like to hear some authentic ancient melodies? Mingyu found himself speaking almost involuntarily. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, in the ancient book restoration room. He noticed the nameplate on the girl's chest glinting in the sunlight, Jinglan. The door to the ancient book restoration room stood slightly ajar, and Jinglan's hand trembled slightly as she held a brush made of horsehair. The boy who had played the piano beneath the cherry blossom tree yesterday now stood before her, his tall silhouette slicing the sunlight into delicate shards of gold. How did you find this place? Her voice was akin to a startled bird. Mingyu waved the sandalwood box in his hand. I heard that the restoration room requires Chengxintang paper. He opened the box, revealing Xian paper with subtle bamboo patterns. Glistening in the morning light like flowing moonlight, ancient paper from the Ming Dynasty, a perfect match for your Song edition book. Jinglan's fingertips grazed the paper. Her seasoned touch from years of restoring ancient texts confirming its exceptional quality. She looked up, intending to express her gratitude, but was met by the boy's smiling gaze. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, casting a golden line across his nose, bestowing a touch of divinity upon his handsome features. Would you like to try this? Mingyu asked, retrieving a broken string zither from the case. Jinglan's eyes widened. This was indeed the Tang Dynasty lei zither she had restored the previous month. The vermilion lacquer repair on the neck still bearing her fingerprints. As the melody of Phoenix seeking Phoenix flowed through the room, Jinglan suddenly noticed the jade pendant hanging at the boy's waist, carved with twin dragon patterns. It was a pair to the one that had been passed down in her family. Legend has it that these jade pendants were bestowed by the Northern Song Dynasty, guiding destined souls to encounter one another. You played a wrong note, Jinglan suddenly remarked. Kneeling on the mat, she gently caressed the zither strings, reinterpreting the previous phrase. Mingyu gazed at the graceful curve of her neck, where a vermilion birthmark resembled a red plum blossom resting upon the snow. Outside, the silk tree blossoms fluttered down. Jinglan's traditional dress unfurled across the blue brick floor, the water-green fabric overlapping with the moon-white hem of Mingyu's long shirt, akin to ink strokes blossoming on Xian paper. As the last resonance faded into the sandalwood, she heard the boy's deep voice. Teach me to restore ancient texts, classmate Jinglan. In the deepening autumn of September, as the cicada's song began to wane, Jinglan stood atop a ladder in the ancient book repository, organizing the rare editions. Suddenly, she felt a tightness around her waist. As Mingyu appeared behind her, his arm encircling her waist loosely. Be careful. His breath brushed against the scarlet birthmark on her nape. The scattered pages of the Yongle Encyclopedia, more fragile than snowflakes. Jinglan's earlobes flushed a delicate crimson. Ever since uncovering the secret of the jade pendant, Mingyu's pursuit had grown increasingly candid. He would come, bearing newly acquired ancient ink, to seek her guidance on the art of rubbings. Yet would quietly sketch her profile while she focused on her grinding. He claimed to be learning bookbinding, his slender fingers often brushing against her inadvertently. Look at this. Mingyu suddenly unfurled a scroll. Jinglan lowered her gaze, and to her astonishment, it was Tang Yin's The Courtesans of Wangshu Palace. Featuring 4 ladies with silk fans glancing back, one of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to her. I acquired it last month at Sotheby's. Mingyu's fingertips glided over the painting. Did you notice the inscription? In the spring of the 3rd year of the Jiajing era, I beheld a beauty at Tiger Hill. Her spirit was extraordinary, hence I made this copy. Jinglan's eyelashes fluttered. She recalled her father mentioning that their ancestry traced back to a bibliophile in the Northern Song Dynasty, whereas the Ming family seemed to have ties to the renowned collector Xiang Yuanbian. When Mingyu pressed his warm lips against her hand, a flock of white doves suddenly swept past the window, their wings shattering the tranquility of 4 centuries. Volume 4. The Lock of the Steel Forest on a drizzly autumn afternoon. Jinglan was diligently copying the Chaoquan stele. Ink dripped from her brush onto cicada wing paper when a hand reached from behind, grasping her wrist. This is not how one wields the brush. Mingyu's chest pressed against her back, guiding her hand as it danced across the paper. His calligraphy was robust as a pine tree, intertwining with Jinglan's elegant small script like lotus blossoms. You shall be as steadfast as a rock, while I shall be as gentle as the reeds. Suddenly, Jinglan pulled her hand away, but in her turn, she knocked over the porcelain ink wash. Mingyu reached to catch it, and they both tumbled onto the scattered rice paper. The vermilion seal paste spread across the pristine surface, resembling the remnants of spilled wedding wine. Look at this. Mingyu retrieved a fragment of an inscribed stele from his robe. The faded characters hinted at the year of Yonghe 9. Yet the most distinct markings were the intertwined names of Yulan and Lanyu, discovered last week at the steel forest in Luoyang. His fingers traced the deep and shallow chisel marks, revealing that this stele dated back to the 3rd day of the 3rd month in the 9th year of Yonghe during the Eastern Jin, precisely when Wang Shiji penned the Lantingyi Su. Jing Lan's fingertips brushed against an inscription on the edge of the fragment, embracing the moon in a secluded embrace, concealing the brilliance within my heart's melody. She recalled glimpsing the family tree in her father's study last night, noting an ancestor named Jing Lanyu from the northern Song's Yuanyu era, who married the eldest son of the renowned Ming family in Bianjing. Volume 5, The Incense Pouches Whisper. On the day of the first snow, Jing Lan concealed the embroidered Suzhou silk incense pouch within her wide sleeves. Hidden within the gold-threaded lotus blossoms was a palindrome, which would only reveal its words when soaked in the morning dew. She purposely chose the hour of the tiger to gather the dew, yet in the plum garden, she encountered Mingyu, who was practicing his swordplay. Clad in dark attire that accentuated his slender waist, the sword's tip stirred the swirling snowflakes, transforming them into a flowing galaxy beneath the moonlight. Just as Jing Lan was about to retreat, she saw Mingyu execute a flourish with his sword, causing the accumulated snow on the plum branches to cascade down, forming a crystalline dome above her head. To steal a glance comes at a price. The tip of Mingyu's sword delicately lifted the fragrant pouch hidden within her sleeve. The needlework of this double lotus seemed reminiscent of Suzhou's gu embroidery technique. Jing Lan attempted to snatch the pouch but was swept up to the plum tree. Encircled by an embrace, Mingyu loosened the great cloak that enveloped her, and the breath she exhaled, like white mist, caressed her frostbitten earlobe. Let me hazard a guess. Could it be that within lies the sentiment of willing to weave a double silk net, 1,000 knots intertwined in harmony? As the first rays of dawn illuminated the pouch, the silken fabric, steeped in dew, indeed revealed faint golden characters. Yet, it was not the palindrome crafted by Jing Lan, but rather a 5-character quatrain she had never encountered. In a past life, the locks of Longhuan; in this life, the weaving of clouds begins. The jade pendant chimes with twin dragons, rekindling an unfinished bond. Chapter 37. Parting and forgetting. This is not me. This is not me. How could I stray so far from the path? Mingyu's expression was one of agony as he curled up on the ground, the memory seemingly intent on shattering his thoughts, eroding his mind. Little one, face your inner self. To wish to kill is simply to wish to kill. I can grant you the power. Your constitution can endure it completely. Go, eliminate those you wish to kill. This time, Bai Ruoshui exhibited no sign of compassion. Her voice echoed like a devil's whisper in Mingyu's ear. Upon hearing her words, Mingyu appeared to regain a flicker of spirit, his rationality instantaneously rebelling. No, absolutely not. I bear the expectations of my kin, my grandfather's trust, and my oath to you. I cannot do this. Blood pooled on the ground as Mingyu drew his sword, piercing his own palm. Awakening, his gaze was steadfast as a rock, devoid of any confusion. I will not do that, Ruoshui. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a warm sensation upon his lips. His eyes widened as the violet depths mirrored the vibrant hues of spring. Simultaneously, Bai Ruoshui gently caressed his palm and then grasped it. The wounds upon his hand seemed to freeze over, and then, miraculously, they healed, leaving no trace of scars. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, little one. As the kiss concluded, she looked at the dazed Mingyu and slowly raised her hand. You deserve a brighter future, so little one. Forget me. At the front desk of the worry-free bookstore, Mr. Gu had resumed his human form. He opened his eyes once more and began to pace restlessly, appearing anxious. Why haven't they arrived yet? My doomed fate should be taking effect. He remained tense, scanning his surroundings as waves of information rippled through his mind. Master, I wish to learn this. Ming Liang rushed over, holding the list in hand, pointing at it with fervor. This path has waned. Reflect deeply and choose another. I would never deceive you. Oh. Mingji had no choice but to ponder alone. Mr. Gu seemed to have a sudden realization. Swiftly departing the bookstore and ascending into the sky, casting a barrier beneath the bookstore, seemingly to ascertain its bounds. If this doomed fate were to extend to this bookstore, I cannot guarantee the safety of this apprentice. By the way, did I forget to ask his name? I shall address that later. He concealed the entire bookstore within his celestial abode, leaving only an illusion in its place. However, Mingji, engrossed in examining the list, remained utterly oblivious. for he was particularly attentive to his master's instructions, deeply immersed in thought. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu floated above, seated upon a massive stone hovering near the magnetic mountain, quietly closing his eyes in anticipation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and departed from the stone. In that fleeting moment, he glanced back to see the stone had transformed into ice, shattering gradually into a flurry of snowflakes. Your arrival was anticipated, however. It does not constitute a significant calamity for an old soul like me. The one who has arrived is Bai Ruoshui, her eyes reddened and seemingly frozen at the corners. You, wretched old thing, return my brother's life. As she spoke, her form underwent a magnificent transformation, appearing as if she were made entirely of ice and snow. With 3 heads and 6 arms, celestial garments swirling around her, clad in ice armor, and standing upon a blue ice lotus. She wielded icy blades in 2 hands while the other 2 appeared to be gathering some force, charging towards Mr. Gu. Yet, Mr. Gu merely evaded her assault. His eyes narrowed with amusement, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ruoshui, let me take a guess as to what has revealed me. Oh, I see now, it was my discussion of the principles of the perfect North Sea ice soul body, and those mere mortals speaking of my masterful pursuit of the Tao. Correct? Moments ago, Mr. Gu had claimed that Bai Ruoshui's arrival was anticipated. Now, he spoke as if he had just divined her presence. It was evident he was mocking her, which only fueled her ferocity. However, her frigid onslaught was met with an unexpected barrier upon reaching Mr. Gu. It was a fan adorned with the word boring. Why do you not perish? How long do you intend to linger? Oh, that remark about being an old wretch seemed crafted solely for the benefit of the old scholar. Through the Tao, I have gleaned clues and seized the life-extending opportunities from countless souls, yet this has also shackled me with the ominous fate of a black coffin. However, you seem to have misunderstood several points. He closed the fan and slowly rotated the amber prayer beads in his hand, his appearance shifting dramatically, his eyes transformed into golden slits. His ears morphed into crimson fox-like appendages, and 9 flaming tails sprouted from his back. At this moment, his aura was unmasked, revealing his true prowess at the pinnacle of the 8th transition, undeniably genuine. First, your arrival was foreseen by me, thus it does not constitute my ill fate, as your strength is insufficient. Second, your brother was not slain by me. He foolishly undertook reckless actions for your sake, causing me to miss the opportunity at the Bai family's downfall. As for the third point, see for yourself. He extended his hand, causing Bai Ruoshui's pupils to tremble. In his palm rested a creature, resembling a butterfly, a white butterfly, to be precise. Bai Ruoshui recognized it immediately. It was a manifestation of qi. Thus, knowing you would come, I had already prepared such a measure for myself. I do not believe you will wish to remain here after witnessing this. Bai Ruoshui swiftly employed the insect, and upon receiving the information, her expression soured drastically. She gestured towards a certain location of the Xiong family, seemingly enacting something, then fled without looking back, transforming into a streak of cold light as she soared towards the ancient black heavens of Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, sensing the disruption of the suspended magnetic formation, the Xiong family's grand elder, Xiong Wucai, intended to investigate the array but was suddenly engulfed in a void of thought, subsequently resuming his previous actions. My name is Mingyu, the heir of the Ming family. Since the moment of my birth, I have borne the hopes of my kin, diligently striving each day, immersing myself in study and honing my swordsmanship. However, my mother seems to have fallen into the abyss of darkness, leading me to entertain thoughts that I should not have. Yet, after a month of confinement, I have come to realize how naive I once was. Nonetheless, I could not restrain myself from teaching a disrespectful individual a lesson, resulting in the severing of his hand, for which I was reprimanded by my grandfather. Strangely, my grandfather later became quite cheerful, for I had awakened an extraordinary physique, the unparalleled Baiming ice essence. As Mingyu pondered this, the morning sunlight streamed into his eyes, revealing their crystalline clarity, which belied the maturity of a young man. He appeared merely as a boy. It seemed I had forgotten something. Mingyu closed his eyes, striving to recollect. I forgot to concoct the concealment goo. My grandfather forbids me from attending school until I succeed. Thankfully, I had already studied it in advance. Otherwise, I would surely fall behind my classmates. Why did I strive so hard to learn anyway? Regardless, I must hasten to brew the concealment goo and surprise my grandfather. He dashed towards his study, eager to prepare the concealment goo. But one book on the shelf held his gaze captive. It bore the title The Green Robe Swordplay. In a different realm, the panoramic windows of the CEO's office overlooked the city below. Gu Fongyuan's pale fingers glided over a gilded pin, and his long black hair fluttered gently in the air conditioning. On the surveillance screen, Bai Ningbing was tidying her workspace, her snow-white hair cascading down her shoulders with a pearlescent sheen. Wishing to escape, he chuckled softly at the white figure on the screen, the angle of the camera perfectly capturing the faint blue veins on her nape, as if they were lifelines hidden beneath the snow. The moment the elevator down button illuminated, the exclusive lift abruptly ceased operation. Bai Ningbing's fingers, poised over the floor buttons, turned pale, the mirrored cabin reflecting her eyes, reddened with anger. Gu Fongyuan. Director Bai insisted on using Iris's patterned stationery for her resignation letter. A deep voice, laced with the scent of tequila, emanated from behind her as Gu Fongyuan approached, his fingers delicately holding the pale purple paper she had meticulously selected. His black silk shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a grotesque scar upon his collarbone. She retreated a step, her back pressed against the cool mirror. The surveillance blind spots were quite well concealed. Her blue pupils reflected the advancing figure of the man, reminiscent of an Arctic fox encircled by a pack of wolves. You feed stray cats tuna on the rooftop during your lunch breaks. Gu Fongyuan folded the letter into a paper airplane and tossed it into the corner. You regularly attend a climbing club after work on Fridays, and last Wednesday, you injured your right ring finger. Suddenly, he seized her finger, bandaged with a plaster, and remarked, "Use the pen I gifted you to write your resignation letter." Director Bai, you truly are considerate. When Bai Ningbing broke free from his grasp, her crystal earring grazed the man's neck, leaving a trail of blood that seeped into his black collar. Does a stalker deserve to speak of consideration? Her crimson tongue flicked over the blood on her fingertips, while Gu Fongyuan's eyes churned with abyssal darkness. Miss Bai, do you know how I acquired the Gu Group? Suddenly, he tore open his shirt, revealing twisted scars from his chest to his abdomen. The brake line of my uncle's Mercedes. I severed it myself. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a torrential downpour raged. A flash of lightning illuminated the glass display case behind him. Bai Ningbing's pupils constricted. Hundreds of photos of her daily life flickered in the storm's glow. Empty coffee cups, broken hairpins, even used gym towels, all sealed in numbered crystal boxes. The collection is missing its most perfect exhibit. Gu Fongyuan seized her wrist and pressed it against the display case, his cold fingers tightening over her pulse. Guess what happens when prey realizes it's already at the center of the spider's web? As he leaned in, his long hair cascaded like a black cage between them. What will you trade for your freedom? Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, her ice blue eyes igniting with defiance. Your collection is missing one thing, CEO. With a sharp tug, she ripped open his collar and sank her teeth into the jagged scar. Care to wager? Let us see if I shatter your collection first, or if you break my wings. Blood trickled down his collarbone, yet the hand gripping her nape trembled. This woman, who always wore white dresses, harbored the same madness in her soul. When he had first seen her photo among 38 resumes, her grinning with a broken rib from rock climbing, he knew fate had given him his mirror. 3 hours of freedom each week. He abruptly released her, pulling a gilded contract from the drawer. In exchange, his thumb smeared her blood onto the signature line. I want you to write the terms of your own imprisonment. The storm lashed against the windows as Bai Ningbing pressed the pen to paper, adding beneath the clause for the tracking necklace, Gu Fongyuan must accompany all adventures. The moment the pen pierced the page, she saw her own blood-stained smile reflected in his dilated pupils. Rainwater slithered like veins of blood across the bulletproof glass. Bai Ningbing's silver-white lashes brushed over Clause 5 of the contract. The pen hovered above must-wear tracking device during adventures, then suddenly reversed direction, aiming for Gu Fongyuan's throat. Clang, metal clashed as a gilded letter opener deflected the pen. Bai Ningbing pivoted into a sweeping kick, her chiffon skirt flaring like a blade. But as it grazed his waist, the hairpin inside a crystal box emitted a shrill hum. The moment Gu Fongyuan caught her ankle, the entire display wall began to rotate. 365 crystal boxes realigned into a three-dimensional star map, each base glowing with a date written in blood, every day since his uncle and aunt's fatal crash. So the mighty CEO counts days to ease his guilt? How dull. Bai Ningbing twisted midair, her foot hooking onto a chandelier chain. A pearl necklace snapped, its beads shattering 3 boxes labeled First Encounter Anniversary. Wiping blood from a glass cut on his cheek, Gu Fongyuan pressed a remote hidden in his suit. The chandelier's iron chain snapped with a resounding crack. And as Bai Ningbing fell, he enveloped her waist with his trench coat, the two of them crashing heavily onto the velvet sofa. On July 16, 2021, you misplaced the sapphire brooch I gifted you. He tore off his tie and bound her wrists, his fingertips grazing the faint pink scar beneath her collarbone. As compensation. Should you not reveal the origin of this mark? Bai Ningbing suddenly leaned in and bit his earlobe. Does the president not possess a hospital diagnosis in his collection? The metallic tang of blood spread between their lips. That year, when I fell from the Alaskan glacier and my ribs pierced my lung, I beheld the aurora. She whispered a laugh against his ear, reminiscent of the current dilation of your pupils. The air grew tense as Gu Yuefeng's hand tightened around her neck, veins bulging. Yet he faltered when met with the wildness dancing in her eyes. On a rain-soaked night a decade prior, he had curled up in a drainage ditch at the scene of a car accident, counting the fractures in his ribs, and had encountered the same eerie blue flame that transformed agony into ecstasy. Suddenly, the electronic lock emitted an alarm, and a muffled sound of gears turning emanated from behind the display wall. Seizing the moment, Bai Ningbing freed herself and dashed barefoot across the shards of crystal towards the hidden door. Upon glimpsing the contents of the secret chamber, the carefully maintained smirk on her face finally fractured. On the 7-meter-long hydraulic apparatus lay the wreckage of the car that had plunged off the cliff. The deformed door bore dark brown handprints, and a half-emerald earring was wedged in the car window, a perfect match to the one adorning her left ear. In the passenger seat, there had once been a charred female corpse. Gu Yuefeng's voice mingled with the mechanical sound of the pain pump as he methodically injected a clear solution into his bleeding arm. The coroner had noted that the deceased wore an iris ring on her right pinky. Bai Ningbing suddenly pressed her bare right pinky finger. Memories of the glacier fall flooding back. A masked lawyer had offered her the ring at her hospital bedside, stating it was the sole memento from her coma. It seems Director Bai has recalled. Gu Yuefeng tossed his blood-stained shirt into the incinerator, flames flickering against his pale body. Your aunt clutched tightly to a birthday gift for her niece in her final moments. Amidst the sound, as the writing spoke of both parties refraining from venturing into peril alone, a thunderous crack split the old tree outside, its blazing branches shattering the bulletproof glass. Amidst the overwhelming cacophony of alarms, she let out a laugh. See, even the heavens fear our demise would be too mundane. Chapter 38. The Visitor. Alas, Master, you have finally awakened. In the now restored Forgetting Worries bookstore, Ming Liang excitedly embraced the battered Mr. Gu, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough, Mr. Gu replied. I am not dead yet, so why all this commotion? Shaken awake, Mr. Gu sat up, one hand resting on his forehead, while the other propped him up against the ground, shaking his head. Master, I missed you so much. Where have you been? Why haven't you returned for over 10 days? This question jolted Mr. Gu into full awareness. He recalled dismissing Bai Ruoxue the day before and then engaging in a confrontation with a certain adversary, subsequently fainting somewhere, only to be returned by an unknown benefactor after an extended period. This was indeed perilous. He wondered about the intentions behind this person's actions and whether any schemes had been implanted upon him. However, he quickly deduced that the reason his dear disciple mentioned 10 days was due to the differing flow of time in the celestial realm. I encountered some matters while away and unfortunately sustained injuries that require recuperation. Upon hearing this, Ming Liang grew anxious. The memory of Mr. Gu's absence for over 10 days evoked a childhood fear he had when he yearned for his parents to return from the battlefield, only to be met with silence for days that felt like an eternity. Alone in the bookstore, he felt an invisible barrier confining him, with no means of escape. Left to hope fervently for Mr. Gu's prompt return. The solitude had nearly driven him to despair. Fortunately, Mr. Gu had returned, though his injuries were rather alarming. Yet, the fact that he was alive was the best outcome imaginable. Master, I have decided what I wish to learn. After spending those 10 days in the bookstore, he had carefully considered all the schools of thought on his list. Sitting up straight, Mr. Gu feigned a serious demeanor, attentively listening to what his disciple intended to study. Master, I wish to learn the lunar path. Why is that? Parents and other families often say the moon symbolizes completeness. I may not have parents, but I still desire to achieve wholeness. Mr. Gu fell silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. Lying back down on the ground and transforming into his beastly form, swishing his 9 tails playfully. Very well, today you need not cultivate. Instead, assist me by watching the entrance. If anyone enters the store, inform them that I am indisposed and unable to welcome guests, unless they wield a fan inscribed with endless. Endless? Indeed, endless. Of course, if it bears the inscription heartless, that would suffice as well, but that seems unlikely. Understood. With that, Ming Liang eagerly began organizing the bookshelves, watering the plants, and ensuring the bookstore was immaculate before obediently waiting at the door. Ah, I am utterly exhausted. At last, it has arrived. Junior brother, long time no see. I never expected you to still be alive. A voice suddenly echoed within the bookstore, prompting Mingyang to turn around. Before him stood a man with pink hair, gently cradling his master's head upon his lap. The man gazed tenderly at his master, his eyes sparkling like stars, blinking as if celestial bodies were truly shimmering within them. Meanwhile, he playfully toyed with his master's nine tails. Confused by the unfolding scene, Mingyang chose to remain on the sidelines, observing intently. You still prefer not to enter through the front door, dear brother, the pink-haired man remarked. To be honest, I never expected you to still be alive. It truly is astonishing. No, it is your survival that is astonishing. However, when I glimpsed the black coffin of your death fate, I instantly realized you were still alive. Haha, you truly are the most cherished disciple of our master, Yel Gushing. Speaking of which, brother, you should be able to deduce why I have lived for so long. But what means have you employed to sustain yourself until now? Mr. Gu turned to face Yel Gushing, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with cunning and intrigue. Upon seeing the golden, slit pupils of the fox, Yel Gushing could not help but chuckle. This method is a profound secret of the celestial longevity. I truly cannot disclose it to you, dear brother. Upon hearing this response, Mr. Gu joined in the laughter, but in the next instant, their positions had reversed, with Mr. Gu now resting Yel Gushing's head upon his own lap, gently stroking his pink hair. The suddenness of this moment left Yel Gushing startled. He attempted to rise, but found himself firmly held down. When Master gifted you the endless fan, his intention was for you to overcome the playful tendencies of the carefree wisdom heart and to diligently cultivate without excessive rest. Yet, here we are, after countless millennia, and you have only attained the 7th transformation of your cultivation. I am quite curious. Do you now possess the qualifications to occupy the throne? By mere chance, the 10th throne, he replied, attempting once more to sit up, only to be firmly restrained, which ignited his discontent. Now that you possess the combat strength of a subimmortal, you seem to disregard your elder brother. Moreover, when Master bestowed upon you the boredom fan, it was with the hope that you would speak less, engage less, and minimize your entanglements with fate. Yet you, dear brother, have directly entangled yourself with the black coffin of death fate. Our venerable master, who speaks and the world shifts, sees the past vanish continuously, while the future offers him no surprises. Life is monotonous and tedious for him, always eager to help others find the meaning of existence. While I have discovered my own purpose, he gestured towards the surrounding books and the myriad small trinkets hanging at the front desk, continuing, that purpose is to collect everything. The myriad entities of the world, living beings that endlessly evolve and transform, ultimately losing their original essence. Only inanimate objects remain unchanged. Once possessed, they are forever held, never to fade. Thus, I strive relentlessly to live, to gather those remarkable treasures of the ancestral legacy, such as the desolate valley of the Bai clan and the soul-draining mountain of the Xiong clan. Not only that, but I already possess some items. Do feel free to take a look. Mr. Gu opened a pocket dimension, placing Yel Gushing inside before returning to his seated meditation. It was only then that Mingliang approached, uttering a shocking inquiry. Master, do you have a preference for men? Mr. Gu immediately struck his forehead, exclaiming, What on earth? Have you lost your mind? Mingliang, feeling wronged, covered his head and pointed towards the 2nd floor. However, during my aimless rummaging out of boredom, I inadvertently discovered a hidden chamber on the 2nd floor, filled with things that should not be seen. That is reserved for your family, old Ming Xiuyan, and others. If you dare to think otherwise, I shall break your head. Mr. Gu sighed once more, then turned his gaze towards Zhongzhou, his eyes brimming with helplessness. By Ruoxue, your technique of freezing one's will is indeed quite convenient. I truly wish to erase certain unpleasant memories from this unworthy disciple. If it weren't for the imminent peril yesterday, I would have no need to send you away. Such a pity for my desolate valley. He ascended to the 2nd floor, made some adjustments to the hidden chamber, and then returned to the inner room of the bookstore, sinking into a deep slumber. In the storm, the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows coalesced into a blood-red vortex. Bai Ningbing approached Gu Yufengyuan, stepping on smoldering branches, leaving a trail of blood from wounds inflicted by shards of glass. Amidst the flashing electronic alarms, she discerned the faintly visible dark veins beneath the man's pallid skin. Is the CEO's painkiller laced with cyanide? Suddenly, she unbuttoned Gu Yufengyuan's shirt, her fingertips pressing against his rapidly contracting abdominal muscles, which trembled at a frequency of 117 beats per minute. his pupils dilating to over 9 millimeters. Bloodied fingers pried open his tightly clenched jaw. Was he still yearning for a goodnight kiss at such a moment? A low chuckle escaped Gu Yufangyuan's throat as he swallowed a slow-release capsule hidden beneath his tongue. The taste of mint mingled with the metallic tang of blood slid through her fingers. When did Director Bai acquire a medical license? He abruptly thrust her against the wreckage of a Mercedes, the twisted frame groaning under the weight. Why not take a guess? These symptoms are due to withdrawal. Or perhaps you touched something you shouldn't have. Bai Ningbing suddenly knelt, striking his old injury beneath his ribcage. In the moment of his pained distraction, she flipped herself up. She tore down the burning curtains and hurled them at the display case, the flames licking the crystal box, emitting a sharp crackling sound. For instance, the miniature tracker embedded in my pen? Amidst the sound of crunching crystals underfoot, she held up the chip she had extracted from the contract folder. Or this Trojan program capable of controlling my phone? Gu Yufangyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. As Bai Ningbing pried open the hidden compartment of the chamber, his pupils constricted. Rows of freezing pods emerged in the blue light, each containing a girl resembling her, with identification tags affixed to their chests. Failed replicas from 2020. He casually tapped the control panel, and the third freezing pod suddenly leaked preservative fluid. Discarded due to an iris color discrepancy exceeding 3. Amidst the stench of decay, he seized Bai Ningbing's hand and pressed it against the facial recognition area of the pod. And you are the perfect specimen with a discrepancy rate of 0.79. The successful identification illuminated her pale face with a green glow. As a holographic projection slowly rose from within the freezing pod, the medical records indicate that she underwent a kidney transplant on the day of the accident, with the name of her donor prominently displayed as that of Gu Yuefang's aunt. During the 3 months you lay in a coma, I visited the hospital daily to adjust the translucence of the bionic skin. Gu Yuefang, taken aback, pressed her against the operating table, his fingertips tracing the surgical scar on her lower back, even the tattoo that concealed the incision from the kidney extraction. Suddenly, he tore open her skirt, revealing the iris flower design I had crafted with my own hands. The alarm's pitch abruptly changed, and a hidden door swung open with a resounding crash. 12 armed men in black filed in, their leader removing his night vision goggles to reveal a face strikingly similar to Gu Yuefang's. My dear cousin, do you fancy this birthday gift? He aimed his weapon at Bai Ningbing's temple, demanding the tax key. Or else your little stand-in would experience the reality of becoming a substitute. Gu Yuefang suddenly chuckled, and while the others were momentarily stunned, he activated the electromagnetic pulse concealed within his wristwatch. All firearms simultaneously jammed, and amidst the splintering parts, he seized Bai Ningbing and hurled her through the shattered window. As they plummeted, he bit through the hidden clasp of her collar, deploying a glider cord. Hold tight. At a height of 100 meters. He nipped at her earlobe or would let go to seek his freedom. In the howling wind, blood seeping from his wounds stained half of her body red. Choose wisely. My accomplice. In a moment of weightlessness, Bai Ningbing suddenly unclasped his belt, inserting a tracking necklace into the blood-soaked stitches of his wound. It seems you've forgotten. She deftly wrapped the safety line around his neck, as stipulated in Article 7 of the contract, which mandates that adventurous activities must be undertaken jointly by both parties. The two became entwined, descending towards the aerial garden of the corporate building, roses erupting in crimson waves upon impact. As Gu Yuefang's fractured ribs pierced his skin, he laughed, pressing her into the foliage. Welcome to the true arena of the game. He dipped his fingers in their mingled blood, sketching a crescent on her collarbone, declaring that from this moment, they were both each other's blade and sheath. The aurora borealis pierced through the ice, illuminating the cluster of incubation pods beneath them, where Bai Ningbing's silver hair entwined with Gu Yuefang's dark locks amidst the liquid nitrogen's chill. They stood atop the remnants of 300 clones. The gene dissolvent melting away faces strikingly similar to Bai Ningbing's into pink foam. It turned out that the president's heart resided on the right side. Bai Ningbing withdrew an ice lance embedded in his right chest, licking the tip stained with blue blood, the proprietary anticoagulant developed for Gu Yu Group's clones. Gu Yuefang leaned against the control panel, chuckling softly, allowing her to tear open her long-healed wounds to extract the biological chip hidden between his ribs. The holographic projection erupted into the air, broadcasting 2 decades worth of illicit dealings over the polar skies. Videos of family elders using clones to replace dignitaries. Records of illegal organ transplants. And even surveillance footage of him kneeling beside his aunt's corpse to change rings at the accident scene were now synchronized to every electronic screen around the globe via satellite. Bai Ningbing inserted the chip into the interface at the nape of her neck, the glacier trembling beneath her feet, using my brainwaves as the final firewall. Such a cruel romance. She gazed into the melting abyss of ice, urging, "Now kill me, and you can still save." "You're mistaken." Gui Wefong suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing an iris tattoo on his chest that shared the same origin as hers. The subcutaneous microbomb's countdown froze at 0:59. Its crimson digits reflected in her abruptly constricted pupils. "Since the day I discovered you tampered with the contract, I've reset the detonation sequence." As the blizzard tore open the laboratory roof, they smiled simultaneously. Bai Ningbing turned her wrist, revealing the detonator concealed beneath bandages, its LCD displaying the identical countdown. Their tracking necklaces suddenly erupted with blinding light, weaving an electromagnetic web across the entire cloning facility in the polar night. "So you knew all along." Gu Fongyuan coughed up blood laced with ice shards, fingertips brushing frost from her eyelashes. "When did you discover it?" "That annotated copy of the elixir of immortality in your study." Bai Ningbing pressed her forehead against his bleeding wound. "The dog-eared page's marginalia read death is the most efficient contract." Suddenly biting her tongue, she sealed their trembling lips with a bloodied kiss. "But you forgot to add." At the countdown's 0 hour, amidst towering flames, their silhouettes emerged, fingers intertwined. Bai Ningbing's unfinished words were swallowed by explosions. Yet Guyu Fanyuan deciphered her lips. "True eternity is the world remembering how we destroyed each other." 3 months later, the Aurora Observatory received an encrypted signal. Beneath the ice sheet, in a backup laboratory, 2 incubation pods were cultivating neural connectors. The body submerged in azure nutrient fluid, though scarred, remained tightly entwined at the wrists. The monitors suddenly flashed a line of blood-red code. DNA fusion progress 99. 99. Golden epitaphs materialized on the pod's electronic tombstones. Here lie accomplices who finally murdered loneliness in the most exquisite agony. Chapter 39. The calamity of fate. Upon entering the cave realm, Yilu Guxing was astounded by the scene before him. There stood a mountain, remarkable in its essence, with rocks and vegetation sculpted from white paper, while the mountain streams and waterfalls flowed with inky blackness. This was the Mountain of Books. The Mountain of Books. What was that mad cave? Unyielding in his skepticism, Yilu Guxing cautiously approached the Mountain of Books, and in an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Even his carefree intellect felt an overwhelming pressure, prompting him to retreat immediately and utilize his wisdom to dispel the sudden influx of thoughts. After a brief moment, he collected himself and confirmed the authenticity of the Mountain of Books. "Junior brother, release me at once." As the cave realm opened, Yilu Guxing emerged. Seated on the bed, yet at that moment, he had no inclination to toy with Mr. Gu's tail. "What is happening? How did the Mountain of Books end up with my junior brother?" Mr. Gu paid him no heed, simply ending his life, and as he gazed upon the unresponsive corpse, a cold smile crept across his lips. Did he truly believe I was unaware of Chang Xingtian's machinations? "Brother, my apologies. But the causality here is something you cannot interfere with for now. Return." Meanwhile, within the realm of Chang Xingtian, amidst a sea of blood, waves surged and coalesced into a human form. Yilu Guxing, who clambered onto the shore, drenched in blood. "Back already?" A voice, cold and aloof, resonated. Yilu Guxing turned to see his elder brother, Heishang. "Brother, I failed my mission. I have yet to set things in motion, no need to elaborate." As I anticipated, he pulled Yilu Guxing onto the shore, and in a flash, they returned to the Hall of Eternal Life. At that moment, within the resplendent hall, 4 individuals occupied the thrones, the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats, as Heishang and Yilu Guxing took their places at the 2nd and 10th thrones. All eyes turned to Yilu Guxing in unison. "Speak. What did you witness?" "The Mountain of Books." "Skip that. I am inquiring about the conflict involving your senior brother." "You are already aware. Then I shall recount." Thus, under the attentive gazes of the assembly, the breathtaking battle from the previous day unfolded in their minds. Last night, Yilu Guxing had reached his destination, yet he hesitated to complete his mission, for the suspended magnetic mountain was perilously dangerous at that moment. In the sky above, 2 figures stood in confrontation, with flashes of lightning and thunder accompanying them, as countless characters descended like rain, transforming into ink and intertwining in a unique downpour. "You old wretch, I place such trust in you, even contemplating allowing you, an outsider, to enter the celestial court, an unprecedented occurrence. How dare you deceive me? Truly, those not of my kin harbor treachery in their hearts." The speaker appeared exceedingly aged, yet his upright posture exuded an air of defiance against the passage of time. "Jing Pei, oh Jing Pei, The old must never be trusted. I advise you to vacate my presence promptly and cease wasting my time. The individual confronting Mr. Gu was none other than the master of the Celestial Monitoring Tower, Jing Pei, whose expression brimmed with rage, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of strategic composure. You have deceived me. My granddaughter is merely a temporary guardian, certainly not a destroyer. She will still assist the future venerable at critical moments. And so what? She is currently in the southern frontier, yet the karmic ties here do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. And I cannot permit your court to extend its reach into this realm. I must explore every avenue to expel the karmic influences from the other 4 domains. Do you comprehend how many lives your deal with Wuji will cost? Child, what do you understand? Once a person enters this world, they are destined to perish. Even if one were to attain immortality, they would inevitably change over time, losing their original essence. Only the inanimate holds the utmost significance and value in this world. What is a mere human life worth? I am fully aware that as a mere child, I cannot match your reasoning nor your strength. But do you think I am alone? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu immediately sensed his surroundings and noticed a tree approaching, laden with countless karmic ties. If little Jing cannot defeat you, then what of me, old fool? The newcomer donned a cerulean robe and appeared diminutive, akin to a child. In an instant, Mr. Gu was taken aback, but soon regained his composure, every fiber of his being tense. Indeed, only you can be deemed my death's harbinger. It seems today, I may truly meet my demise here. Spare me your prattle, prepare for death. The man in blue, upon finishing his words, launched an assault, yet Mr. Gu moved with even greater swiftness, arriving before the blue-clad figure, with the fan of boredom poised at hand. Confronted with this overwhelming presence, the blue-clad man exhibited no sign of panic, his gaze exuding contempt. Yao Guxing had once sensed this disdain from his elder brother, yet upon closer inspection, the distinction became apparent. One was rooted in self-assured strength, belittling the opponent, while this blue-clad figure's scorn seemed unfounded, viewing all as mere insects. Do you wish to dabble in karma? In the next moment, flowers blossomed, attracting butterflies, whose wings stirred the air, causing all things to come alive, ultimately leaving only emptiness. Before blooming anew, time froze and flowed and froze, as if countless battles had unfolded, yet seemingly, nothing had transpired. Ultimately, a mountain of ink black materialized from thin air, where innumerable pieces of information collided with myriad karmic ties, producing a dazzling display of fireworks. After the battle, the Celestial Court personnel withdrew, and Mr. Gu controlled his descent back to the bookstore, collapsing the moment he exited. On the same day, half an hour prior, in the Xiong household, the towering figure of Xiong Wucai starkly contrasted with the seated Ming Yan across from him. Little Yan, I have watched you grow, to be candid. Your performance has generally met my expectations. Indeed, I hope to maintain such standards, but, alas, I know what you intend to say, however. Longevity worms are exceedingly rare, and I have not directly provided them to the other immortals in my clan, so you must barter for them. Ming Yan's expression grew tense, awaiting the continuation. Those mortals cannot be directly dealt with by my kin. Their souls must be collected by you. The young lad who previously liaised with me demonstrated considerable competence, yet the current one seems less capable. Rest assured, your assurance suffices. This is an 80-year longevity worm, ensuring the continuity of your position as clan leader. Thank you. As Ming Yan was preparing to continue his pleasantries, Xiong Wucai suddenly seemed to encounter some incident, swiftly departing only to return with a dazed expression, as if nothing had transpired. They resumed their conversation for another half an hour, but suddenly, a transformation occurred. Countless flowers bloomed and withered, yielding innumerable fruits, only to revert to the original state. As if nothing had happened. All others, apart from those involved in this battle, lost their memories of this span of time. Yet, Yao Guxing still remembered. Brother. I inquired multiple mortals at that moment. They all claimed nothing transpired. Why do I still recall this? Yao Guxing gazed anxiously at He Shang, who did not respond in haste, but rather wore an excited smile. Gather the Gu masters who have not been acknowledged by the savage. Eliminate them, retaining only the Gu immortals. The remaining individuals shall be treated similarly. Very well, once that is done, let's engage in a duel. He Shang, this time, victory shall be mine. The man upon the third throne immediately took flight, leaving the others in a state of shock. There is no need for such astonishment. This action is merely to cultivate a sea of blood. The Emperor's blood sea serves other purposes. We must forge our own. This explains why Bing Sichuan permitted so many useless individuals to slumber alongside us. Heishang rose, casting his gaze toward the central continent. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Initially, out of familial consideration, I intended to delay my actions. However, the one who can fully grasp the causal divine tree has emerged. This individual must be eliminated, though it will undoubtedly entail severe sacrifices. We must first spill some blood to fill the sea. This is the essence of war. The others remained silent, and the radiance of the light emperor dimmed slightly, casting the entire hall into darkness, with Heishang's expression taking on an eerie quality. Chapter 40. The toll of the Blood Sea. After what seemed like half an hour, the Blood Sea began to churn once more. Coalescing into a human figure, her skin dark as ink, her hair pale as moonlight. It was none other than Mo Ruyu, the 5 heavenly inspectors. Especially Xue Huichuan of the blood aspect. I will remember this grudge. One day, I, Mo Ruyu, will slaughter every last one of you. She inspected her immortal aperture, only to find all her goo worms destroyed. With no other choice, she began the slow, arduous climb toward the shore. But just as she was dragging herself onto land, an inexplicable torrent of blood suddenly drenched her from head to toe. Coughing violently, she glared upward, her eyes blazing with fury. Who dares? Hearing the voice from within the Blood Sea, Nian Erxidu, who had been holding his brother's corpse by the ankle while draining its blood, paused in surprise. He turned his gaze toward the sea and spotted Mo Ruyu, now drenched in crimson. Ah, my apologies, Sister Mo. I didn't expect you to emerge from there at this moment. By the way, how did you die? Nian Erxiu's question was earnest, utterly oblivious to the storm of rage darkening Mo Ryu's expression. Her eyes squeezed shut, her body trembling with suppressed fury. Were it not for the absence of her goo worms, she would have exacted vengeance for this humiliation on the spot. Nian mark my words, I will repay this insult. Bewildered, Nian Erxi, and nonetheless extended a hand to help her ashore. But the moment Mo Ryu stepped onto land, she wrenched her wrist free and lashed out with a devastating punch, the force of her strike slicing through the air toward him. Caught completely off guard, Nian Erxidu instinctively activated a defensive killer move. Countless blade energies coalesced around him, capable of reducing any incoming assault to dust. Yet he failed to consider that his own technique carried lethal force even at close range. And so, the Blood Sea churned once more, but this time, the sky darkened abruptly as a figure streaked toward them. What is the meaning of this? The Blood Sea has been drained twice to revive an 8th-rank cultivator. Nian Erxio, what have you done? The newcomer was Heishang, his voice sharp with urgency and disbelief. Second brother, I don't know what happened. Sister Mo attacked me the moment she revived, even after I helped her up. Second brother, I lost control of my emotions just now. Forgive me. Heishang. Tu closed his eyes, his body trembling as he wrestled with his anger. The oppressive aura around him intensified, stirring the Blood Sea into towering waves. The sheer weight of his presence left the other two gasping, as though death itself loomed over them. Fortunately, the pressure dissipated just as swiftly. Sigh. As if I could actually kill you. Both of you are vital forces of the Eternal Heaven sect. Slaying you would only require another revival from the Blood Sea, and we can no longer afford such waste. Heishang sat down, massaging his temples in deep thought. The other two immediately drew closer, standing at attention with deference. Mo Ryu, reviving an 8th-rank cultivator of your caliber, twice, has exacted too heavy a toll. The plan to assault the Yuan Lotus sect must be postponed for decades. Assault the Yuan Lotus sect? Why? Mo Ryu was utterly bewildered. What had transpired in her absence? Since when had they been preparing for war? You need not know the details. Simply await my command when the time comes. First, tell me how you perished. There are truly few in this world capable of slaying someone like you. Burned to death. Burned. You were burned alive. You jest. Black Robe's eyes widened in disbelief, her cold and haughty demeanor crumbling once more. The Yin Dao of the Central Continent's Li family is renowned throughout the land. Yet it is but a pale imitation of your mastery. Who could possibly burn you to death? Has a true flame Dao sovereign emerged? It was Blood Aspect who burned me. She turned away, her voice growing quieter, yet she still managed to articulate the truth. Yesterday morning, in a certain tavern of the Central Continent, for immortals of profound power were engaged in a fierce battle. Pair of threes, chimed a girlish voice. Pair of sixes, countered a sinister male tone. Pair of jacks, declared a voice brimming with celestial grace. Boom. My apologies, I got carried away again. One should remain detached from the trivial victories of games. The voice, initially wild and unrestrained, swiftly tempered into restraint. Pass. 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 Another victory. Ever since inheriting that lord's legacy, my fortune has been most favorable. Shall we begin another round? I shall shuffle. Wait. The blessed land stirs. The currents of chi swirling around chi aspect's hands suddenly grew restless, as if responding to some unseen force. The other three lit up with excitement, though Mud Aspect struggled to suppress his. 3 years we've waited, and at last, movement. What are you dawdling for, Hongjin? Settle the bill. Heat Aspect commanded Mud Aspect to pay, and the latter obeyed without hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, the three sighed in reflection. Had it not been for this, playing cards the mortals devised, found only in this establishment, these 3 years would have been unbearably dull. One must admit. Mortals occasionally display flashes of wisdom. Indeed, indeed. Just as they prepared to depart, a shout halted them. Halt. How dare you settle your debt with counterfeit spirit stones and claim they're immortal spirit stones? At the counter, the tavern keeper clung to Mud Aspect. The man's attire was peculiar, defying conventional aesthetics, and now he bellowed at the other three, drawing the attention of every patron in the establishment. Then, a figure clad in feathered robes leapt from the second floor, landing with a cloud of dust. He was young, yet exuded an unmistakable aura, one that surged violently in an instant, shaking all present. A 6th-rank aura. Such insolence. Immortal spirit stones? You 4 mortals dare pass off fakes and refuse to make amends? Today, I, on behalf of the immortals, before he could finish. The nameless 6th-rank Gu immortal was sent flying. Lord Gale, immortal. Wait for us. In an instant, 4 5th-rank auras erupted within the tavern. Each mounted a storm crane, rare and exotic beasts, and took flight in pursuit of their master. The entire tavern erupted in a cacophony at the unfolding scene. Yet the proprietor seemed momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. In an instant, the 4 beings vanished, disappearing from the gaze of the onlookers. Meanwhile, at the fringe of Nanhua Island, verdant hills flourished, teeming with life, a picturesque landscape dominated by shades of blue, interspersed with hues of green and white, crafting a beautiful tapestry. Strange, wild beasts roamed the area, some adorned with scales or horns, their forms peculiar. Additionally, 2 odd-looking individuals had arrived, one with pink hair and the other with white, namely Yilu Gushing and Mo Ryu. Sister Mo, you must trust me. The inheritance of this blessed land is about to commence, and according to my calculations, the conditions for this inheritance are moderately aligned with your fate. Involving the rare 9 transformation Gu materials. Please, let us pursue this opportunity, Yilu Gushing implored, shaking Mo Ryu's arm. Growing increasingly impatient, she raised her hand to haul them. Fine, fine. As long as it doesn't hinder my quest for vengeance, I'll take a glance. But if you dare deceive me, I will seek retribution, she warned. I promise I won't trick you, sister. I lack the courage for such deceit. It's settled then. I'll take my leave. Farewell. With that, under Mo Ryu's watchful gaze, Yilu Gushing transformed into a streak of starlight, soaring towards the southern lands. With a resigned sigh, she remained in place, waiting idly. As she surveyed her surroundings once more, she noted a Gu house nearby, reminiscent of a guillotine, alongside numerous dilapidated structures. Just as she was scrutinizing her environment, 4 silhouettes materialized from the sky, gracefully descending. As they touched the ground, both parties became acutely aware of each other, the air thick with tension as they exuded an aura of 8 transformations. Glancing at them, Mo Ryu recalled her brother's prior warnings about notable figures to be wary of and promptly announced their identities. The Celestial Guardians. What brings you here? In a side tale of history, Fong Ci's account, an overhead fluorescent light emitted a faint hum as Shang Xinxi held her breath, the tips of her tweezers hovering over the yellowed pages. Outside, dusk enveloped the world, leaving her alone with Fong Yuan in the ancient manuscript restoration room. The scents of rosin and sandalwood paper wafting in the warm breeze. We need fish bladder glue for this, she murmured. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against her ear, startling her, causing her hand to tremble. Unbeknownst to her, Fong Yuan had circled behind her, his long fingers lightly enclosing her hand that grasped the tweezers. The alum water used in the local chronicles of the Ming Dynasty is too concentrated. We must use traditional glue to avoid damaging the fibers. His sleeve grazed the inside of her wrist, igniting a subtle itch. Shang Xinxi focused on his distinctly jointed hand and recalled the previous week in the library when those same hands had helped her retrieve the decorative chronicles from a high shelf. In that moment, the slanting morning light illuminated his white coat, the second button gleaming with a mother-of-pearl sheen. Concentrate. Fong Yuan gently tapped the weight on the table before her, the bronze striking the yellow sandalwood, producing a clear sound. Only then did she realize she had allowed ink to spread across the rice paper, hastily attempting to absorb it with a blotter, but he restrained her wrist. Do not use the machine to press it. I will teach you how to absorb ink manually. His thumb unconsciously caressed her wrist bone, the warmth seeping through the latex gloves of the laboratory. Shang Xinzi watched as he meticulously cut bamboo paper into shapes reminiscent of cicada wings. Suddenly recalling her roommate's jest, everyone said that Fang Shuozhang from the paleontology department was like a block of cold jade, yet here he seemed transformed into a warm furnace. Delicate willow fluff drifted in through the window, settling on Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was bent over, demonstrating the intricate weaving technique of the golden silk, casting small shadows beneath his eyelashes. Shang Xinzi counted the dancing specks of light on his white lab coat, only to suddenly notice a suspicious blush tinting his ear tips. Understood? Fang Yuan suddenly raised his gaze, colliding with her eyes that she had yet to retract. The repair lamp refracted shards of gold upon his glasses, and Shang Xinzi found herself fixated on the loosened button at his collar, compelled by an inexplicable impulse to reach out. Senior, you have vermilion on you. Her fingertips brushed against the warm skin of his collarbone, and time seemed to freeze for both of them. The sound of cicadas swelled abruptly, mingled with the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour. Fang Yuan grasped her fingers suddenly, his atoms apple bobbing. Shall we go see the true pearl relic? No? Shang Xinzi inquired, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Fang Yuan had already risen to pull open the specimen cabinet, revealing a Northern Song Dynasty pagoda wrapped in gold and silver threads, shimmering behind the bulletproof glass. Having just completed an X-ray fluorescence test last month, his voice was slightly strained as the pagoda's entwined branches concealed love poems within their patterns. She leaned closer to observe, her breath fogging the glass. Fang Yuan's voice brushed her ear. May I be like the stars, and you like the moon. His warm palms suddenly covered the back of her hand, his calloused fingertips tracing the ancient, untarnished inscriptions that glimmered like the moonlight each night. Shang Xinzi's fingertips lingered on the cool surface of the bulletproof glass, when the constant temperature chamber emitted a faint hum. Suddenly, the pagoda bathed in swirling rainbow light, the golden and silver threads casting vibrant spots of color onto Fang Yuan's lab coat, serendipitously forming a pulsating heart shape. This optical phenomenon was caused by the heat-reactive fluorescent powder coating. Fang Yuan raised his hand to adjust the spotlight, the faint blush behind his ear betraying the careful intention. The entwined golden threads cast exaggerated shadows on the wall, revealing the intricately carved twin lotus patterns by Northern Song artisans, which surprisingly concealed sesame-sized verses of poetry. As she leaned closer, her hair brushed against Fang Yuan's jawline, the subtle fragrance of white orchid mingling with the scent of dragon's brain incense emanating from him, concocting a heady intoxication within the rainbow light. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped her writing hand, guiding the wolf hairbrush to ink the experimental record. Care to guess for whom Fan Shenda penned this poem? The brush tip hovered, the soot ink spreading into a small crescent on the rice paper. Outside, the evening breeze swept through the century-old camphor trees, startling the night herons from their perches. As their snow-white wings swept across the full moon, the laboratory's overhead light abruptly extinguished. The backup power is at the end of the corridor. Just as Shang Xinzi turned to leave, Fang Yuan pulled her into the shadow of the sandalwood specimen cabinet. His palm was warm against hers as he pressed down on a hidden joint mechanism, causing the base of the pagoda to slowly rise, revealing an enamel box. In the dim, cerulean glow of the emergency light, Fang Yuan retrieved a half-rolled, yellowed manuscript titled Dreams of Tokyo, exposing a fragment of Qingyu case. On the Lantern Festival night, the east wind blooms 1,000 trees, he murmured in a voice low as if reciting an incantation, though it would be better complemented with a snow-blue note. Shang Xinzi touched the gilded paper nestled within the ancient texts, and a sudden prick of sensation coursed through her fingertips. Upon closer inspection, it was the star and moon pattern crafted from gold foil by Fang Yuan. She lifted her gaze to inquire, only to find the fogged lenses of his glasses obscuring her view, and the second button of his white coat had inexplicably come undone, revealing a small mole at his collarbone, reminiscent of cinnabar. The glass of the specimen cabinet reflected their intertwined shadows, akin to the cranes depicted in Song Dynasty silk paintings. In the distance, the beam of a security guard's flashlight emerged, prompting Fang Yuan to suddenly pull her closer. Be careful, your shoelace is undone. Shang Xinzi stumbled against Fang Yuan's chest, the scent of dragon's blood mingling with the warmth of youthful skin enveloping her. As he bent down, the hem of his coat brushed against her calf, and his long fingers deftly wove through the laces of her canvas shoes. The ticking of his watch's second hand suddenly resonating like a deafening drum. Fong, Sr. Her voice caught in her throat, as she observed the moonlight casting a silver edge upon his hairline. Just as the flashlight beam grazed the specimen cabinet, Fong Yuan's movements to tie her shoelaces abruptly halted, his fingertips lightly caressing the protruding bone of her ankle. The enamel box at the base of the pagoda automatically closed with a crisp click. As Fong Yuan stood, a cascade of pale blue paper fell, and amidst the fluttering gilded sheets, Shang Xinzi discerned that the mole on his collarbone had been artistically rendered into a crescent shape with gold powder. Last week, during their visit to Suzhou to collect ancient texts, he had suddenly spoken, twirling a piece of gold foil under the emergency light. Having encountered authentic Tang Dynasty gilded paper at Hanzhong Temple, the blue light divided his profile into stark contrasts. Yet the gaze behind the lenses burned more intensely than the gilded pagoda. The distant sound of a locking chain echoed, causing Shang Xinzi to hurriedly gather the scattered ancient texts, only to feel a sprig of white orchid fall from her hair. Fong Yuan swiftly caught the wilting flower, tucking it behind her ear under the dim azure light. As his fingertips grazed the contour of her ear, the row of temperature-controlled cabinets suddenly regained power, and a cascade of rainbow light poured around them. Dreams of Tokyo lay open on the lab table, revealing the missing illustration of the Lantern Festival, now conspicuously adorned with the golden threads of the Bianhe starfire woven by Fong Yuan. His hand trembled slightly as he held the brush, leaving a cinnabar seal in the blank space, a pigment used by collectors in the Yuan dynasty, which would, before he could finish, Shang Xinzi unexpectedly rose on her toes, leaning closer to his neck. The softness of her lips brushed against his rolling Adam's apple, the scent of dragon's blood mingling with the sweet fragrance of the orchid. Fong, Sr., there's a trace of fluorescent powder here, beneath her fingertip. His pulse raced with fervor. The night breeze stirred the curtains, revealing the full moon suspended over the ginkgo trees outside. Fong Yuan suddenly removed his glasses, and the gilded love poem from 7 centuries past, along with the kiss of a 21-year-old, fell simultaneously upon his trembling eyelashes. Chapter 41. The Legacy of Huang Wei. To our astonishment, we have garnered such notoriety. How did you come to know us? The enchanting figure approached, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she stepped closer to Emo Ruyu. With an air of caution, Emo Ruyu fixed her gaze upon the childlike, purple-haired sorceress, a faint flame flickering upon her dark palm. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Oh dear. The figure stumbled midway, her voluminous skirt causing her to lose balance, resulting in an undignified fall. Witnessing this, Emo Ryu felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, prompting her to launch an immediate counterattack. Verdant flames erupted from her, transforming into crystalline formations akin to searing gemstones upon contact, their extreme heat capable of transmuting solid matter into vapor in an instant. The figure inhaled sharply, only to expel the breath in a rush, propelled backward by the force of the blast, her confusion palpable as she surveyed the scorched ground. How did you know I intended to ambush you? My second brother has spoken of you. A wicked woman who delights in lulling her opponents into a false sense of security before delivering a fatal blow. Your second brother? I do not recall crossing paths with any of your kind. I am Emo Ryu, the 4th sovereign of the Eternal Life Palace. My second brother is Heishan. This revelation left the onlookers astonished, yet they quickly regained their composure. Indeed, the illustrious giant Yang Immortal had a reputation for his romantic escapades. It was not surprising that he had a daughter among the Mo people. So, you too are a descendant of the giant Yang, though not of the same mother as your lecherous brother. How intriguing. The giant Yang Immortal truly embraces all. My father's aesthetic is not subject to judgment by those defeated by the eternal life heaven. Defeated? We merely fell to your brother. Who can say how many of your eternal life heaven could contend against us? Ignoring the rising tension, Emo Ryu posed a question that had long piqued her curiosity. Before we delve into that, I must ask, why did you ambush my elder brother in the primordial daylight? The figure's expression turned slightly awkward as she hesitantly replied. In that primordial daylight, I observed an individual harnessing the sun's radiance to cultivate sorcery. I thought to myself, how could a human possess such appearance? Surely, they must be a being of another kind, and thus, you intended to seize the immortal insect? And you concoct such a rationale for it? Await my vengeance for my brother once I have completed this inheritance. Please, I shall not dare again. Ignoring her, Emo Ryu settled into a meditative stillness. as did the others, all striving to conserve their energy for the exploration of the fabled land. Half an hour later, the sea began to churn violently, forming a colossal whirlpool imbued with a potent aura of cosmic energy. Observing this phenomenon, Qi Xiang found herself spinning, golden light dancing in her eyes, creating a trailing effect as she twirled, exuding an ethereal quality. Yin and yang energies converged around her, gradually compressing into two small orbs. These two energies, one yin and one yang, coexist in life and death. I shall immediately invest this yang energy. If the yin energy remains intact, it signifies safe passage. Upon speaking, he waved his hand grandly, sending the yang energy into the vortex's center. The onlookers awaited the outcome in silence. After a considerable pause, the yin energy remained undisturbed. Enter. The 5 individuals simultaneously plunged into the whirlpool, and the sea returned to serenity as if nothing had transpired. Upon entering the vortex, the 5 felt a disorientation in the space around them. As equilibrium was restored, the 4 figures began to survey their surroundings, while Mo Ryu opted to create some distance and commence her reconnaissance. The blessed land appeared remarkably vast, featuring a celestial abode at its center, resembling an imposing hall with 30 stories, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Above, flickers of fire danced through the air, radiating brilliant light, akin to children frolicking without purpose. As the group observed intently, a somewhat juvenile voice resonated suddenly. Mo clan and human clan, have you come to receive my inheritance? They turned towards the sound, spotting a small yellow dragonling, presumably the spirit of this blessed land. Indeed, please share your prerequisites for recognition. I have awaited this moment for an extended period. It seemed you had long been scheming for my inheritance. First, allow me to introduce myself. My true form is Huang Wei, a warrior of the Dragon Clan. However, I did not perish on the battlefield, but rather fell victim to the slanders of the human clan. Before my demise, I foresaw the eventual extinction of my kin. Thus I established this inheritance to foster the emergence of new dragons once my kind faced annihilation. Enough with the preamble. State your conditions. Those who wish to inherit must hold an unparalleled reverence and affection for their elder brothers. Upon hearing this stipulation, the 4 figures appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet Mo Ryu swiftly grasped its implications. So, to obtain this inheritance, one must have at least one elder brother? Precisely. A rare smile graced Mo Ryu's lips upon hearing this response. Is this what Yelu Gushing referred to as fate? Humph, I'm never lacking in brothers. She mused inwardly, casting a challenging glance at the 4 figures. Upon meeting her gaze, the onlooker, Xiang, was incensed, swinging her arms vigorously, her voluminous robes billowing. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned her attention to the blood figure. Brother Hua, do you not have many brothers? Shouldn't you meet the criteria? This old woman may have numerous brothers, but it does not guarantee they are all held in high regard. Perhaps she harbors some discontent towards them. Hearing this, Mo Ryu appeared to have an epiphany, anxiously regarding the blood figure before her. Indeed, I have several brothers. Allow me to summon them for your inspection. As her words fell, over 20 blood gods emerged before the assembly, plunging the venue into a profound silence. Even the usually emotionless earth spirit felt a sense of amusement tinged with frustration. The blood spirit discreetly retrieved a worm resembling a white butterfly from his sleeve. Under such circumstances, Bairuo was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. No, she was absolutely the only choice. He thought to himself that he needed to bring her over without delay. With a flick of his finger towards the edge of the blessed land, a diminutive hole appeared, and the white butterfly fluttered out. Once the butterfly took flight, a hush fell over the assembly, but it was swiftly disrupted, this time by Mo Ryu's voice breaking the silence. Remarkable. The blood path has already developed means to refine individuals into goo. It seems the Blood Sea Ancestor has not forgotten his mission. Upon hearing the name of the Blood Sea Ancestor, the blood spirit's demeanor transformed, radiating a sudden brightness. He hurried to Mo Ryu, his silver ornaments jingling, producing a crisp sound, and with palpable excitement, he inquired, So, you know Lord Blood God? How wonderful. It seems my Blood God sect is indeed gaining recognition. Observing his exhilaration, Mo Ryu naturally replied, Of course, he is an important creation of my father. The moment her words fell, the air turned silent, and the other 3 spirits scrambled away in a frenzy, leaving only the earth spirit and these 2 individuals behind. The blood spirit's pupils dilated, rendering him immobile, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mo Ryu, perplexed by his state, asked, What is wrong with you? Upon hearing her voice, The blood spirit's expression shifted as if he recalled something. He slowly turned his gaze towards Emoruyu, his eyes cold and chilling. The crimson irises resembling the specters of the underworld. An unnatural smile crept across his face as he drew a silver ritual dagger from his waist, raising it high. Emoruyu immediately sensed the danger, but what transpired next was entirely unexpected. The individual before her began to frantically slash at himself with the dagger, from top to bottom. Inside out, left to right, organs spilling forth, blood gushing forth. In a side tail, the exhaust fan in the laboratory suddenly activated, sending Fang Yuan's glasses tumbling onto the golden silk sparks of Tokyo Dream Chronicles. As the rainbow light swept across the redness at the corners of his eyes, Shang Xinzi suddenly recognized that the silver threads weaving the Bian River were crafted from her fallen hair during practice. Last month's microscopic examination revealed. The fluorescent powder on Fang Yuan's Adam's apple shimmered with each swallow, and under the magnifying glass, the cross-section of the hair appeared heart-shaped. His voice faded amidst the rustling of ancient pages, the Song dynasty's delicate mulberry paper brushing against her lower back. Shang Xinzi's fingertips grazed the pouch concealed within his white coat, only to discover not the customary rhinoceros horn seal but 20 ginkgo amber pieces engraved with the character for compassion, precisely the bookmarks she had used in her experimental report during the deep autumn. The sound of patrolling footsteps outside grew nearer, and Fang Yuan suddenly pulled her into the wooden trunk behind the specimen cabinet. The brocade fabric from 4 centuries past enveloped them, and the blue light of his monitoring device illuminated the interior of the lid, revealing a series of engraved characters, varying in depth, spelling out Shang from the awakening of insects to the winter solstice. The data logger of the temperature-controlled box recorded his breath, scorching the ink stains within her palm lines, as 3 additional heartbeats emerged each day, as his fingertip glided over her wrist veins. The laser probes designed to detect ancient manuscript fibers flowed in the shadows, curving into a celestial arc. The security guard's flashlight pierced through the fissures of the golden satin, and Fang Yuan suddenly captured her lips, which were poised to speak, when the dragon's brain and sense burst upon her tongue. Shang Xinzi heard the carbon-14 detector in his chest pocket begin to hum. Perhaps the breath they shared transcended 7 centuries of dawns and dusks. As the morning light spilled over the restoration table, the yellow ochre seal on the golden paper shimmered with the radiance of the rising sun. The vermilion birthmark on Fang Yuan's neck had inexplicably migrated to her collarbone, while the missing lantern festival of Tokyo Dream Chronicles was eternally inscribed by the pulsation of their youthful hearts. When Shang Xinzi awakened, the laboratory's atomic clock pointed to 4:17 in the morning. She rested not on golden satin but rather on Fang Yuan's unfurled complete map of the world, the parchment grazing her heated earlobe, with ink lines tracing the yellow river that meandered over the undulating chest of youth. The monitoring device on Fang Yuan's wrist continued to record data, its blue light casting dancing spectral lines upon the box's wall. His fingertips entwined with the strands of her hair that had scattered the previous night, sketching on the golden paper under the emergency light. The goat hair brushing against the surface revealed a star chart crafted with yellow ochre. As he suddenly spoke, the restraining device of the Northern Song's Water Transport Observatory brushed against her forehead, the fluorescence from his throat mingling with the rhythm of her fluttering eyelashes. When the blueprint was flipped, Shang Xinzi beheld him transforming the ripples of his heartbeat into the Zhuke Gate of Bianliang City. As the morning mist wafted through the window frame, they discovered a silver ginkgo amber nestled among the copper rings of a Ming Dynasty astronomical instrument, facing the rising sun. Fang Yuan dismantled the copper Guoyu clock wrapped in gilded silk, embedding the amber into the recess of the shadow measuring needle. Within the precisely projected light spot lay a micro-carved marriage certificate. The morning bell from the library's top floor rang out, and Fang Yuan unexpectedly fastened the copper Guoyu clock around her waist. The collision of 7 gilded copper rings produced a harmony reminiscent of the rhythmic love poem from that night at the pagoda. As he punctured the vermilion ink to leave a blood imprint on the marriage certificate, the carbon-14 detector emitted a sharp shriek. "It's all right," Fang Yuan whispered, licking the vermilion that splattered on her fingertip. "It is merely our timeline, freshly transmitted through quantum entanglement to the spring of the 4th year of Qingli." A half-tiger talisman slipped from the pocket of his lab coat. At the bronze gap, Shang Xinzi's fingers brushed against the notch of the bronze talisman, and suddenly, cherry blossoms unfurled into 5 golden-tipped petals. As the morning mist enveloped the shadow measuring needle, the laboratory's carbon determination device spat out an identification report. The wood of the hairpin remarkably coincided with the annual rings of the Tokyo Dream Chronicles binding. Fong Yuan removed the white orchid hairpin from her hair and placed it within the crack of the talisman, the bronze rust mingling with floral juice. Weeping tears akin to rouge. When the morning light penetrated the golden cherry blossom stamen, the entire northern Song Pagoda projected a three-dimensional view of the streets of Bianjing. And beneath their feet, the blue bricks gradually transformed into the ink lines of along the river during the Qingming festival. Hold tight. Fong Yuan pressed the tiger talisman into her palm, as a cargo boat beneath the Rainbow Bridge shattered the laboratory's bulletproof glass. As the morning breeze of the third year of Xianping swept elm money into their nostrils, Shang Xinzi discovered her white lab coat had transformed into a lotus silk dress, and the monitoring device on Fong Yuan's wrist had morphed into a copper bell entwined with red beans. Amidst the morning market, sounds along the banks of the Bian River, Fong Yuan suddenly pointed to a gray-robed scholar beneath the lantern of the Rainbow Bridge. As the artist, who added the finishing touches to Tokyo Dream Chronicles, raised his head, the vermilion birthmark between his brows mirrored the red mark on Fong Yuan's collarbone. The open sketch displayed a panoramic view of a 21st-century laboratory. When the evening drum sounded, Fong Yuan purchased a revolving lantern at the night market of Shochgao. As the bamboo frame spun, shadows of men and women in white coats embraced within a sandalwood box. The northern song's starry night blending with the laboratory's iridescent light upon the silk surface. The elderly lantern seller, with a smile, pointed to the ginkgo amber hanging from the lantern tassel, inquiring, "Would you like a poem inscribed, my lady?" Just as Shang Xinzi poised to write, her wrist was unexpectedly grasped by Fong Yuan. His fingertips, stained with vermilion mingled with her lip color, inscribed 1,000 years of the same moment upon the lantern's surface. Before the final stroke could be completed, the thundering of the laboratory's atomic clock abruptly pierced through time and space, shattering the celestial sparks into a cascade of ginkgo rain. Reminiscent of the lost cherry blossom hairpin, it was imprinted within the starlit waters of the Bian River. When Shang Xinzi opened her eyes once more, she found herself seated on the wool felt of the ancient book restoration room. The atomic clock still read 4:17. As if the temporal voyage had merely been a fleeting dream, until she noticed the flecks of Northern Song's elm money on Fong Yuan's white coat, and the vermilion hue of the Rainbow Bridge lantern embedded in her palm. The temperature-controlled chamber suddenly emitted a prompt, revealing the Bianjing revolving lantern amidst the stacks of Ming Dynasty texts. Fong Yuan removed the ginkgo amber from the lantern tassel and rotated it under the ultraviolet light. Within the millennium-old core of the amber lay preserved nano-level images of their intertwined hair. Quantum tunneling effect. As Fong Yuan nestled the amber into the base of the stupa, the bulletproof glass unexpectedly reflected dual rainbows. Shang Xinzi beheld her 700-year-old self, her lotus silk skirt billowing as she dashed through the laboratory corridor, while the 21st-century Fong Yuan sketched her profile practicing with a carbon pen in the observation log. On a clear morning before the arrival of the plum rain season, while restoring the missing pages of Tokyo Dream Chronicles, Fong Yuan discovered a half-dried silk painting hidden within the layers. The girl in a lab coat, adorned with a cherry blossom hairpin, was sharing a revolving lantern with a scholar in gray robes on the Rainbow Bridge of Bianjing. He utilized a laser spectrometer to scan the pigment composition, detecting the dragon's brain essence he often employed beneath the stone-green layer. When Shang Xinzi entered, cradling a newly acquired Dunhuang scroll, the temperature-controlled chamber resonated with the rhythm of chimes. The monitoring device on Fong Yuan's wrist automatically generated a string score, weaving the sunlight she had shattered into an E-flat melody. Their fingers simultaneously brushed against the damp scroll, the gilded patterns of the bodhisattva's robes perfectly aligning with the direction of their palm prints. As the century-old ginkgo tree sprouted for the 20th time, the newly added gilded plaque in the ancient book restoration room bore their names. The Bianjing revolving lantern hung above the doorframe, and whenever the midnight moonlight cascaded over the shadow measurement needle, new chapters of quantum entanglement emerged upon its surface, sometimes depicting a spring-clad youth from the Qianli era adjusting the mass spectrometer in the laboratory. Other times a girl in a white coat tracing the Dunhuang star map for the stupa. Chapter 42. Blood shakes the central plains. Ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. A dog? A dog. So this is how you describe him. This is how you speak of him. Bloodphase's neck was half severed, his words barely coherent, yet he still wildly swung the sacrificial blade at himself, blood gushing forth, pooling beneath his feet into a crimson lake. Mo Ryu stood frozen, witnessing this grotesque spectacle, unable to react. Immortal Dao killing technique. Blood rain sacrifices summer. The lake of blood beneath Bloodphase's feet dissolved into countless droplets, rising densely into the sky, forming a vast, churning sea. The Earth Spirit sensed imminent danger and forcibly expelled the two from the blessed land, leaving only the three phases behind. Phew, that was close. I almost had to resort to mountains beyond mountains. Oh heavens, I thought I'd be hiding in the earthen hills for another 10 days. Many thanks, Brother Earth Spirit. The two celebrated with a relieved clap of hands, while Chief Phase maintained an air of detached elegance, stepping lightly upon the mist as he drifted to the edge of the blessed land, only to discreetly wipe away cold sweat. The Earth Spirit collapsed weakly to the ground, relieved to have expelled these calamitous figures. Meanwhile, in the central plains, upon Nanwa Island, shadows engulfed the once poetic landscape. Countless creatures looked up, only to see another sea, one woven from sinister, bloodied waters. Why? So you heartless beasts, who care only for your own dominion, exploited the blood god, made him toil unto death, only to call him a dog in the end. Then perish, all of you, in an instant. An overwhelming aura of blood enveloped thousands of miles. The sanguine sea above began to boil, bubbles of blood bursting into crimson mist that spread like the oppressive humidity of summer rain, cloying, suffocating. Madman, a madman among madmen. Emoruyu, drenched in cold sweat at the terrifying sight, suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Her emerald eyes burned with unrestrained excitement as she locked onto Bloodface. So, is it for his sake that you seek vengeance against me? Yes, that is how it should be. To live is to seek endless retribution. Come then, let us see who dies and who survives. As her voice faded, her aura surged violently. Monstrous jade-green flames erupted around her, evaporating the sea for miles, turning even the natural Tao marks into fuel for the inferno. Blood-red mist and ghostly white steam intertwined, painting a grotesque, abstract tableau. Thus, the two sustained their killing techniques, Bloodface lost in maniacal laughter, while Emoruyu indulged in her soliloquy. Do you know? To me, all things in existence are but fuel, and every act is a process of combustion. People burn time to seize what they desire, to do as they please. And so, I too burn to do as I will. Bloodface's laughter gradually quieted, but the sea of blood above only roared louder. Indeed, there was a truth in your earlier words. My father is, without a doubt, a stubborn tyrant obsessed with his dominion. He forcibly wed my mother, the sacred maiden of the Mo people, and thus I was born. Yet, my mother longed for freedom from the confines of his harem. With her own strength, she managed to escape, fortunate that my father had so many concubines that he scarcely noticed one more or less. Emoruyu paused momentarily, casting her gaze upon the turbulent sea of blood above, and continued, she succeeded and bore me a half-brother with another man she truly loved. I harbor no resentment towards this, for I often ventured to see him and my mother during my missions outside the Chongqing Palace, as if that were my true home. However, tragedy struck. My mother's betrayal of my father brought about a dire backlash upon her fate. Her whereabouts were discovered by the Celestial Court, which has historically harbored a singular attitude towards outsiders, extermination. To make matters worse, my mother was the former sacred maiden of the Mo people, and thus, they met their demise. From that moment forth, I vowed to avenge them. Unfortunately, while my father lived, he sought to maintain ties with the Celestial Court, hindering my actions. But now that he has passed, I have awakened, and no one can thwart my quest for vengeance any longer. The blood manifestation fell utterly silent, not out of sympathy for her tale, but rather as the lethal move was fully conceived. The expanse of blood began to coalesce, forming a colossal crimson sphere, reminiscent of the summer sun, its terrifying heat melting even the surrounding paths. Heavenly slaughter technique, blood rain festival of summer. This enormous blood-red sun, cloaked in thick sanguine mist, descended from the heavens. Emoruyu beheld the encroaching shadow with exhilaration upon her face. What a coincidence, as if it were the sun itself. Allow me to unveil this technique, which once instilled dread in the hearts of the 10 ancient sects of Zhongzhou, and was emulated, albeit in a diluted form, by the Li clan. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding emerald flames began to solidify, materializing into a grand pair of wings, devoid of a body, yet magnificent in their span. Heavenly slaughter technique. Great Sun's rampage through the heavens. As the technique surged forth, the immense emerald wings soared toward the ominous blood-red sun, reducing all in their path to ashes. Those creatures unable to escape, from birds to ancient beasts, were instantaneously incinerated even hundreds of miles away. Should anyone possess the capacity to observe closely, they would find the scene eerily reminiscent of the legendary tales from the ancestral chronicles. Upon their collision, the world fell silent. An eerie interplay of red and emerald light ensued, ever shifting until it compressed into a singularity, which then erupted violently into countless translucent black flames. Radiating terrifying power that shattered the very fabric of space itself, was undoubtedly part of the scene. As a formidable, she must possess means of self-protection amidst the raging flames. Much like a spider secreting a special substance to avoid being ensnared by its own web. Yet, at this very moment, confronted by the transparent black fire, she found herself utterly defenseless, her body gradually disintegrating until it ultimately transformed into dust. Indeed, is something else. She even burns herself, truly a ruthless individual. Looked on with admiration, seemingly unfazed by his discomfort. However, a troubling thought emerged. If you perished after merely one exchange, how could you have resurrected after? Pondered. Her brow furrowed with confusion. The surrounding temporal pathways had nearly been obliterated by the flames, suggesting that time in the vicinity had slowed dramatically. If that were the case, could you truly not escape? Was that bloodline figure still alive at this moment? Upon hearing this question, gazed towards, her expression laden with complexity. At that very moment, apart from this venerable elder, all the major ancient sects had been summoned to the heavenly court for a meeting. Within an unremarkable seven-turn, which could be found throughout the heavenly realm, sat notable figures, particularly the imposing. He appeared to be in a frail state, as though he had just emerged from battle, yet his demeanor was grave. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you witnessed the recent clash at. There are two pieces of news that I suspect you have already surmised, yet I shall announce them nonetheless. Upon hearing news would be divulged, the assembly focused intently, their anticipation palpable. First, all descendants of the lineage in the have awakened. The female from earlier is none other than, who once single-handedly challenged all the seven-turn elites of your sect with her six-turn prowess. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a flurry of discussions. Yet the most astonishing news was yet to come. Second, the individual who faced her in single combat and survived did so by wielding bloodline techniques. An eerie silence enveloped the room, as the terrifying prowess of the bloodline arts dawned upon those present, illustrating its remarkable potential. A figure from a new era had managed to contend with a renowned master whose reputation spanned millennia. Thus, this school of thought must be curtailed, and practitioners of this art must face consequences. This seems contradictory. Had there not been talk of such measures before? Yet, little has changed. Everyone continues their training as usual. The speaker, the venerable elder of, was bold enough to interject with, indicating a close relationship between the two, especially given that was the former venerable elder of. No. I have a plan. We shall wait for the Celestial Court's undercover agent to complete her mission. Upon her return, we will utilize Bloodline to construct a design to counteract this threat. Upon hearing the plan, the second elder of the Yuanlian sect, standing in for the Grand Elder, furrowed his brow in deep concern. Indeed, I harbor profound apprehensions regarding the capabilities of that lad who relies solely on luck and the ancient beast, the bone spirit rabbit, with whom he has grown up. I can only hope he accomplishes the task. Once he concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the meeting, as all eyes instinctively turned towards the northern region, a place distanced from the savage heritage. In this moment, a girl-like figure clad in a tang shirt caressed the ancient beast S-bone spirit rabbit in her hands, casting her gaze upon the lengthy queue ahead, and could not help but lament, for some inexplicable reason. The intervals for the initiation of this heritage seemed to stretch ever longer. When shall I fulfill my mission? With a cry towards the heavens, her two faux-buns swayed in rhythm, yet the crowd ahead paid no heed to her grievances. In a supplementary historical account, Fang Xi's tale Shang Xinxi stood at the podium of the International Ancient Text Preservation Conference, the red dot of her laser pointer sweeping across the holographic projection of Tokyo Dream Chronicles. As the image of the Lantern Festival market appeared, she gently rotated the bronze ring on her ring finger. The cherry blossom pattern on the ring face suddenly activated a hidden program, and the sparks of Bianhe from 7 centuries ago instantly enveloped the entire conference hall. The essence of this cross-temporal restoration technology lies in capturing the quantum memories within the ancient texts. Before her words could fade, the holographic image abruptly revealed a laboratory projection from the Qingli era. Fang Yuan, donned in a gray robe, was calibrating the water transport celestial instrument, while a 21st century version of Fang Yuan abruptly rose from the guest seats, their two figures seamlessly overlapping amidst temporal ripples. As thunderous applause erupted, Shang Xinxi's gaze drifted to an empty seat in the third row. Amidst the ticking of a pocket watch, Fang Yuan, clad in a suit. Dashed through the security checkpoint, the ginkgo amber adorning his collar glimmering under the X-ray machine. His wrist monitor suddenly received a quantum entanglement signal, prompting the star map of Bianjing on the large screen to automatically complete the missing sections of the Zhouqiao night market. At the very moment Fang Yuan kicked open the back door of the conference hall, Shang Xinzi clicked to reveal the final slide. The yellowed original of Qingyu case hovered in midair, its verses being meticulously rewoven by nanogold threads. With a breath, he pressed the remote. The verses exploded into countless points of light, reassembling into a three-dimensional wedding certificate amidst the gasps of the attendees. Please, make your way to the rooftop. Fang Yuan loosened his tie, the iridescence in his eyes reminiscent of that snowy night 7 centuries prior. Experts from various nations looked up as the glass dome of the ancient text restoration center transformed into a colossal revolving lantern. Each frame depicting different epochs of their existence, the figures of the Northern Song dynasty holding a compass on the Rainbow Bridge. The dusks and dawns of mural restoration in the Dunhuang Caves, and the clasped hands before the Quantum Collider. As the midnight bell tolled, Fang Yuan unexpectedly unfurled a wedding garment imbued with the fragrance of dragon brain incense. The hem, woven with 28 layers of silk, was adorned with star maps from various eras, while the cinnabar mole on the collar precisely aligned with the red mark on Shang Xinzi's collarbone. With a smile, she opened the lining, where she indeed discovered the date printed by a carbon-14 detector, the atomic clock encoding from the day they first met in the laboratory. As they exchanged wedding rings amidst the holographic sparks of Tokyo Dream Chronicles, the safe within the ancient text restoration center automatically unlocked. The long-sealed bronze coin suddenly projected a circular light curtain, from which emerged a young man in a spring robe and a girl in a lotus skirt from the era of Qingli, embedding a gilded tiger talisman into the modern wedding rings gap. As the morning light pierced the thin veil of time and space, Shang Xinzi noticed the cherry blossom pattern on her ring finger beginning to flourish. Fang Yuan gently touched the surface of the ring, causing all the temperature-controlled boxes in the laboratory to respond in unison with the ancient texts they had painstakingly restored, flipping their pages automatically. The damp mulberry paper intertwined with nanofibers in the morning breeze, sealing the heartbeat frequency that transcended millennia within the quantum folds of cultural heritage. A decade later, during the grain rain season, the Quantum Collider atop the ancient text restoration center was initiated at full power for the first time. As Shang Xinzi embedded the last piece of gold leaf into the cover of Tokyo Dream Chronicles, the entire structure suddenly floated within a halo of rainbow light. The hem of Fang Yuan's lab coat was lifted by the particle flow, revealing a bronze key engraved with the reign titles of various dynasties hanging at his waist. Time anchor points confirmed, Shang Xinzi pressed the hidden compartment of the restoration platform, from which a lantern from Bianjing, dating back 7 centuries, emerged from the Earth's veins. When Fang Yuan fitted the wedding ring into the lantern's axis, the holographic projection of the spring of the 4th year of Qingli abruptly solidified into reality. Between their clasped hands, the carbon-14 detector's readings forever paused at the atomic clock encoding of their fateful encounter. When research vessels from various nations arrived, they beheld a gilded ring-shaped star chain orbiting Earth, an enlarged ginkgo amber, each core preserving a chapter of human civilization's history. The Bian River starlight, woven from his hair by Fang Yuan, burned in the vacuum as an eternal quantum bonfire. Shang Xinzi opened a pouch at the juncture of dawn and dusk, and the nanofibers of the Dunhuang scrolls automatically wove into a marriage certificate. As Fang Yuan signed with remnants of supernova particles, countless versions of themselves from different timelines emerged behind them. A scholar in a blue robe sharing a rare book in a Ming Dynasty library, a restorer saving ancient texts during World War II, and even a silver-haired academic tracing rock paintings beneath a dome on Mars in the future. At the stroke of midnight, the asteroid carrying the ancient text restoration center suddenly collapsed into a singularity. As cosmic dust reassembled, a gilded ring of years appeared on the galaxy's arm, each intricate line inscribed with the same phrase in different scripts from various civilizations. Fang Yuan and Shang Xinzi fell in love here. Time as witness. Meanwhile, the true versions of themselves sat in the laboratory where they first met, enjoying sweet osmanthus lotus from the cafeteria. The lantern by the window unexpectedly fell, shattering into a myriad of fireflies, each speck of light dancing with the promise of yet-to-come tomorrows. Chapter 43. The past is a blank. Why do the martial arts techniques inscribed in this miscellaneous tome resemble my own practice so closely? Have I perused this book before? Mingyu flipped through the green robe's swordplay repeatedly, his fingers nearly leaving ghostly imprints upon the pages, yet he remained baffled. At that moment, sunlight poured through the window, dancing upon the paper. Following the direction of the light, he gazed outside. The scenery was idyllic, with clouds drifting lazily and flowers adorning the paths by the pond. It suddenly dawned on him to reflect on the origins of this book. I believe I purchased it from the Forget-Me-Not bookstore nestled in the Market Alley. But who accompanied me? My grandfather? No, that cannot be. He would never allow me to read such a book. Mingyu approached the wooden table, pulled out a chair, the floor creaking beneath him. Just as he intended to sit, a thought struck him, and he hesitated. Good heavens! It seems I went alone. Did I sneak out by myself? He stood frozen for a moment before finally taking a seat. How impressive I was back then, managing to evade my grandfather's notice. I must never engage in such antics again. As he pondered this, a sultry, infinitely gentle voice erupted in his mind. Little one. Who? Mingyu instantly became alert, leaping from his chair, drawing his sword. He scanned the surroundings, tension gripping him, and only sheathed his blade once he confirmed he was alone. Regaining his composure, he endeavored to recall the source of that voice, only to be astonished to discover that it seemed to have lingered in his mind long before, merely surfacing unexpectedly. He resumed his seat, feeling utterly drained, his body pressed against the chair's back without a hint of space. After a considerable time, gazing at the items surrounding him, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over him. Yet, he could not grasp what it was that he missed. When one departs from a certain era, the initial memories are of beloved things, followed by those despised, and eventually, even the insignificant begins to evoke longing. Yet, even upon revisiting familiar places, one finds no trace of familiarity, not due to the dust of time, but because one is no longer the person they once were. Thus, returning only brings heartache. Mingyu sensed this pain, yet he remained oblivious to the object of his nostalgia. Everything felt like an oppressive weight, encircling him, pricking at him, reminding him of something forgotten, the pressure mounting like an ocean. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer, subconsciously grasping the hilt of his sword. Yet a deeper fear began to stir within him, leading to confusion. Why do I wield a sword? Why do I carry a blade? Isn't it obvious? It aligns with the decorum of a gentleman. But why do I feel that my purpose in carrying this sword is not for that? Is it for? Mingyu began to concentrate fervently, the sensation akin to a vice compressing his mind. Eventually, something seemed to manifest within his consciousness. A faint blue silhouette appeared before him, as if holding his hand, running under the sunlight. This has surprised the senior a bit. How did you notice the senior? Suddenly, a sound echoed in the room, startling Mingyu. The fleeting image vanished in an instant as he promptly drew his sword, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Yet, in the next moment, he felt something pressing against his head. Turning around, he discovered that a fan was held against him, wielded by none other than Mr. Gu. With his short black wolf-tail hair, scholarly attire, and slightly squinted peach blossom eyes, Mingyu sheathed his sword for Mr. Gu seemed to have shown kindness towards his family and grandfather in the past, having previously gifted his grandfather with a longevity charm. Thus, the dutiful Mingyu held a certain fondness for him, though his gaze remained cautious. You are Mr. Gu? Why are you stealthily in my room? In response to Mingyu's inquiry, Mr. Gu offered a slight smile before taking a seat at the chair opposite the wooden table, leisurely fanning himself with the unremarkable fan. That is of little importance. First, tell me how you detected the senior. His habitual smile gradually faded, transforming into a serious demeanor. Mingyu stood there in a daze for a while, realizing that he had instinctively placed his hand on his sword. If Mr. Gu had indeed sneaked in at that moment, he might have mistakenly thought he had been discovered. I have my means. Ha ha ha, how utterly brazen. Your means must be what Bai Ruoshui bestowed upon you, right? Bai Ruoshui? Bai Ruoshui? Bai Ruoshui? The mere mention of this name plunged Mingyu's world into silence, followed by a relentless vibration. A buzzing filled his mind, and his heart raced furiously. He was desperate to learn who Bai Ruoshui was. Who is she? Speak. Tell me. You don't know? I don't know. Mr. Gu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Mingyu was ignorant of Bai Ruoshui's identity. However, he quickly regained his composure. I see. She truly cannot bear to take action. Ha ha ha, indeed. Those bound by emotion are but weaklings. Nevertheless, you still possess some value. Cannot bear to take action? Bound by emotion? I still have value? What does this mean? What is this person talking about? Mingyu was utterly bewildered by Mr. Gu's words. Never mind, in truth. The senior does not know who she is either. Perhaps you could become the senior's disciple. This way, the senior might learn more. Are you willing? Did you not just take a disciple? Have you set your sights on my talent? Mr. Gu smiled gently, appearing amiable. Yet his inner thoughts were quite the opposite, the perfect Biming Eye soul. Just imagine, Bai Ruoshui leveraging her identity as the vice leader of the Blood God sect, laying down blood inheritance charms at the Blood God festival, and observing which fortunate soul could become her brother's vessel. However, she simply cannot bring herself to act. To be honest, this lad is indeed charming. Had the senior seen him thousands of years ago, he might not have had the heart to act against him. Ahem. The senior never considers talent when taking in disciples, but rather the kindness within a person's heart. I see goodness in your heart, thus. I intend to accept you as my disciple. Is this really true? Mingyu hesitated slightly. The matter at hand was of great significance, and he felt it necessary to consult his grandfather. Mr. Gu seemed to discern his thoughts and assured him, rest easy, your family will undoubtedly agree. With this reassurance, Mingyu felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Although Mr. Gu's earlier intrusion into his room was rather impolite, his vast knowledge and the favor he had done for Mingyu's grandfather made the prospect of accepting him as a mentor seem worthwhile. Mingyu rose to his feet, and Mr. Gu followed suit, his expression remaining benevolent. He observed Mingyu preparing to express his decision, his heart swelling with elation. How perfect, he mused, a disciple to assist in the covert operations of the Ming family, negotiating with the Xiong family and gradually entwining himself in their fate. Much like Ming Ao had done before, this would pave the way for the old man to acquire the soul-cleansing mountain. Another disciple, entangled in a web of fate with Bai Ruoshui, could eventually lead to her whereabouts, allowing the old man to use this connection to obtain the Fallen Valley. The mere thought thrilled him. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mysterious goo insect appeared, and upon seeing it, a phrase flashed through Mingyu's mind, echoing the sultry voice of a woman he had heard before. Aren't there still 3 years left? I promise you, during this time, I will not go anywhere but stay with you. After all, this goo insect has always been present. You will learn of it sooner or later. The insect fluttered before Mingyu, uttering the same voice. Do not trust him. Before the message could be completed, Mr. Gu seized the insect, swiftly refining it and absorbing it into his immortal aperture. He then turned to Mingyu, his expression a mix of awkwardness and narrowed eyes, exuding a strong sense of having made a grave mistake. I apologize, Mr. Gu, but I must decline your offer to be your disciple, for reasons unknown. Mingyu felt compelled to trust the voice he had just heard, and he resolutely rejected Mr. Gu. Very well, Mr. Gu replied, his tone shifting ominously. I had planned to use you briefly and then release you, but since you dare to refuse me, I shall have no choice but to make use of your corpse. After all, even your remains carry significant ties to her. Mingyu was instantly taken aback. The drastic change in Mr. Gu's demeanor was shocking. Moreover, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly filled the room, leaving him breathless and causing him to lose consciousness. From Mr. Gu's perspective, however, Mingyu's state had become exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, Mingyu's right eye turned blood red, and an immense aura of menace enveloped him. He closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to his surroundings, before slowly opening them again. His gaze was calm yet profound, giving the impression of a mere mortal capable of commanding everything. He spoke softly, Do you wish to kill me? Then come forth. Chapter 44. The War of Immortality. Mr. Gu felt an extraordinary shift in Mingyu, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. Yet, he refrained from transforming back into his beastly form to unleash his full potential. Even so, the oppressive aura he emanated was formidable, engaging in theatrics and proclaiming himself as the true essence. No matter the celestial methods at play, they paled in comparison before an elder such as himself. Even if these were indeed techniques left by revered ones, the elder, through the vast knowledge he possessed, could barely contend with them. Is that so? Little does the true essence know how I shall respond to his subsequent actions. As Mingyu spoke eloquently, he concentrated an enigmatic energy into his sword. At last, the blade radiated with an ethereal brightness, dark as obsidian, reminiscent of a piece of inked jade. Simultaneously, Mr. Gu sensed the presence of a Dao mark. His pupils quivered not due to its quantity, but because it belonged to a school he had never encountered before. Yet, what astonished him even more was the realization that this aura was not singular. The sword bore another Dao mark, one that emanated a chilling sense of death. Throughout Mr. Gu's protracted existence, he had skillfully evaded countless causal entanglements, bolstered by his formidable strength and prudent nature. Coupled with his knowledge of the longevity worm, the notion of his own demise was utterly foreign to him. Even though he had witnessed the decay of myriad beings, He found it difficult to fathom such an event occurring in his own life. Yet at this moment, he truly felt the impending sensation of death. If one were to liken his existence to a vessel adrift upon the river of time, he now sensed that the tributary of his journey had reached its terminus. With great effort, Mr. Gu steadied himself, pressing one hand firmly against his forehead. He peered through the gaps in his fingers. His visage transformed, golden vertical pupils and the crimson ears of a nine-tailed fox. What an unforeseen twist. Initially, he had presumed Mingyu to be a mere pawn, his greatest utility being to aid the elder in acquiring the desolate valley. However, it now appeared the elder had gravely misjudged him. Not only was he far from ordinary, but he also held significant importance. I surmise this is the handiwork of the Red Lotus, yet he merely facilitated transportation. This new Dao mark must have been established by another revered one. You possess the techniques of two esteemed beings. Mr. Gu continued his elaborate discourse. Yet Mingyu chose not to engage in idle chatter. His gaze was as frigid as ice, unwavering and resolute. Eventually, Mr. Gu fell silent. Performing an unexpected gesture that took Mingyu by surprise, he extended his arms wide and bowed in reverence. Are you seeking assistance from the Limitless? The true essence shall not grant you this opportunity. Before Mr. Gu could finish his words, Mingyu lunged forward, his sword piercing through the air, its edge transcending the might of an ordinary blade. However, what unfolded next was beyond his expectations. Mr. Gu stood motionless, the sword's edge sweeping past him. He let out a muffled groan, blood flowing freely, as two Dao marks enveloped the wound. As Mingyu witnessed the unfolding scene, he promptly sensed that something was amiss. Despite the assurance that his sword could indeed slay anyone but the Venerable One, the future strike he had cultivated occupied his mind. His reflexes were swift, free from the interference of any intellectual means, and he could easily unleash a distant assault to cleave and annihilate. However, he held no illusions that a mere mortal like himself could strike down Mr. Gu with a single blow. Mr. Gu, on the other hand, revealed a triumphant smile as he slowly unfurled his tedious fan, smearing it with his own blood. In an instant, the ink upon the fan surged, transforming the characters from tedium into the words of the mortal realm. Ah, do you comprehend the magnitude of your error? First, I need not even utter a word for you to turn around. As a sub-immortal of the path of faith, conveying messages is exceedingly simple for me. Second, I articulated my intent solely to provoke you into attacking, allowing me to shed some blood and thereby summon my master S-word fan. Your two paths may indeed possess formidable offensive power, but having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, do you dare to speculate how many paths I can wield to counter them? Thus, I shall retain them upon my person for further study. Following this lengthy discourse, Mr. Gu beamed with the satisfaction of a victor, his eyes sparkling with the essence of spring. He regarded Mingyu with the confidence of a conqueror, only to find Mingyu returning a victorious smile. His gaze transformed from icy detachment to one of amiable warmth. In that fleeting moment, as a sub-immortal of the path of faith, Mr. Gu deciphered the meaning behind that look. His pupils constricted, and he folded his fan before soaring out the window. Could it truly be so? One moment. This was of utmost significance. Perhaps it warranted further confirmation. Mr. Gu retrieved the faith path insect he had previously refined for examination, then caressed the path marks left upon his wound, his smile evolving into one of even greater exhilaration. How ingenious! What a perfect plan! Such exquisite control over causality. Ghostly Demon Lord, Limitless Demon Lord, Primordial Lotus Immortal Lord, we shall meet in the eternal war. After Mr. Gu departed, the crimson hue in Mingyu's pupils gradually reverted to violet. Before the will within that ghastly visage succumbed to slumber, he mused, truly, it is Limitless who has chosen him as the vessel. Only a sub-immortal of the path of faith could grasp the essence of my gaze in an instant, thus deceiving the will of heaven. However, this fragment of memory must not reach my current self. Thus, we shall meet in the eternal war with that. He steadied himself and approached the bedside, just as a mysterious and powerful chess piece flew towards him. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths to deceive the will of heaven, Limitless? I suspect this is a personal vendetta. After cleaving the chess piece with his sword, Mingyu collapsed directly to the ground. Chapter 45 The Third Self, Part 1 Where Am I? Mingyu surveyed his surroundings and discovered himself ensconced within a bamboo grove, sunlight cascading from above, partially obscured by the bamboo leaves, creating a mosaic of varying light spots upon the ground. He sensed a peculiar swaying, though in reality, he remained still. It was the sensation of dreaming. Akin to being submerged in water, devoid of any resistance, allowing for unrestricted movement. He scrutinized the bamboo around him, noting their vibrant green hues, reminiscent of paint expertly brushed on. According to his recollections, this type of bamboo belonged exclusively to the Qing family, whose ancestors were said to have migrated from the western desert to the southern region, forming a powerful branch of a superlative lineage. This bamboo had been brought from their homeland, thriving even in arid conditions, yielding an exquisitely sweet liquor when brewed. Thus, Mingyu concluded that he was within the Qing family's territory, yet he had no recollection of ever being here. The adage goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. But what dream could arise from such unthinking? Could it be that he had visited this place before, only to forget? As he pondered, a melodious voice, both familiar and foreign, echoed behind him, as if a fated companion from a past life whispered across the currents of reincarnation. Little one, hurry and catch up. The voice, though soft, struck like lightning within Mingyu's mind. He turned to behold a captivating woman clad in blue, her white hair cascading gracefully. Though her face remained indistinct, a fervent desire to discern her identity surged within him. His gaze remained fixed upon her, his heart racing. At that moment, another voice, strikingly familiar, his own, resonated. Slow down, Ruoxue. Following the sound, he beheld another version of himself trailing behind the enchanting woman, garbed in his customary favorite black robe. They advanced towards him, the withered bamboo leaves crunching underfoot, though the woman's steps produced a softer sound, her movements ethereal and light. At this juncture, Mingyu's thirst for knowledge reached its zenith. He yearned to unravel the mysteries before him. He stepped forward to inquire, bowing respectfully before the woman, eager to speak. Yet to his astonishment, she seemed oblivious to his presence, gliding past him as if he were invisible. At that instant, Mingyu stood frozen, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He could not fathom why the inability to converse with her incited such profound sorrow. Who was she? Why did this version of himself follow her? Or perhaps, was this a different spring and autumn? Thus, Mingyu remained rooted in place, speechless, lost in contemplation of the unfolding scene. Little one, today I shall demonstrate my extraordinary learning capabilities. The Qing family's bamboo wine is exceedingly expensive. It would be far better to brew it oneself. The woman, with a hint of pride in her demeanor, spoke, and, in an instant, a chilling glimmer emanated from her hand. Before long, the surrounding bamboo was completely cleared, falling gracefully to the ground in perfect alignment. The sunlight, now unobstructed, cascaded evenly upon the earth, imbuing the world with an ethereal quality. Observing this scene, another version of herself furrowed her brow but remained silent, quietly watching the woman's actions. The woman conjured an ice jar from thin air and, with a mere flick of her wrist, the fallen bamboo soared upward. Their outer layers transformed instantaneously into shards of ice, while the tender innermost parts, along with a magically appearing spring water, were collected into the ice jar. The other self, witnessing this spectacle, seemed to recall something, glancing down at the angle formed between the sunlight and the ground, as if assessing the passage of time. Subsequently, she reached for her waist, where her sword was typically sheathed, only to find it empty. Mingyu understood that this disciplined self recognized the time had come to practice swordsmanship, yet it appeared this self had inadvertently left her sword at home. Nevertheless, she did not yield to despair. Instead, she picked up a piece of bamboo that the woman had discarded and began to twirl it about. The movements mirrored the swordplay she had seen in herself and in the tome titled The Green Garment-esque Swordplay, suggesting that this dream retained a semblance of reality. Meanwhile, the woman, cradling the ice jar, observed with a slight smile as the other self practiced. Little one, this bamboo resembles not a sword, but rather a spear. She seized the bamboo from the other self's grasp and began to perform spear techniques, the sleeves of her azure robe flowing like water in accordance with her movements. The green bamboo bent slightly due to inertia, and her white hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, creating a scene of exquisite fluidity. It was as if the beauty danced with the spear, illuminated by the morning light, rendering both versions of herself utterly mesmerized. The dried bamboo leaves on the ground began to dance as well, casting patches of light that varied in size, which ultimately grew larger until tranquility returned. The other self approached slowly and embraced the woman from behind. This scene left Mingyu bewildered. If this dream adhered to any logic, she would not contravene her grandfather's teachings regarding the propriety of male-female interactions. Yet, oddly enough, even she sensed a subconscious desire to act thus. Everything felt exceedingly strange. prompting her to continue observing what the other self would do next. But I still wish to regard it as a sword, the other self declared. However, the woman appeared unconvinced. She turned to face him, enveloping him in her embrace, her delicate fingers caressing his dark hair. Little one, this green bamboo is more akin to a spear. Let us name it Qingmao. But I still believe it to be a sword, the other self replied, lifting his gaze to meet her soft blue eyes, as if two pairs of jewels exchanged luminous glimmers. The woman chuckled softly before raising her right hand and playfully tapping his forehead. Humph, how dare you disregard my words, little one? I say it is Qingmao. And so it shall be. After the other self was ejected, it seemed to harbor a touch of resentment. Seizing the icy canister cradled by the woman and pouring it into its mouth. This action evoked memories for Mingyu of the night his mother passed away, when he had sought solace in solitary drinking at the Qing family residence, indulging in similar gulps. Before he could contemplate further, the woman began to voice her complaints. Oh dear, not even a drop left for me, little one. Once the other self had drained the canister, its cheeks flushed and its body slumped softly. The woman, quick-witted, cradled the other self in her arms and gradually eased it down into a kneeling position. She enveloped the other self in her embrace, and with a graceful gesture, the surrounding bamboo leaves swiftly cloaked them, forming a small hill that revealed only their heads. The woman placed a gentle kiss upon the other self's forehead, then closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber amidst the cascade of bamboo leaves. They turned away from the morning sun, finding solace in the tranquil shadows, allowing their thoughts to momentarily escape the burdens of the world. Mingyu stood quietly at the edge of sunlight, within the shadows of the bamboo grove, yearning to immerse himself among the leaves, yet for some inexplicable reason, he remained rooted in place. The previously serene atmosphere was disrupted by the sound of water droplets striking leaves. Mingyu turned his gaze and beheld the third self. Chapter 46. The Third Self. Part 2. The third self emerged, but this time, upon Mingyu's gaze meeting his, the third self returned the look. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Mingyu felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. An inexplicable chill enveloped him entirely, rendering him breathless. He could not comprehend why this third self exuded such an overwhelming aura, yet he was certain that this manifestation could perceive him as well. Thus, he suppressed his discomfort and inquired, "Who are you?" The third self bore no expression, yet tears flowed unceasingly down his face. "I am your future." Mingyu paused in silence, gesturing towards the heap of bamboo leaves where his slumbering self lay beside an unfamiliar woman. "Who is he?" The third self turned his gaze toward the pile of bamboo leaves, staring blankly for a prolonged moment before uttering an unrelated remark. "I once believed I would never weep again." Then, he focused on Mingyu, earnestly answering, "I am your past. So, this is merely a fleeting whim of mine, wishing to glimpse her once more through the memories residing in your mind. Even if I am but a fragment of your essence, it is precisely because I am merely a fragment that I find myself shedding tears." As the third self's words faded, the surrounding scene transformed in an array of vivid imagery, bustling streets, winding mountain paths, and sunlit avenues across vast fields intertwined in a beautiful tapestry. These scenes felt both familiar and alien to Mingyu. At that moment, they converged into a singular pathway composed of various elements: the wooden floor of a tavern, a muddy trail beneath the forest canopy, and stones spaced out across a clear spring. Countless images wove together, forming a picturesque tableau. The mysterious woman reappeared, this time walking at the forefront of the path, followed closely by another self. Mingyu deduced from their demeanor that this was his second self. Behind them trailed yet another figure, undoubtedly the third self. Mingyu, undeterred, hurriedly pursued them, only to realize that he was drifting farther away, while the third self ambled leisurely behind, drawing nearer to him. Desperation surged within him, prompting a loud cry, "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" This time, he disregarded all decorum. Within his memories, it marked the second occasion he had shouted so fervently. The woman seemed to hear his voice, turning to glance at the second self, offering a faint smile. The second self returned her smile in kind. At that moment, the third self abruptly spoke. "A person only draws closer to the future while moving further from the past." Mingyu spun around, only to find that the face of the third self had transformed into a ghastly visage. "I have witnessed it all. You too must forget. The sentimental ties of parenthood are but trivial paths." Awakening abruptly, Mingyu found himself jolted from the dream, his mind a blank slate. As if many memories had slipped away, he realized he was propped up on one side, his feet resting on the ground, and astonishingly, A sword still hung at his side. Immediately, vivid images flooded his mind, himself practicing swordplay with relentless diligence until his body collapsed from exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed without even a moment to cleanse himself. However, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly craft the concealment gil. Otherwise, how could he possibly continue his studies? Moreover, any further delay would only invite his grandfather's disappointment. His grandfather had treated him with such kindness and placed such immense expectations upon him. Failing him was simply unthinkable. Thus, without hesitation, Mingyu dashed toward his study and began rummaging through the materials for crafting gil. Chapter 47. The forbearance of Ming Liao. Ming Liao once believed that his father was the finest man in the world. In his childhood, he perceived his father as a beacon of kindness, always considering the welfare of their kin while advocating for etiquette and propriety, eschewing violence. To him, his father was the brightest luminary in existence. He obeyed his father's every directive. Immersed in the family's historical texts and diligently practicing swordsmanship, days turned into months, heralding the moment of his awakening. Fortuitously, he discovered that he possessed exceptional talent. I must accomplish something for my father, thought Ming Liao as he embarked on the path of cultivation. With his prodigious aptitude, he was determined to inherit his father's will and bring honor to the family. Thus, he tirelessly devoted himself to his practice, through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, never pausing. Along this journey, he was accompanied by a companion named Wang Wei. A cultivator of the third transformation, Wang Wei was an outsider to the Ming family, who, unbeknownst to Ming Liao at the time, had initially offered his companionship merely to express loyalty and forge future alliances. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their eventual resonance in life ideals, leading them to become steadfast friends. Eventually, Ming Liao broke through to the third transformation, achieving true invincibility among his peers. Concurrently, during a martial competition against foreign clans, he successfully captured the heart of a young maiden, who was far from a mere ornament. Their mutual attraction stemmed from their respective strengths. The details of their courtship faded from Ming Liao's memory, as he felt no need to dwell on them in the present. As time passed, more and more individuals within the family expressed their loyalty to him, with Wang Wei being the one he trusted the most. From the beginning, Ming Liao had aspired to advance for the sake of his father and family, until one fateful day he witnessed members of the Dark Hall clan destinedly slaughtering mortals. He followed them, only to discover that they were imprisoning the souls of the slain within soul burial toads. Among them, a leading figure remarked, "The clan leader is still too merciful. Each time only a small number are killed, all disguised as beast disasters or banditry. If it were me, I would raise them like pigs, reaping the harvest repeatedly." The others erupted in laughter, and as Ming Liao heard their cruel jeers, he retreated to a corner, striking the wall in fury. The wall crumbled, and blood flowed from his hand. "Why is this happening? Father, this cannot be your doing. Who will tell me? Who will reveal the truth? I cannot discern. I truly cannot." He refused to believe that these were his father's orders. Thus, in the study of Ming Yin, Ming Liao employed a concealing technique to mask his presence and eavesdrop. Within the study, the voices of his father and another elder let Wang Wei, who stands beside my son, take the blame. They frequently find themselves together, though he shares no kinship with my son. The adage one is influenced by one's companions holds true. This revelation has finally eased the mind of another family patriarch, for his interests are entwined with that of the clan leader. Should Ming Liao rise to power, it would not bode well for him. The clan leader is indeed sagacious. On the execution ground, Wang Wei and his wife fervently pleaded with Ming Yin, imploring the clan leader to spare their child. "I am truly innocent, and even if I were guilty, my child bears no responsibility." Yet, Ming Yin dismissed their cries, fully aware of Wang Wei's unjust predicament, for he was the mastermind behind it all. At that moment, Ming Liao stepped forth. "Father, allow this child to accompany me and atone for his father's sins." Upon hearing this, Ming Yin's lips curled into a smirk, as everything unfolded just as he anticipated. "So, you wish to protect a sinner's offspring? Very well. Humph, such a maturity. I had intended to pass the mantle of clan leader to you, but perhaps I shall wait a while longer." Ming Liao understood that Ming Yin's actions would invite scrutiny, yet he felt he had no alternative. Any regret he harbored dissipated upon witnessing Wang Wei's son, Wang Yi, alive and well. After the death of Wang Wei and his wife, Ming Liao's demeanor grew increasingly somber, only softening slightly when his son Wang Yi sought his counsel. He pressed on with relentless determination, striving to enhance his own abilities in hopes of altering the world around him. However, he soon realized that no matter how formidable his strength, The underlying rules of this realm rendered him merely a struggling pawn. Thus, he redirected his ambitions toward power. Only by wielding authority could he effect the changes he desired. I will transform this world. No, the world is vast, and I am but a small figure. Yet, I shall at least strive to change the Ming family. I will advance persistently. Eventually, he achieved the fifth transformation. Surely, his power would now reach its zenith. Just then, a brash young man, possessing merely the fourth transformation, dared to approach him. Clad in golden silk garments, he exuded the aura of a formidable warrior. Yet, Ming Liao, having just entered the fifth transformation, found this individual's audacity somewhat presumptuous. This brash youth was Shang Hao. Having inherited the supreme teachings of Wuji, he sought to establish his renown. With 3,000 Dao marks adorning him, he believed defeating a fifth transformation opponent would be a simple task, yet he miscalculated. How can a senior be so powerful? He exclaimed, kneeling in disarray. I possess 3,000 Dao marks, and yet still cannot prevail against you. Ming Liao regarded him coldly, extending his hand. Do you know why I do not kill you? Shang Hao grasped the hand, slowly rising to his feet. I do not know. You are still youthful, brimming with ambition and the aspiration to transform the world. The path you must traverse encompasses far more than my own. While I seek to alter merely one family, you yearn to revolutionize the entire southern region. Although a hint of melancholy lingers in his gaze, it soon ignites into a fervent blaze, teeming with ambition. In this battle, the external proclamation is your triumph. Shang Hao. The wildfire in Ming Liao's eyes gradually subsides. I must continue to endure. Reaching the fifth transformation is not my ultimate goal, ascension is. Without it, I cannot fundamentally reshape this family. Yet, I will undoubtedly face suppression from the higher echelons of family power. If I were to falter against the fourth transformation, my hopes of inheriting the position of clan leader would be extinguished, resulting in significantly less oppression, allowing me to focus on my cultivation until I achieve immortality. At that moment, my influence within the family will undergo a profound transformation. Shang Hao gazed at the man before him, his eyes filled with admiration. I shall heed your counsel, esteemed senior. In gratitude, I offer the resources of the Shang family for your use, provided your requests remain reasonable. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. This is all supported by the esteemed clan leader. A member of the Dark Hall struggled to crawl away, but Ming Liao paid him no heed. Raising his hand to deliver retribution, to slaughter innocents without cause, to exhibit such moral depravity, and to dare to slander my father, this man deserves to die. He is a direct subordinate of Ming Yan, yet due to an incident during a mission, he was discovered by Ming Liao. After securing undeniable evidence, Ming Liao resolved to execute him without hesitation. His father could not protest, given the man's lack of integrity. They are the ones orchestrating the blood god sacrifice. They can be killed, they can be killed. Young master, I discovered this fifth transformation goo worm during the blood god sacrifice. It must be a reward bestowed by the blood god sect's leader. I present it to you, begging you. Ming Liao seized the goo worm and swiftly eliminated the member of the Dark Hall. Upon returning to the family and explaining the circumstances to the higher-ups, Ming Yan's expression darkened, yet he feigned righteous indignation, praising Ming Liao for his commendable actions. Subsequently, he discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the fifth transformation goo worm's properties. Casting a glance at the slumbering Wang Yi, he resolved to use this worm on his own child. Later, when his wife also passed away, he found himself powerless to change his fate. He could only press onward, even as he genuinely loved his wife, deceiving himself into viewing her merely as a tool. For he must continue his journey until he achieves immortality. At last, the day arrived when he reached the pinnacle of the fifth transformation. Thus, he secretly sought assistance from the Xiong family regarding the method of ascension. Yet, as he had anticipated, which superpower would willingly allow the southern region to gain another formidable force? However, today he finally learned of the method of ascension from Bai Rashui. At the grand ceremony of enlightenment, he unabashedly revealed his identity at the peak of the fifth transformation, marking a pivotal moment for the family's interest group, which had finally reached a point of contention. Advance, advance, relentlessly forge ahead, until one transcends mortality, until this family is utterly transformed.